Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possess Applique Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Cold, hard rain and pitch-black skies covered the streets in a blanket of darkness. An unsaid symbol of how their society had fallen the last couple months. A dark time with no light to shine through the shadows to save them. Either submit, die, or die trying. A frail pale man dragged along a petite woman with green hair as she desperately tried not to drop the bundle in her hands. Despite the hurried movement, the precious cargo didn't make a sound in a deep sleep. They each were tired and weak, but held a resolve deep inside that refused to be snuffed out, which kept their feet moving. When he first got the message, he was so relieved to her she was all right, but more scared than anything. They told him he was on his own if he wanted to risk his newfound freedom for some woman and child. His heroes refused to help him if it meant the risk of coming face to face with the demon lord before they were ready for a simple favor. A favor which Yoichi couldn't say no to. They were the reason he survived and owed her that much. The others at least agreed to help her if she were able to escape. War was no place for children. They needed to get out of there before he noticed they were gone. He was currently away and would be for hours ruling over his empire with a bloody hand. His sister-in-law took the biggest risk in contacting him not long after his escape from his brother's hands. She needed help. They needed help. She had no one else to turn to. She chose her husband in the beginning and her family later paid the price. Watching the person who used to be her love do such horrible things to his dearest brother, family, and all those innocent people. The moment her husband killed a man in cold blood in front of her and their son, she knew she couldn't raise her son around that. She feared he'd corrupt her precious boy and he'd turn out like his father. She hoped he'd be like his uncle, but then his father would simply lock him away or worse, kill him for defying him. She refused to see that come true, having her son live his life in fear or being feared. The boy's uncle agreed and thus his crazy idea was born. If she agreed, the boy would definitely be safe. They came to a building hidden in the darkness of skyscrapers that protected them from the pelting cold. The skinny man coughed violently into the sleeves of his jacket. His lungs ached as he exhaled the bitter air. "I knew I shouldn't have," the woman said as she held the bundle tighter with one arm and placed the other on his shoulder. The concern in her green eyes melted his frozen lungs and he could breathe. He remembered the times she'd sneak him food or even let him see outside. He was well aware he was getting worse and going out in this weather wouldn't help his health. That didn't matter. If he was able to help someone, then it was worth it. "It's fine. I should have come for you when I escaped. I'm sorry." "Don't be Yoichi. Stop being so hard on yourself. You helping us now means everything to me. I promise, Inko." He won't stop when he realizes. "I don't want to see anything happen either, so if a little cold is the price, then I welcome it." The door creaked open before he could explain further to reveal a spiky salmon-colored haired man. The man looked at the two of them and snorted. "You didn't get killed after all," he scoffed, looking at the drenched people. "We don't have much time, Kudo." "Are they here?" Yoichi said as they came inside the hideout. "Yeah. They got here a moment ago. Look, I don't think this is going to work the way you want it to," Kudo said as he motioned for him to follow. "We'll see." "Doubt me?" Yoichi asked. "Yes, actually." Kudo smirked. As the two men walked away to talk a little more privately, Inko looked around at the dusty warehouse. In the corner, she noticed a couple others waiting patiently as they kept their eyes on everything from them and out the windows. The building didn't seem very stable and she hoped this place was only a temporary base. This couldn't be good for Yoichi's health. She could already see as they ran that his physical health hadn't much improved since escaping the vault her husband locked him in. However, she hadn't seen him smile in a long time. As long as he was free. "Please, Kudo. Even if this wasn't part of the plan, I still would want this. Carry on our will. You're the reason it exists." Yoichi pleaded that echoed a little around the room as he held something out to him. The other man's face looked conflicted as he stared at her brother-in-law. Yoichi always had a way to make others see his way despite how stubborn they were. He never gave up. It was why he and her husband, his brother, fought so often. The man then sighed before taking what Yoichi was handing out to him. Fine. I hope you know what you're doing. I do. I believe in you. Yoichi said, smiling at him. Thank you, Kudo. I could never repay you for everything you've done and will do for me. Whatever, the man said, rolling his eyes, but Inko and Yoichi could see the fondness in his eyes. He didn't mean it. She smiled at the sight before her as the man put something to his mouth before taking a swig of water. A wiggle attracted her attention and she looked down, moving the damp blanket to see her son. You slept the whole time and now you want to wake up? Inko cooed as her son began to squirm. He shouldn't be hungry as she fed him before leaving. Probably just cold, and she cursed not bringing extra clothes or a blanket for him. Is he all right? Yoichi asked nervously, peeking over. Oh yes. I think he's just fussing right now from being cold. Inko said. He had been born not that long before Yoichi's escape. The man barely got to see his nephew. This was probably the second time he'd seen him in person. Apparently it wasn't a privilege he was allowed to have, and his father constantly worried they'd make each other sick. While having blood on hands, the child's father always made sure they were clean before picking up his son. He doesn't look like his father at all. Yoichi mused with a smile. No. He always said that he looked like me and a little like you. I hope when he grows up he's like you. Despite what he says, you are brave, Yoichi. The bravest person I have ever known. I think that title goes to the both of us. Would you like to hold him? Inko asked. He looked like a scared kitten wanting to reach out and touch something new for the first time. I can't. I couldn't possibly. Nonsense. This might be the only time you might be able to. You won't hurt him. Just support his head. Inko said, putting the baby in Yoichi's arms, who was internally panicking. Yoichi looked down at the child in his arms and couldn't help smiling. He was so small and adorable. His little curls and big eyes were definitely traits he got from his mother. He was an uncle. A thought he never thought would happen, but welcomed it, only hoping that it wasn't such trying times. He remembered when his brother announced his wife's pregnancy, and Yoichi didn't know what to think. He was happy for them, but his brother was slowly turning down the path he walked now. A path corrupted by power and lust. The man was not fit to raise a child. Not now or ever. Hi, Yoichi said softly as he played with the baby's hand, who looked up at him with interest. See, he likes you. Inko said, smiling. He kept thinking about what kind of life he'd have after this. He hoped it was good, and whoever ended up as his new parents loved him. With his plan, the baby and the future parents would probably never know about the true identity of their son. The only suspicion might be when his quirk came in, if he had one. Having a quirk was so rare these days, and up until recently Yoichi believed himself as quirkless. Until his BSTRD brother forced that stockpiling quirk onto him. Ever since that day he felt something new inside him. A new power that would change the world and defeat his brother. A power he could pass on to others and was passing on now. He hoped his nephew lived in that world where it was at peace. This power could do that, and it was a simple thought, but he hoped the boy would use his power to change the world too. This power would transcend time and live out a legacy they started. Unexpectedly Yoichi coughed mouth open and couldn't stop as saliva flew out. His lungs betrayed him for the second time that night, and he felt more guilty about the child who was crying in his arms. Oh my! Yoichi! Inko cried as she took her son and started to soothe him. I'm so sorry. Yoichi coughed as he covered his mouth. Is he okay? I don't want to give him my illness. I don't think you can. I think he's just spooked. He'll be fine. Inko said as she rocked her baby closer to her chest and cooed. A couple moments later the baby stopped crying and seemingly went back to sleep. Yoichi, we should do this before it's too late. We don't have time to waste. Kudo said. Despite it being only moments, I feel it. You're right, Inko. I may have come up with a way so he never finds him. How? No matter where he goes he'll find him. My plan doesn't involve a matter of where, it's when. What? When? Inko gasped. Yes. Inko, everyone here has a quirk that I'm hoping to use their quirks in congruent with one another to send Izuku at least 10 years into the future. It should be enough time. Hopefully he'll appear in a place where he can't find him and in an era where he can live happy and in peace. But that means Inko stuttered. Yes. You might not be able to see him again. It's risky, but if it means your son will be truly safe, that should mean the most. Don't worry. Someone will watch over this place for the day he returns. A duty that will be passed on until he's found along with defeating him. What will you be doing to my son? Inko asked with fearful strength. It won't hurt him, will it? I want to know. It's complicated. Shinji said. I don't care. He'll be fine. Someone here a time quirk we can use. Anything he touches moves forward in time instantly at the same location, but not for long and not himself. It distorts the area, but nothing can touch it. My idea is to use Kudo's quirk to speed it up. We've tested it and it's successful. Another member's quirk is called Absolute. It can bring out the absolute evolved power of any quirk, but only once on said quirk for 1 hour. This should increase their power to make the effect last longer. Long enough to where he'll appear in a time he'll be safe. You won't have to worry. He wasn't going to tell her, but another quirk was going to be involved. His quirk in the hands of Kudo. Hopefully Absolute will stockpile enough power to boost Kudo's speed to make this quick and hopefully painless for the child. Shinji would be the first of many that would take on this duty to look after this place and the child whenever he shall appear. He would pick the next one and so on until the line successors could rescue and rest. Inko looked down at her sleeping child. His freckled face was so serene and she couldn't bear the thought of him living a life in this decade. Yuichi was always a big dreamer, but this was something so far out she didn't know what to think. It was her job as his mother to protect him and she couldn't do that with him here. Inko took a breath to calm herself. She couldn't start crying now despite the tears threatening to fall. She'd sob painfully and end up never being able to let him go. She needed to be brave and save her child. She reached around her neck and took off a necklace. On it was a locket and ring. The locket she changed earlier to pictures of herself and Yoichi so her son would always remember the family who loved him. The other was her wedding ring. Inside the ring it read, "My Emerald." She loved who her husband used to be and the father he tried to be. When their son was born she could see the love in his eyes, but couldn't help see something more crazed. Thought she was imagining things. She hoped that would be able to save her husband, but she was wrong. She smiled as she put the chain around her son's neck. Hopefully he'd keep them with him. She then kissed his head before putting her forehead to his. She couldn't help the few tears that slipped out. Oh, hold on. I want to write a note. Do you have something I can use? Inko asked. Here, one of the men said, handing her a pen and a small old scrap of paper from his pocket that looked like a receipt. Thank you. A quick note to her son's future. Mommy loves you so much, baby. Inko whispered. You'll be safe. I promise. Yoichi said, placing a gentle hand on his cheek which slowly woke the child. A sleepy child looked up at his uncle and mother. He knew them. That one had the heartbeat that made him feel safe. The other's voice sounded so familiar that told him that everything would be okay. Green eyes brightened as the child smiled with a toothless grin. You smiled? Inko cheered as she now started crying because her son smiled at her for the first time. She at least got to witness one of his milestones that filled her heart with such joy. He smiled, telling her that this was the right choice. He was here and going to be safe. She needed to make sure. When her son disappeared out of thin air, Inko sobbed as she fell to her knees. Her baby was gone, but yet right in front of her. Her hand shook as she slowly reached to grab the empty space. She wanted to scream at them so they would bring him back. She changed her mind. She wasn't strong enough. Maybe they should have just protected them here. Run away from her cruel husband that would eventually find her and... The glass windows shattered as red and black veined rivets came and stabbed through the two people she never learned the names of, but she profusely thanked for helping save her son. She screamed for a moment, falling to the ground, and tried crawling away. The rivets slid out of the resistance members as they fell to the floor and bled out. From the broken window a figure came in and looked down at the people left. The people who betrayed him. He figured his little brother would rise against him, but his own wife? The woman he came to love who stole their son while he was away and followed that foolish man he called his brother. Inko. Where is my son? All for One asked dangerously. Nowhere you'll find him. She growled. She could be strong as she glared into the crazed eyes. She might never know what his plans were for her son, but she wouldn't let them come to fruition. He was safe, and now that she saw for who her husband really was, she was glad she asked for help. Her son needed a hero, and that would be his family. 100 years later, 20-year-old pro-hero Eraserhead, or civilian name Shouta Aizawa, was doing a final sweep through an abandoned building that was just raided that was the site of a villain operation. Their intel had been on the money. They arrested quite a few villains and obtained smuggled weapons, drags, and other stolen goods. Heya Eraser. Present Mike, civilian name Hisashi Yamada, yelled. Find anything else up there? No. You? Aizawa asked. Nah man. Pretty this whole place got cleared out. Let's see if the others found anything. As Aizawa walked down the steps, his eyes kept wandering toward a spot in the middle of the room. When he initially started his sweep, it was the first thing he investigated, as the space looked warped with the thought the villains might be trying to hide something. He even used his quirk and nothing. He'll just report it and see what the high-ups say about it. For the moment he wanted his bed. The sound of something ripping and snapping echoed through the room, and Aizawa's reaction time is what saved the falling mass that fell out of the space. Jumping up, he grabbed the bundle, and what he heard scared him when his feet touched the ground. The bundle of blankets shrieked, and Aizawa quickly moved the blanket to uncover. Is that a baby? Yamada asked in shock. A problem more like it. Aizawa sighed as he looked down at the curly-haired, green-eyed child staring back at him as it wailed. This was the last thing he was expecting when he rolled out of bed this morning and prepared for the raid. How did they get here? Just who in the hell hides a child here? Did the child belong to a villain? Where did it come from though? Yamada asked. That was like out of nowhere. The child wailed, and Aizawa started to feel his head hurt from the cries. He was not a kid person, but his hero training taught him better than to ignore the child. It's okay, Aizawa said awkwardly as he tried to quiet the child. There's a note, yo, Yamada said as he pulled the paper out. Moving the child to one arm and slightly bouncing him, Aizawa read the note. If you're reading this, I'm sorry to burden you with this. Please love and protect my child as I would. I wouldn't give him up unless I had to, but his father would come after us, and I couldn't let that happen. If his father is still alive, please protect him. I don't know when he's appeared, but I hope it's during a time he can grow up safe and happy. Thank you, whoever you are, for being there for my son. Please take care of my son and let him know his mother and uncle love him dearly. He didn't get any further than that as the child started hiccuping before he passed out on Aizawa's shoulder. Aizawa quickly adjusted him to see if something was seriously wrong, but the child's breaths, although slightly labored, were similar to those when asleep. Aizawa sighed in relief that the kid, a boy, looked to be unharmed. Just because he wasn't a fan of them didn't mean he wanted to see them hurt. Poor little guy. Must have been so scared and wore himself out. Yamada said, putting a hand on his head. Oh geez. Did they hide the kid here to protect him or something? Not sure. Let's get to the cops so they get him checked out and analyze the note. Aizawa said. The boy's father must be quite the powerful villain for the mother to take drastic measures to ensure the safety of her son. He respected that. She made a sacrifice to ensure he would be safe, although it seemed unorthodox. The letter didn't make much sense, so maybe after everything settled down it would be clearer. Such a cute little listener. Does he have a name? A pair of green eyes stared at him, watching carefully. They had been watching, waiting for decades for this day. Granted, the powers used to make this possible might have been too powerful, and he never expected such a turn of events. A century was a lot longer than a decade. Time passed so fast for him, while slowly for those watchful eyes. He saw pain, suffering, death, and madness sweep through. He hated the burden this placed on others. How they failed, but at the same time succeeded. No matter, he was finally safe, and that was all he could have ever asked for. Izuku. The child in Aizawa's arms was quiet the entire way to the hospital, much to the surprise of both heroes and the officer who took them. The detective and a service worker were going to meet them there where they'd be able to sort out this problem. Hopefully by the time they arrived they'd also have more information on who Izuku was and where he came from. Aizawa wanted to laugh at the sight of everyone's faces when he walked out of the warehouse with a baby in his arms. They didn't want to believe him and probably wouldn't if Mike hadn't been his witness that the child appeared out of nowhere. Regardless, they had to take care of the little problem child now and at least make sure he was okay. The room they were in was kind of creepy from a tired man's point of view. The emergency room had a couple child-orientated rooms that were full of bright colors, paintings of animals on the walls, and toys. He didn't see why they couldn't go to a normal room. Izuku was a baby, he didn't care about the balloons that were carrying kittens or the picture books Aizawa was pretty sure got turned into coloring books. We should lay him down, right? Yamada asked. I don't know. I know nothing about kids except the basics. Aizawa said. Well, you're holding him right. Basics, Yamada. They should have taught you how to handle each civilian despite their age in school, idiot. Aizawa said. Aizawa went to take Izuku off his shoulder and as soon as the child's head moved his eyes snapped open, hand out grasping his long black hair, and screamed bloody murder. He was almost louder than Mike and he couldn't use his quirk for this one. Ow! Aizawa groaned silently as he tried maneuvering his head out of the child's hand. He looked at his friend to see him smiling, trying not to laugh. This isn't funny. Help me. Present Mike surrendered and rushed over to take the kid. Geez, the little listener has such a strong grip. Yamada said, finally prying the boy's hand open, letting Aizawa's hair go and taking him. Izuku screamed louder and Aizawa was worried they'd start attracting attention. It's okay. I promise. Shoo. Yamada tried to soothe the child who still continued to cry to the point where he began to be hysterical and unable to catch his breath. Bro. I think he wants you. You're joking. Aizawa deadpanned. Nua. Yamada said, handing the child back to the tired hero to prove a point. As soon as Aizawa wrapped his arms around Izuku's back and bottom, the child instantly started calming down in sniffles until he fell asleep. Told you. Shut up. Aizawa growled. I don't know why. Babies are a mystery. He might see you as someone who is safe or you might be similar to his mother. He trusts you and isn't willing to let that safety go, the pediatrician explained. Her face melted seeing him. Oh, he's adorable. More like annoying, Aizawa grumbled. Although the child was a crier and latched onto him, Aizawa could admit the kid was cute. The doctor quickly took Izuku's vitals as he fussed at her. Clearly he wasn't thrilled about her putting things in his ears and poking him. She had to take a couple blood samples and Aizawa's heart broke hearing Izuku start screaming. Such a good boy. I'm going to send these off for testing to see if there's something we can't see, but from what I've seen so far he appears to be in perfect health. He might be a little hungry and cranky right now, but that's an easy fix. I'll send the nurse in with something, the doctor said as she left. Now what? A knock at the door answered the question as Detective Tsukachi entered with a file and a rather exhausted look on his face. Aizawa had been frequently meeting the detective the past couple years as they were each included on drag bust and other raids together. Similar to what happened tonight. Wow. I believed it when they brought everything to me, but seeing it for myself is entirely different, he said. You actually found a kid. Yeah. We get that. Aizawa said. Did you find anything? We've analyzed the note found on the child and eraser. You're not going to believe this. So the note was written on the back of a receipt. Okay, and? Aizawa asked. Most people do that. The receipt was dated almost 100 years ago. If that were to be true, the receipt doesn't look very old. We also looked into his mother's name too. Nothing found in the database. Not until he took a shot based on the receipt. Inko Midoriya, deceased, was born around 25 years before that time. We found a birth certificate for an Izuku Midoriya, but for some reason his father's name was left out. However, the child was pronounced missing about 2 months after he was born and was later labeled deceased. Yo, wait a minute. Are you saying this kid might have been born 100 years ago and somehow ended up here? Yamada asked. If that's what we're led to believe. Someone having a form of a time travel quirk could be possible. It's impossible to tell though since quirks were so new back then, so records are scarce. Aizawa turned a deadpanned look to the child in his arms. You really are a problem child. Here's the information I've found. Here is also the necklace and ring we recovered. I figured since they belonged to him I'd return them. The locket has pictures inside we're assuming to be his mother and another individual. Perhaps his father or another relative. We weren't able to identify him though. We've kept everything we received and uncovered on file, but if we find anything else you'll be the first to know. Aizawa blanked out for a moment. Why would he be the first to know? They were waiting for the social worker and then he was passing this kid up. Sure, he might check in from time to time, but that was all he was doing. He didn't like kids, especially babies. They were loud and couldn't tell him what they wanted. He only felt some attachment to Izuku because he literally saved him from hitting the floor. Eraserhead, you'll be in charge of the child. A voice said. A sternly woman with glasses with her hair in a bun entered. Ms. Junko. Pleasure meeting you. I work with social services, but more often with the police on child-related cases. I will say in my years working this is the first. Aizawa thought he had a pretty good poker face. Hell, no one beats him when they play poker, but this, hearing the social worker say that caused it to break. He was going to do what? What? He said, surprised, trying not to raise his voice to spook Izuku, who had finally quieted down. I'm aware this is a difficult situation. Izuku's parentage leads us to believe he does not have any living relatives or at least ones that can be trusted with him. The detective and I have been talking and he's informed me that his father may still be an issue being a villain. The man's dead. Aizawa said. Maybe so, but he could have left a legacy that knows about his child and Izuku would be considered the proper heir. We are not taking any risk and think it best to place him with a hero for the time being. The department and I have decided the custody of the child will be with you. This won't be permanent until we find a more stable solution, but being an underground hero with a more flexible schedule, this works in our favor. You will be compensated for your time caring for Izuku and anything he needs will be provided. Aizawa thought a hole was about to open in the floor and drag him straight to hell. He was in no capacity to take care of a child. He was 20 years old. He slept all day and worked at night. He can kiss his career goodbye before it barely even started. Not that he minds, but taking care of babies isn't what he wanted when he went and graduated UA high school to become a hero. Don't worry bro, I can totally help. Yamada said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Then you take him. Eraserhead. We didn't make this decision with you in mind. I believe you are the best option to care for him. From what his doctor said, the child is quite attached to you and we don't want to cause any more distress. You aren't a spotlight hero so the media won't pay attention or know who you are. You aren't suspicious as to anyone on the street as they'll just see is a father. You know this is the most logical choice. Ms. Junko explained. Aizawa narrowed his eyes on her. Oh, she's good. She must have done her research and made some calls before coming here to learn how to talk to him. She was right. For some reason Aizawa couldn't fathom, Izuku was attached to him and would need a hero if their seemingly overdramatic declarations were actually true. If his father was a big-time villain, he had to be dead and someone today isn't going to care about that child unless they had a quirk that was desirable. There was also a chance the kid could be quirkless considering the time period he was born in. With the way people and villains are now, the idea of power makes them bats hit crazy. Fine. I'll take Izuku. Aizawa said as he looked down at the sleeping child. He couldn't just leave the kid high and dry, especially as Izuku had a grip onto his shirt. Excellent. Thank you. We have one of our associates out shopping and will be in touch where to deliver the supplies. I'll stay in touch with you weekly for updates and I'll work on finding him a permanent home. We're hoping a pro will be willing to adopt him. Good day, gentlemen. She handed Aizawa her card and then walked out. She was all business and Aizawa could respect that. He also had a feeling he couldn't say no to the woman or she'd have his fresh license. Yeah, no thanks. Take care of the kid for a couple weeks or get a bad rap in his career. He knows which choice to make. Aizawa swallowed down the panic that was starting to stir. He didn't know how to take care of a child, but he figured he might as well take it in stride and use it as a learning experience. Aizawa. Yamada. I didn't say this while she was here as this more confidential hero business, but I'm personally looking into Izuku's father and what villain he might have been. Once it's deemed Izuku to be safe from any backlash, it'll be easier to remove him from your care. Aizawa didn't like the look on his face. Tsukachi also had a pretty good poker face, and to see it start cracking was a cause for concern. However, he didn't think the middle of a hospital was the best place to call him out on something that might be just a gut feeling and buy into everyone's paranoia. Why is there so much crap? Aizawa asked when the associate finished dropping everything off at his apartment outside his front door. He's lucky none of his neighbors care about being nosy, or that'd be really awkward to explain. If anyone asks, for the moment, Izuku is his nephew that he's taking care of while his non-existent sibling gets their life together. Some things he understood, like bottles, formula, clothes, diapers, and wipes. A couple things were sitting out were already put together, thankfully: a crib, a bassinet high chair, a stroller, and dare he see an assortment of toys that apparently each one had different use. Izuku was determined only to be a little over 2 months old. Did he really need all this? He wasn't going to be here very long. Despite how embarrassing it was, a nurse came in and showed him how to do the basics. He learned quickly how to feed, change, burp, and swaddle Izuku so he wouldn't entirely be sheet out of luck. He wasn't going to admit it out loud, but the internet was about to be his hero. Babies need a lot. Come on. Set him down and help bring everything in. Yamada said. Yamada, I think I'm in over my head. Aizawa said as he set the baby down securely against a pillow and went to help Yamada bring in the crib that would be going in his bedroom. Oh geez, the thought of a baby crib being in his bedroom. He couldn't let the blonde man see him freak out. Don't worry, man. I said I'll be here. Well, not all the time, you know, but if you need something present, Mike is your guy. Yamada said as they moved around everything and eventually they were set. Thank Yamada. You're a good friend. Yeah, Aizawa took back what he said about Yamada. He was a terrible friend. Would not recommend him to anyone. That a-hole left him there with Izuku once everything was brought in and Izuku was taken care of. Said bye and ran out the door. He hoped it hit him on the butt on the way out or he tripped down the steps. At the moment the apartment was quiet as Izuku sat on his lap, leaning back on his chest as he fiddled with what was called a soothing interactive toy that looked like a bunny. Out of everything Aizawa showed him, that was what Izuku liked the most. As long as it kept him entertained. Since they arrived back home, Izuku had been quiet. He was fed, changed, and seemed content just sitting with him as the news played in the background at a low volume. Aizawa didn't know how new parents did it. What do they do in the meantime while having babies in the house? He felt like he couldn't take his eyes off him or something might happen. Everything was done around the house. He had no dishes. Laundry done. He kept his place pretty spotless to begin with, only having a mess or two occasionally, but that also contributed that he was never home, and when he was always sleeping. Speaking of sleeping, Izuku looked like he was not in a hurry to go to sleep. Great. He could use a nap and the nurse said sleep when he does. Wouldn't be a problem if Izuku would just sleep already. He hated to think of it like this, but to make pets sleep one wore them out, right? Sighing, he might as well give it a try. Settling Izuku up against a pillow, Aizawa took the toy and started to slowly and rather awkwardly shake it. It surprised him a moment that to see the toy made a soft rattle sound. Cute. Izuku looked up with his wide eyes as he followed the toy. Do you like this? Shouta asked rather nonchalantly. Was he doing this right? He felt like an idiot. He couldn't do this. The social worker said it best, he was basically a single father at 20 to a child he didn't know about. Hell, to a child that could be technically born before he was. Worst case scenario, he was going to kill the kid by forgetting something or scar him for the rest of his life. Izuku liking him was a mistake on the child's part. He was going to mess this up. He was smiling. Izuku was smiling at him as Shouta was moving the toy in front of him. Shouta breathed in relief as Izuku looked up at him like he was the best thing ever. Maybe he could do this after all, and looking after Izuku wouldn't be so bad. They'd make it for the amount of time they'd be together. Izuku's smile made him feel like everything was going to be okay. Shouta couldn't do this. It had been over 2 weeks, almost 3, since he brought Izuku home, and at first it wasn't so bad. He enjoyed having him around. Shouta wasn't quite the fan of getting up early, but he was getting more sleep than he thinks he's ever got in the last 10 years. Granted, Shouta was a little bored out of mind, but he actually felt relaxed for once. He did some work for agencies that needed a second pair of eyes and cases his own had, so he was still working during the day. At night he'd be patrolling, but that had been reduced to sitting on the couch with Izuku in his lap as they watched the news. They had a routine that worked for them. Izuku was an easy baby to care for altogether. He never really cried, and if he did then it was an easy fix. He was hungry, his diaper needed to be changed, or sometimes he just wanted Shouta to pay attention to him. He also only cried a couple times during the night. However, that was only for the first week. Heading into the full week 3, Izuku wouldn't stop crying constantly. This wasn't the first time either, as it had been slowly progressing since the start of week. The last few times he only stopped when he wore himself out. No matter what Shouta did, Izuku screamed until he was hoarse. He shrieked and Shouta was so concerned someone was going to call and complain. Worst case being they'd call the police and he'd awkwardly explain he's a pro hero that has no idea how to care for a child currently in his custody. A knock came to his door and Shouta thought it was the end of the world. He looked out the peephole and was surprised to see it wasn't his landlord or an officer. "Ms. Takumi. My apologies for the disturbance," Shouta said to his elderly neighbor who lived across the hall. He was generally surprised she heard anything to begin with, as she mentioned quite a few times her hearing was going out. "None of that, dear," the older lady with snow-white hair said as she invited herself in. Shouta wasn't surprised. Megumi Takumi was the only one of his neighbors he actually got along with. Not that he actually tried to make relationships with them. She used to be a nurse until her husband died and then eventually retired. Shouta believes she spends her time knitting and sewing for the long-term stay kids in the same hospital she used to work at. A sweet older lady, but certainly had that takes no shit attitude, yet so sweet. "Oh, and who is this sweet thing? Aren't you just upset, but so cute?" "It's okay, Megami is here." "Again, I'm sorry about him. He hasn't been able to stop for hours. I've tried everything and nothing seems to help." "It's nothing you did, dear. From what I see, he might just have colic." Shouda's heart sank. Colic? Was it dangerous? Was this something he could have prevented? Something he did wrong? Was he not properly taking care of Izuku? He was trying his best and he thought he had gotten the hang of it. Ms. Junko even said Izuku looked great when she visited a couple days ago for the weekly check-in. Was this going to scar Izuku for the rest of his life? Did he fail? Was Izuku going to die? "Oh, stop that," she said, smacking his arm to break Shouda's panic. "You look like a nervous father. Colic just means a healthy baby, like this angel right here, cries for a while for no reason." "Oh. So present Mike," Shouta thought before he asked out loud with concern, "so he'll be okay?" "Of course. It happens sometimes at this age in rules of 3. 3 hours for 3 days within 3 weeks. I've been listening in and he hasn't been here that long, so it's hard to say for sure, but a lot of children get it, so it certainly wouldn't surprise me. It'll go away on its own in time, but until then you just need to find a way to soothe them. You can try baths, feeding, talking, just something to occupy them. This one seems to like when we are held, bounced, and talked to." "Is that right?" Megumi said as she rocked Izuku, who seemed to be starting to calm down. "Now is he yours?" "He's my sister's. I'm watching him," Shouta lied. "Stop yourself, son." She interrupted as her sky-blue eyes narrowed in. "No need to lie to me. I'm old, not senile. It's for work, isn't it? You might think you're sneaky, but I know you're a hero." Shouta deadpanned. "Then why did you ask?" "Keep you on your toes, son. Well, no matter how long he's here, you can always come to me, dear. I know you probably patrol and such, so I can even babysit. I'll make him a cute toy and hat to go with these little curls." Megumi said as she ran her fingers through his soft curls, and Izuku seemed to melt under her caress like a cat. "You don't have to. You're not going to stop me, dear. I don't have any grandchildren, so humor this little old lady," Megumi said as she handed Izuku to Shouta, who was smiling at him. "You're doing a great job, dear. We've been neighbors for over a year and I know this isn't what you expect, but you can't deny he's happy. Shouta looked over at Izuku and the baby was giving him a toothless grin that Shouta came to enjoy seeing. Yeah, the kid was happy. Shouta looked in his fridge a couple days later and sighed. He needed to do some shopping for both him and his little freeloader. Well, said freeloader's things were being paid for, not out his paycheck, so that wasn't too big an issue. The issue was having to take Izuku with him. Normally he'd take Miss Takumi's offer to watch him, but she was out visiting the hospital with her newest crafts projects. She also mentioned getting new fabrics and yarn to start on Izuku's. Shouta hoped that Izuku would be here long enough to receive them. He guessed if not, then he'd just have to see Izuku at his new home and bring them. That wouldn't be so bad. He could make sure he was doing okay. Looking around, he debated what would be the best way to carry Izuku. Now he was thinking having a car wasn't a bad idea. Well, he'd make do with a chest carrier. Izuku liked when he carried him around like that anyway. Those big green eyes stared up at him like he was that kid's whole reason to be there. This would be fine. He packed up a diaper bag, tossed on acceptable clothing, put his hair up, and grabbed his capture scarf. Never left home without it and walked out the door ready to face the mass of people at the market. Then immediately ran back in as he realized he forgot Izuku. Shouta was not fine. All the women, from young to little old ladies, came up to him commenting on how Izuku was so cute and so well behaved as he either napped or looked around at everything around him. It got worse once Izuku was more awake, letting himself be known by squirming. "Your son is so cute. It's so refreshing to see a young father care for his kids. I won't keep you from shopping, dear, but you were too sweet not to come say hello," the latest older woman said before she walked away with a bright smile. Shouta felt no reason to correct her. There wasn't a point to do so except continuing and contributing to a conversation he didn't want in the first place. So for the moment he'd pretend he was a single dad shopping with his almost 3-month-old that he didn't know he had. Izuku was kind of like his son. Almost 3 months old. Geez, was he supposed to do anything for turning X months old? He had a few coworkers with kids and they posted and showed everyone every month what their kid was up to. Should he pick something out for him? Maybe he could find a plush cat toy he was allowed to have and could keep with him to remember Shouta by. Not that he'd probably remember him much to begin with. He could always give him something later for an excuse to see him, but Shouta looked down at him and noticed he'd gotten loose. Well, better fix. Everyone put their hands up. A voice shouted near the front. A few people screamed as Shouta turned around and saw 2 villains at the registers. One pointed their hands that looked like gun barrels at the cashiers who were sobbing and shaking with fear as the other walked around sneering at everyone. "Shut up. Put the money in the bag. You all better not call the police or heroes. Put all your valuables down." Shouta almost jumped into action until he felt a weight on his chest. Kid. Izuku with him. He certainly couldn't just jump right in with a baby strapped to his chest. He needed to be smart. He couldn't let these robbers get away, but he also couldn't put Izuku in harm's way. Shouta knew he'd be devastated if anything happened to him. Being in line of fire, the villain yelled at them to put wallets, jewelry, watches, purses, or anything worth a pretty penny down. Shouta crouched low to the ground as the villain didn't pay him any attention, thankfully. If he could set Izuku safely down, he could use his quirk to stop theirs and arrest them. Slowly Shouta put Izuku on the floor that the child paid no mind to, well, until he used his quirk. The villain then smirked as he put his palms out, which had holes in them that began to work like a high-powered vacuum. Everyone just put on the floor began sliding toward the villain at an alarming speed, including Izuku. Izuku shrieked as he slid across the floor. "The hell?" Without thinking, Shouta jumped up and flashed his quirk, cutting off the suction. Everything stopped moving and the confused villain didn't have time to react as Shouta's capture scarf wrapped around him and flung him into the shelves. Unfortunately, the ruckus alerted the other villain, who turned around and opened fire. Bone bullets fired out his fingers, piercing and destroying everything. Shouta flashed his quirk at him, halting his attack before flinging his villain partner at him. The two collided and fell back, with Shouta taking the moment to tie them both up. "I'm a pro hero. Everything is fine. Please call the police if someone hasn't already. Is anyone hurt?" he asked. Then he heard it and Shouta began to panic. The shrieking sounds of a child. Izuku was still on the floor when he jumped into the fray to save him. What if those villains had hurt him, kidnapped him, or held him hostage? Looking down to make sure the villains weren't moving, he raced out. Shredded paper, crumbs, and liquids were covering the floor, and Izuku was in the center of it, surrounded by everyone's valuables. A sight Shouta thought too true. Izuku was valuable. To him at least. Running to the boy, he carefully looked over him, but dread filled him as he saw a red liquid on his jumper. He was still crying, so he wasn't hurt too badly. His heart was beating so hard and he could feel and hear the blood in his ears. Was Izuku hurt because of him? When he spoke with Ms. Takumi about Izuku having colic, he understood that wasn't something he could prevent, but this was preventable if he had done his job right. He was a pro hero that graduated from UA. He clawed his way to the hero course after everyone told him he couldn't, and maybe they were right. Slowly reaching out with shaking hands, he knew he needed to access where Izuku was hurt so he could help him. He also needed to staunch the blood flow before he lost too much. As he touched the blood, he realized it was cold and smelled. This wasn't blood, it was ketchup. Shouta exhaled in relief and bit his lip to prevent anything from escaping his mouth because he was either going to cry, yell, or laugh. Izuku was unharmed and just scared. He gently picked him up and held Izuku to his chest, not caring how messy he was getting. He hushed, rocked, and caressed his curls. He was there. Shouta was there. Izuku was okay. That's what mattered, but he almost wasn't due to Shouta's dumb mistake. He should have put Izuku elsewhere, or maybe he should have just done nothing. He was a pro. How would that look on him? Thank you. Shouta's eyes widened and he turned around to see the woman who called Izuku his son earlier had approached him once more. Also, by the time the police and another pro had shown up and started taking statements. My apologies. Enough that. You're obviously a pro hero and still care so much for your son. You wouldn't have done that if you didn't love him. He's lucky to have you, like we were lucky you were here today and no one got hurt. You may be young, but that's the joy of parenting. You'll figure it all out, but what's important is that you love him. I can clearly see that. Thank you, hero. Shouta looked down at Izuku, who had calmed down considerably, and put his head into Shouta's chest. His heart beat loudly as Izuku laid on top of it. He took Izuku home after answering some questions and just called Yamada, cashing in one of the numerous favors the blonde man owed him. That afternoon the hero showed up with some groceries, baby food, and even a meal for Shouta. What a saint, he takes back the mean things he says about the man. For now, until he does something stupid again. Also, after the incident at the store, Shouta was reminded to just have groceries delivered to the apartment. He cursed, why didn't he think of it soon? It's the dad brain. Yamada had said, before Shouta almost chased him out. The blonde luckily had to leave for his shift. The for now ended real quick. Yamada is still an idiot. He was not a Shouta heard a knock on the door while he mused through his thoughts the next day. He wasn't expecting anyone, and Yamada would just barge right in. Looking at the time, he should be at his agency. Ms. Junko, I thought you weren't going to be here until next week. Shouta said as he opened the door with Izuku in his arms, playing as he messed with a toy which either involved grabbing at it or sticking it in his mouth. But this was unannounced. Did she hear about the incident at the store? Izuku was fine. A little spooked by everything, but fine. Did she no longer find him acceptable to care for Izuku? Yes. I heard about what happened at the store and just wanted to check in. Shouta narrowed his eyes. Geez, this lady was literally out to get him. Everything's fine. Shouta wanted to hiss. I can see as much. Ms. Junko said as she smiled at Izuku. Things happen, Mr. Aizawa, but I heard it was handled and no one was harmed. We can't fault you for the society we live in or you going out, so you can provide for him. That's not the only reason I'm here. I thought you'd like to know as soon as possible, as I seem to have found a suitable home for Izuku. If the family adopts him, he'll have plenty of other children to play with when he's older and a stable home life. The family is that of a pro hero who is rather well off, so all his needs will be taken care of. The family has one on the way, so the mother is pleased to help the boy. Shouta's mind went through who in the hero community had a family that had the ball to announce it and was well off. Not many heroes announced that they had kids, let alone were married, so whoever it was clearly had a lot of power to be so boastful. There was only one, and Shouta let out a heavy sigh. Is it Endeavor? The Todoroki family? Shouta asked with slight disgust. He hadn't worked with the number 2 hero yet, but he had heard some unsavory things about him from a few of his coworkers. He couldn't imagine what the man was like at home. If anything, Shouta thought this was a publicity stunt. Number 2 hero takes in an orphan child. He's just a hero at heart, home, and on the job. Shouta wanted to GG. I'm not at liberty to discuss. Ms. Junko said. So it is Endeavor. Has anyone checked to make sure their family is safe? Shouta asked. Why would he be interested in a baby? Was he informed of Izuku's unique situation? If he was, did he think he could take advantage of the boy? Shouta could admit that the other hero could protect Izuku from an attack and provide for physical needs, but what about providing for anything emotional? What if Izuku finds out the truth? Shouta wasn't sure what personality Izuku would grow up to have, but if it were Shouta, he would think he'd go nuts without someone there who he trusted and that proved they cared. Shouta admitted he wasn't great either, but all his attention would be on Izuku and not 4 other kids that were actually his. Izuku would grow up ostracized. Izuku needed someone who was always going to be there. Their little routine and comfort would be gone. No more talks. No more seeing to toothless grins. Yeah. The family was well taken care of. I thought you'd be pleased we got this taken care of so quickly. Izuku should be fine with them. Ms. Junko said as she was pulling out some papers from a folder. No. No. Shouta realized what he said and he responded without a second thought. Was this what feelings parents have over their children as people did as heroes? The moment their bodies, or in this case his mouth, moved on its own without a second thought. She said she was taking Izuku away and he told her the first thing that came into his mind. His heart leaped from his chest into mouth and he denied her proposition. She was not taking Izuku. He was sure of that. That fact that Izuku might, probably, most likely, oh please he was going to live with Endeavor didn't matter. Even if it had been All Might of all people, Shouta would have said no. He was going to be Izuku's dad. No. I didn't want to keep him. If allowed, I want to adopt him. Shouta wouldn't regret it if he made this choice to adopt him, but he would regret it if he didn't. Surely his life would change, but he couldn't imagine it without Izuku. He was a hero to this, his kid, even if he didn't understand. He'd miss their aimless, one-sided talks on the couch as they watched the nightly news until Izuku fell asleep. He'd wonder constantly about how he was doing and was he being treated okay. He doubts that the flaming douchebag would allow him to visit. If it had been probably any other kid, Shouta believed he'd say bye. Izuku just fits so well into his life. Ms. Junko smirked as she showed him the papers she pulled out. Those weren't transferred papers. Then please just sign here. Excuse me? I figured you might say that. Mr. Aizawa, pro-heroes that often take care of kids from bad situations often take full legal custody of them. It happens more than you think. I'd say 9 times out of 10. I figured this might be no different when I came for my visits. You see, my quirk is love scale. I can see how much a person loves someone else on a scale of 1 to 10 when I speak about the person to them. Typically used in cases where the parents may seem unfit. Every time I visited, the love you have for Izuku only went up. Izuku likes you, so he's easy with you and you've grown to care about him. The witness statements I read from the store told me as much. You might be young, but you've got all the qualifications to be Izuku's father. Admittedly, while I wasn't the one who determined the Todoroki family suitable, I have my doubts they would be able to accommodate Izuku. I'm currently investigating why that was. It's my higher-ups and commissions that are pushing Izuku to be somewhere else. I would much rather see Izuku here with you knowing he'll be safe, loved, and well cared for. You wanting to adopt him makes me very happy. I'll still drop by every once in a while to check in, but just sign here and Izuku is officially your son. Junko explained as she put the paper down on the table with a pen. Those were petition for adoption forms. Shouta signed them one-handed as he held his son. Izuku's surname is currently Midoriya. Are you wanting to change it? She asked. No, Shouta said as he looked at his son's green eyes. He has the locket his mother gave him, and even though he might not remember her, I want him to know about her. As a pro, he might get connected to me, so he'll be Izuku Aizawa. Telling his friends, 3 months. Heya! Hizashi greeted as he and Namuri, pro-hero Midnight, came in the door about a week later. They both were surprised to hear Shouta Aizawa actually inviting them over to his apartment. They both agreed to check if he'd been replaced by a villain or pod person. So far he seemed okay and even offered them drinks like he was having a party. Shouta was no host and this was so out of character for him. Oh, look who is still here. Izuku's? Yes, you are. Hizashi said a few octaves higher as he rushed up to Izuku, who was having tummy time on his mat in the living room. Hizashi, don't ever talk to my son like that ever again. Shouta said, dead serious. Namuri spat out her drink as Hizashi screeched, "You're what?" Shouda's quirk flashed to silence him, but the damage was already done as Izuku started crying. Shouta sighed before quickly walking over to pick up Izuku. Shouta Aizawa, what did you say? Namuri asked. My son. Izuku is my son. I have recently adopted him and this gathering is so I can share it along with Izuku turning 3 months. Shouta explained nonchalantly. You could have told us that earlier. Namuri yelled. I would have brought him something as his auntie. He's totally a dad now. Hizashi said under his breath. Crawling, 8 months. When Izuku turned 4 months, Aizawa knew he had to go back to official hero work. That meant starting up patrols again. Luckily his agency took his new situation seriously and Aizawa had a more reasonable patrol time from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. Since Hizashi and Namuri mainly worked in the morning or evening, they were happy to babysit. He also took Ms. Takumi up on every once in a while, who insisted he call her Megumi, and when Izuku got older called her Megami. Those 3 made Shouta feel like he could really be the father he wanted to be for Izuku. Shouta also wanted to make sure he was there for all of Izuku's milestones. Working more at night before Izuku went to bed was the perfect plan to make sure he didn't miss a thing. Say bye to Daddy, Izuku. Hizashi said as Shouta was about to leave. I'll be back. Shouta said as he grabbed his capture scarf, then leaned down to see his son. Bye, Zu. I don't get a bye. Hizashi whined. No. You actually understand that I'm going to be back. Maybe I should ask Namuri to watch because a baby shouldn't watch a baby. Whatever. Hizashi playfully scoffed. We're going to have a blast with Uncle Hizashi. Shouta rolled his eyes before he left, not seeing the point to entertain the man any longer and risk being late. Now, little listener, what should we? Holy crap. My child starts crawling and you call her first and not his dad? Shouta said, pointing at Namuri when he heard the news when he got home. He was trying to keep his voice down as Izuku was actually sleeping in his room. The kid had sonar to Shouda's voice whenever he got home and would always wake up, which meant he wouldn't go back to sleep until he saw him. Dude. You were at work and I had to share it with someone. Hizashi deflected. He was doing so well, yo. Seconds after Shouta left, Izuku started crawling toward the door as if he was going after his daddy. Hizashi quickly broke out of his shock and awe and grabbed his phone to do 2 things. I better be there when he walks. Shouta grumbled. He wasn't pouting. Such a dad. Yamada whispered. Don't worry, I got it on video. Maybe we should have got him a baby sooner. Namuri said. I will remove your babysitting rights. Shouta said, taking Hizashi's phone to look at the son crawling. No. She wailed. Shouta narrowed his eyes and flashed his quirk when she woke Izuku. Name response and no, 9 months. Izuku. Shouda's voice echoed as he looked over the counter to Izuku crawling toward the table to pull off papers Shouta put there. No. Izuku stopped and looked at him. Shouta was with a flurry of emotions. Number 1 and number 2, joy and pride. Izuku responded to his name being called. He turned those beautiful big green eyes at him as soon as he said it. Izuku was so smart. It was often to get his attention that Shouta had to put a hand near him or turn in toward what Shouta wanted him to see. Hashtag 2.5, number 3 and number 4. Pride again, mirth, and dare he think worried for the future. It was clear Izuku did not like the word no as he gave his dad the dirtiest look. Yeah, Izuku was his son as Shouta was proud of the Aizawa glare and worried about when Izuku got older. Separation anxiety, 10 months. Shouta had to leave for an overnight raid a couple districts over and had his friends both watch over Izuku. This would be the first time since adopting him he was going to be gone more than 12 hours and he trusted both of them not to kill his kid while he was gone. He wasn't worried. No way. Both of them were needed to care for Izuku. Shouta has been gone for over a day now and Izuku noticed. Did you try feeding him? Changing him? Hisashi asked frantically. Yes. Namuri said as she rocked the crying baby who wouldn't calm down and gently patted his back. Izuku wailed and wailed for seemingly no reason. Shouta mentioned when he was younger he had colic, but they thought he grew out of that by now. Their saving grace was a knock at the door. Oh, Gumi. Sorry to disturb you. Hisashi said. No need. I was coming back from fetching my mail and heard this little one. She said sweetly as Izuku looked at her with tear-filled green eyes. He then shook his head a little. Oh dear. Poor thing. Do you know what's wrong? Namuri asked. She was beginning to worry that if Izuku didn't calm down soon she might have to use her quirk. Oh, such a daddy's boy, she said as she carefully picked a toy and patted his cheek. She rattled the toy and pushed its stomach making it light up. Izuku let out some whimpers, but his eyes were trained on the toy. Huh? The two pro-heroes questioned. When they get around this age they might get separation anxiety from their parents. He just misses his dad. First thing is to remain calm. If you don't he might think you're freaking out because something happened and you'll want to keep him occupied so. That woman was an angel to them as Izuku eventually calmed down and started to react to them normally. However, as soon as Shouta walked in the door they were chopped liver. First birthday. Happy birthday to you. July 15th, Izuku's birthday. Thankfully they had the although very old birth certificate so Shouta could actually celebrate Izuku's birthday on his actual birthday. His baby was 1 now and had been with him 10 months. 10 months that Shouta wouldn't change for the world. He loved Izuku so much as he watched his green curly-haired baby play in his cupcake, getting it all over his fingers. Just a small get-together with Hisashi, Namuri, and Megumi. Ms. Junko was invited as Shouta couldn't not extend an offer after she was the benefactor of his adoption. She couldn't make it due to work, but sent a birthday card. Shouta really didn't want to do a party, but Hisashi convinced him. He told him it's not a party, it's a celebration that Izuku gets to live a life after all. Shouta still called it a party, but agreed with the sentiment that it represented. Only Shouta and Hisashi knew about Izuku's true origin, that he was apparently born over 100 years ago. They discussed at least telling Namuri and would do so at a better time. Tsukachi had apparently looked more into that time and confirmed Izuku was supposedly born during the dawning of quirks. He told them not to get their hopes up, but he might have a source that could tell them about this time PRD when Izuku was born. He was apparently a busy man in another country. They supposed that was understandable, but for now they focused on the little sunshine before them who was making a mess with his tiny cupcake. Shouta also looked at all the toys they bought him and knew he was going to make a mess out of his apartment. First birthday, days after. Tsukachi picked up the phone seeing it was from an out-of-the-country number. Good he finally got back to him about this. All he mentioned to his friend was that he wanted to speak with him about something rather urgent, but could wait if needed. To make this as efficient as possible he sent a protected email explaining the minor details. Hello. Thank you for getting back to me. How's America? The detective asked. Good. I'm planning on returning to Japan soon, probably within the next year or two. Now, what did you need to discuss? The man on the other line said. I'm sure you read over the email I sent. Tsukachi assumed. I did. 2 pro-heroes found a child in the middle of a raided warehouse supposedly coming from the past? Seems rather far-fetched. Trust me. We wished it wasn't. The child was found with a note on the back of receipt with the date September 21st, XXXX. The receipt was printed and the name of the supposed mother is someone born 25 years before that time. He has a birth certificate. If this was a joke, it's a pretty damn good one. What I'm calling about isn't to discuss the child. Then what? What can you tell about the beginnings of all for one, Toshinori? First word. 12 months. Any day, any moment Izuku could randomly say his first word. He was already babbling and making sounds, so everyone was trying to make sure it was them that either got to hear it or be who he spoke of. That also meant his friends, honorary family for Izuku, were always at his house and not leaving him alone. Uncle. Auntie. He's not going to say either of those. Shouta said. Fine then. Aiza. Hisashi tried. Nemi. You two are ridiculous. Shouta sighed and looked at Izuku, who seemed unimpressed at his uncle and aunt. Izuku. The baby looked at him. Say dada. Izuku smiled and clapped his hands. Da. Everyone's eyes widened before they broke into smiles and pouty faces. Counts. It totally counts. Shouta said, smirking as he patted Izuku's curls. Good job, Zu. No, it doesn't. Shut up. Nemuri said. Izuku say auntie. Say Nemuri. Auntie Nem. Dada. Now you can't say sheet. He said dad. Shouta said as he picked up Izuku and hugged, proud that Izuku said him first. It wasn't like Shouta wasn't trying to do that for weeks, constantly saying to him. Say it again. Sich. Shouta quickly covered his mouth and pointed a finger at him. No. The look was back. Izuku wasn't impressed by his dad either. First illness, almost 18 months. Shouta was frantic as he tapped his foot on the white clean tiles of the hospital. For the past 2 days Izuku had been fussy. He didn't want to eat or sleep and was constantly pulling at his ears. He screamed the words, "Daddy hurt" and "Stop." Since starting to talk, Izuku has learned new words every month, sometimes every week. Shouta had to be careful what he said at home, especially when he stepped on Izuku's toy, and Izuku almost learned what diamanite was. Shouta took his temperature, which read to be 103 F. It was only 99 F when he last checked. Shouta panicked and Megumi told him he needed to calm down and should take Izuku to the hospital. He could do one of those things. The staff took him back immediately, but Shouta had to wait while they ran a test to rule out a couple illnesses that were being reported and dangerous to infants. They preferred not to have Shouta there to further stress him out. Even the nurses could tell Shouta was overwhelmed with concern, and that wasn't going to help anyone. He could be fetched once he'd calmed down. Tomorrow Izuku turned 18 months and was going to start walking any moment. He was already standing on his own, but as soon as he let go of the couch he fell down. Izuku was always determined to try again, but after a particularly nasty fall he was like, nope, maybe later. Shouta couldn't help worrying whether or not Izuku would make it to the later time. What if this was something hereditary? He didn't know Izuku's parents' full health records from a full family tree. From the little information they got from digging into his mother, she was a healthy woman. She didn't have anything she could pass on to her son, so was this on the lines of what Megumi warned him about? Babies get sick, you just need to prepare for it. They confirmed he'd be alright, but that did nothing to help Shouta. Hisashi was right. He was a dad, and despite the overwhelming concern he never thought would be possible for him to feel, but he wouldn't change. Shouta was not prepared and was panicking. Dawn hadn't even started and Shouta hated that he found himself dozing off. Walking 18 months. Mr. Aizawa. Someone would like to see you, the nurse said with a smile as she woke Shouta up. Looking out the window, the sun had risen, starting the new day. Shouta instantly got up and his heart felt full seeing Izuku standing with a nurse near the door. He looked 100% better. His cheeks weren't bright red, he was smiling, and his happy baby was okay. Is he okay? Shouta asked. Just a pretty nasty ear infection. Happens to kids a couple times a year. You did the right thing bringing him here with the fever he had, the nurse said. He's ready to go home. You'll just need to sign out and speak with his doctor. Thank you, Shouta said. In a minute. Right now Shouta needed to hold his son. Look who it is, Izuku. The other nurse said, turning his son to see him. Dada. Izuku cried as he started walking, almost running, to him. Well, running as well as he could for his age, but Shouta still held back crying. Shouta grabbed his son tightly and hugged him, happy he was okay and in his arms. With his hand and face planted in Izuku's soft curls, Shouta allowed him to start crying. He was growing up so fast. Izuku was okay, and Shouta knew he wouldn't be able to bear the thought if he ever wasn't. The next few years flew by in a blink of an eye. Before they knew it, almost 3 years had passed and Izuku was about to turn 4 years old. Shouta couldn't adore his son more as his personality began to show. Hisashi swears that the whole Izuku was born in the past is crap, and Shouta ran into a quirk that gave him a biological child with some random lady's genetics. Sometimes Izuku was a carbon copy of Shouta. He was smart, kind, although that trait missed Shouta, and the look Shouta had been so worried about was one of Izuku's deadly weapons, along with the puppy dog eyes. He wouldn't admit to anyone he caved a couple times, and Izuku got what he wanted. Not much changed as Izuku grew, as Shouta still got his nightly news conversations, but now they were no longer one-sided. Izuku had a love for heroes and quirks, thinking they were so cool, so they often talked for hours about them. It was before Izuku's 2nd birthday that they also told Namuri about Izuku's true origin. She immediately started laughing, thinking they were joking, but realized they weren't by Hisashi not saying, "Gotcha." It was their fault for telling her on April 1st. Afterward she took it in stride and said that didn't matter to her and she'd protect her baby nephew with her life. She also said she'd help with the investigation the best she could, but for the moment it was a standstill. Tsukachi's lead wasn't helpful at the moment unless they could talk in person, which really sucked when the man apparently couldn't leave America yet nor find the time. The detective couldn't even tell them anything about him or what might lead them to answers. A matter of security and confidentiality that they weren't cleared for. Apparently it was sensitive information that the detective couldn't receive over an email or over the phone. That was fine despite Shouta not agreeing with it. Izuku wasn't in any real danger that they could see, but if that changed he didn't care who it was. They were going to tell him what they knew connected to his son. The biggest hint they had may or may not appear soon. As Izuku was about to turn, everyone was anxiously waiting what Izuku's quirk was or if he had one. His mother was recorded to have an object pull quirk, but of course nothing on his father. Despite the time period he was living in, Izuku was still born to parents that were most likely first-generation quirk users and thus had a high chance of being quirkless. Shouta was preparing for both options because either way he had a gut feeling that it wasn't going to end well if he was quirkless or inherited something from his dad. Shouta crossed his fingers for a telekinesis-type quirk like his mom to save some trouble. During that time Shouta realized he needed to move. Izuku was getting older and they could no longer share a bedroom. By the time Izuku was 2.5, the bedroom was more of Izuku's and Shouta was just sleeping in it. Luckily the floor he lived on had an opening down the hall where a 2-bedroom was being rented out, and they moved in as soon as his lease was up. Megumi was so happy they were still going to be nearby because Izuku had taken to her like fish to water. He absolutely called her Megami, and seeing the little old lady smile was such a joy. She honestly thought of Izuku as her grandchild, and Shouta was okay with that since neither of his parents were around. With him, her, and his friends they created a close-knit family for Izuku who all loved him. By the time Izuku turned 3 was when he grew a fascination with heroes and was over the moon learning Shouta was a pro hero. It was awkward when Izuku was animatedly telling him about this hero he saw in a blurry clip and having to explain to his son that it was his father. He thought Izuku was going to pass out from either excitement. Even worse when he learned Uncle Hisashi and Aunt Namuri were also heroes. Shouta told him it was a secret and couldn't tell anyone. What Shouta thought was worse was Izuku's obsession with All Might. He tried to sway him away from the blonde idiot, but like Shouta, Izuku was stubborn and knew what he wanted. "I want to be a hero when I grow up. Just like All Might. Just like..." Shouta smiled at his son as he continued to name off his favorite heroes, which at this point was any of them. Shouta said he'd support him in his dream if that was what he really wanted. He wasn't surprised, as Izuku always seemed influenced by everything around him and loved new things. Apparently going to school didn't count, not at first. Shouta could remember the day when Izuku sobbed about going to preschool a couple months ago. On the very first day, Izuku clung to him with fat tears that he didn't want to go and leave daddy. He had been so ready days before, making sure his bag was packed and everything. He guessed Izuku forgot Shouta couldn't stay. Eventually he pried Izuku off with. Well, he bribed him with merch and the little sheet didn't even look guilty. Oh well, Izuku seemed to be doing well and that was what mattered, or so he thought. A parent meeting? Shouta asked as he was on the phone with one of Izuku's teachers one afternoon in the beginning of July. No need to be concerned, Mr. Aizawa. We just like to meet with the parents every couple months to update them on their kids. Izuku is an angel to have, his teacher said sweetly. When do you have openings? I'm pretty much free in the mornings and evenings. Shouta said. Like most kids with pro-hero parents, it's often not put on their files unless they're public. Endeavor. All they knew was Shouta worked mainly at night. How about tomorrow when you come to pick Izuku up? She suggested. That's fine. See you then. Shouta sighed. He knew this day would come. His first parent-teacher conference. Granted, this was basically for a 4-year-old and Shouta had a pretty good idea what she was going to say. Izuku is delightful to have. He is very smart, but is rather talkative to the other kids. He's like that at home and Shouta didn't think he'd be any different. Izuku is very quiet. What? We are talking about the same kid, right? Shouta asked as he pointed through the window to where Izuku was drawing while they met. He didn't believe it. To put it bluntly, Izuku never shuts up at home and hasn't since he could form full sentences. Shouta didn't think there was another Izuku in his class, but apparently there might be. However, Shouta had a sinking feeling in his chest as he thought about their talks after pickup. Shouta would ask how his day was and Izuku would always talk about the things they did, never about the other kids. He should have seen it, but Izuku's bright smile distracted him. Izuku is so smart and follows directions really well. Some kids are just quiet while not with their parents. We do have one concern though. Izuku appears to have an imaginary friend. We noticed him talking with someone and when we asked he just said a friend. It's not all the time and not really a distraction, but the other kids have noticed. Now this might be a quirk, but he isn't quite 4 so we weren't going to push it to be tested. Does his mother have a kind of quirk like this? She asked. No. I know his mother had an object pull quirk, who is unfortunately no longer with us and Izuku's adopted so he doesn't share anything genetic with me. I don't know about his father. Oh dear. I saw on his file only you, Ms. Kiyama, Ms. Takumi, and Mr. Yamada are the only people permitted to pick him up. She mentioned pulling out his approved pickup list. Shouta wasn't going to tell her there was a reason for that and there was a note that if anyone else comes to pick him up there are to call the police and him immediately. The troubles of being a pro-hero where someone could use their family to get revenge if they ever found out. I work in a type of security so I want to make sure he's protected. Understandable. Well, regardless if this is a quirk, the other kids have been avoiding Izuku because of this and have been rather mean by calling him weird. We've told the children to be nice, especially as this is the time where they're coming into their quirks. A couple of the kids had already shown signs. Should I be concerned? Shouta asked. Shouta knew that kids could be cruel and this was a society that implanted the idea into kids as young as 3 that the quirk they get at 4 dictated their entire life. You either got something flashy or you were no better than the dirt on the bottom of someone's shoes. I wouldn't worry about it too much for right now. The children are too occupied with some of the other kids who have their quirks. If an obvious quirk doesn't show up soon, I would say take him to a specialist as this could be a way it's manifesting. We'll keep you updated, but otherwise I feel Izuku has such a bright future and I'm glad to hear he's got such a kind and supportive father. Shouta smiled at her kind words. Izuku was his whole world. He never thought he'd get attached to that baby who literally landed in his lap, but here he was 3 years later. Izuku, can we talk? Shouta said before Izuku ran into the living room after he put his plate on the counter after dinner that night. Yeah, Daddy. Izuku said coming back and standing in front of him with a bright smile. Shouta had to be strong, but this kid made it so damn difficult. Are you making any friends at school? Shouta asked. He instantly saw the worried look in his eyes. Izuku might not lie to him, but that didn't mean he didn't know the signs of him trying. Izuku. No, Izuku said softly. Why not? You're smart and kind. Anyone would like to be your friend. Shouta said. They don't like Chi-Chi. Shishi. Shouta asked. This must be the name of the imaginary friend his teacher said. Yeah, Izuku said as the once pouting face instantly morphed into a bright smile. He goes away sometimes, but he always comes back. He says to look after me. Is this your quirk? Shouta asked. If it was, then Izuku would know better than anyone, right? Nope. Izuku shook his head. But I can't wait until I get mine. I hope it's super cool like All Might's. Ooh, or like yours. Izuku, when you go back to school, will you do Daddy a big favor? Will you be brave, like a hero, and try to make friends? Shouta asked. Izuku looked nervous for a moment before his eyes lit up. I can do that. I'll be brave like you. But, bath time. No. Shouta pointed and Izuku dramatically walked to the bathroom to get his bath before bed. He'd go in there in a second to help him, but Shouta needed a moment to think. Shouta had it all planned out. He was going to take time off work and Izuku out of school for a couple days around his birthday. It was then he would sit him down and explain everything. He'd tell him he was adopted and that wouldn't change that Shouta was his dad and he loved him. He would tell him his mom died when he was a baby and give him the locket with her picture so he could remember her. He was beginning to wonder if Izuku knew why he didn't have a mom like everyone else. He absolutely wasn't telling Izuku what year he was actually born. He was putting that off until Izuku was much older. He honestly was worried how Izuku was going to take it all. He knew his son was a bright kid, but he was sensitive. He cried a lot of things. The one that broke Shouta's heart was telling Izuku they couldn't take the cats home from the cafe they liked no matter how cute and friendly they were. Maybe they'd visit on their little birthday vacation. Something they could do together as father and son. A loud crash echoed out the bathroom. Luckily nothing sounded broken. Oh, Daddy. Shouta smiled as he went to see what the damage was. Izuku looked over at the boy sitting by himself looking bored as he drew a picture furiously. Despite getting his quirk not that long ago, he preferred to sit by himself and sparked his hands at anyone who got close. His quirk was going to be so cool one day and Izuku really wanted to talk to him about it. He was going to be brave and make his dad proud of him. He was going to make a friend. If only Shishi was there to give him some encouragement. See, can I sit with you? Izuku asked nervously. No, you weirdo. The boy scoffed. That's not nice. Izuku pouted. Then don't make yourself an easy target, dummy. My daddy says you should always be nice to people. Izuku said. Well, your old man doesn't know anything. He ain't nothing special. I'm going to be a hero and a pencil pusher like him will listen to me. Katsuki Bakugu, future #1 hero. Katsuki shouted as he made tiny sparks with his quirk. Katsuki. No quirk use, the teacher scolded. It was an accident. Katsuki sneered. You know better. While the teacher was turned around, Katsuki glared at the woman's head and then stuck out his tongue. He then tossed the red crayon back on the table and grabbed a yellow one and scribbled. You like All Might too? Izuku asked, seeing that Katsuki was coloring All Might's hair. Yeah, who doesn't? Katsuki answered. I'm going to be an awesome hero, so of course I'm going to know an awesome hero like him. I want to be a hero too. All Might and another hero are my favorites. Especially when both boys heard something crash from the hall followed by shouting. They both looked at the clock and saw they were supposed to be picked up for another 20 minutes. No one's parents were supposed to be there yet and the teacher hadn't said anything about someone leaving early. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The teacher said nervously as she tried to keep the man out of the classroom. That beach is keeping him from me. He's my son too, damn it. The fuming parent growled as he pushed his way into the room and scanned the children looking for his son. Demon woman, keeping him from me. Izuku knew some of the words the mean man was saying were bad. He repeated his dad once and got in trouble. He was in the corner for a whole 10 minutes. Dad said he could say them when he got older. Uncle and auntie disagreed. Izuku pretty much knew who everyone's parents were as his dad ran late. Usually he was sleeping. He didn't look like anyone he saw before, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a black-haired boy starting to shake. Fear flooded his eyes as color drained from his face. If he remembered correctly, he just moved here from China and his birthday was a day before his. He also just got his quirk that let him sprout scales from his body like a dragon or lizard. Izuku was going to try talking to him too, as he wanted to know more about him. Looking at the man, Izuku's eyes widened, seeing a trail of smoke starting to come out of the man's mouth. Daddy said only bad guys use their quirk without permission unless to protect themselves. The man's mouth opened a little and Izuku's eyes were drawn to the flame about to spill out. He was going to hurt everyone here. He looked at his classmates and saw the fear in their eyes. Even Katsuki looked scared. The boy was now shaking so hard as his father's eyes made contact with him. There you are, runt. The man started taking several strides and pushed away at the teachers who tried to protect the kids as wisps of fire trailed out. I want to be a hero when I grow up. Just like All Might. Just like you, Daddy. Izuku steeled himself. He was going to be just like his daddy, his hero. He was going to save people and not be scared of anything. Before he knew, his little feet moved on their own toward the fire-breathing villain. Come here, son, or I will burn this entire place to the ground. Izuku didn't have any sort of plan when he ran toward the upset father. He just knew he needed to save everyone. The black-haired boy looked so scared and he didn't want him to get hurt. His dad was a hero and that's all Izuku wanted to be. The most important thing a hero does is save people when they're in danger. Just like him. Daddy was the one who saved him the bad dreams, the monsters under his bed, and the ones roaming the streets. But he wasn't here right now, no one was, so Izuku had to be brave until Daddy came. Dad would be here any moment and save the day like he always did. Izuku slammed into the guy with palms out as hard as he could. The guy stumbled back as he heard gasps and screams echo around him. The disgruntled man growled as he reached out and grabbed Izuku by the face under his chin. Lifting him up, the man breathed in his face. Izuku could smell the alcohol, adult drinks, on his breath. Or at least that's what Uncle Hizashi called it, so he'd stop asking. It made adults act weird. Uncle Hizashi got even more loud and Aunt Namuri got sleepy and touchy. Daddy said he wasn't stupid and didn't drink it with him around. You stupid kid. The man snarled as he squeezed. If you think you are? A hero or something? I will. Izuku said as he moved his face out of the man's grip enough to bite him. He sank his teeth into the crook of his thumb and index finger as hard as he could. Demon brat. This wasn't even his kid, he realized in a moment of clarity. Using what strength he could muster, he threw Izuku across the room. The small boy hit one of the tables before sliding off, landing on the floor. One of the teachers screamed in fear for the child, while the other at the sight of a white cloth whipping through the door and snaring the man. What the hell? Mr. Aizawa! One of the teachers exclaimed. Katsuki shook in fear as he looked at the scene before him. This guy was so cool how he just came in and tied the guy up with that scarf-looking thing. His eyes were flashing red as his hair was raised. Teachers said he was Mr. Aizawa? But that other kid's name was Midori Aizawa. This was his dad. First that beach and now you. I'm going to burn this place. I can't use my quirk. Because I'm erasing it. As pro-hero Eraserhead, you're under arrest for unauthorized quirk use, endangerment of minors, and that's probably just to name a few. Shouta growled. He was so thankful he was on time, if not early, picking up Izuku. He was coming right from the police station after talking with Tsukachi, so luckily he was still in his hero costume with his capture weapon. When he got there, the secretary was freaking out that an unauthorized guest entered the building and police hadn't arrived yet. Shouta immediately rushed to the classroom and heard crash followed by screaming. From his position behind the man, he was about to use his quirk as he noticed flames leaking out. Quickly pulling the man back, Shouta slammed him into the ground, knocked him out, and cuffed him. The guy reeked of intoxication, so Shouta added that to the list of charges to tell the cops when they arrived. As he put his cuffs on him, he saw the blood sluggishly leaking from a bite wound on his hand. Shouta had a sick feeling about what happened. This man was most likely a child abuser and the child bit back. He'd be alright for now while he checked on Mr. Aizawa. I'm so sorry. Shouta got up off the floor confused as he looked at Izuku's frantic teacher. He got here in time, so it's Izuku. Shouta felt drops all over his body. His stomach, head, and especially his chest as he followed her inside the classroom. He stopped as he looked at the sight before. Izuku, his son, was lying on the floor unconscious with blood on his mouth and temple. Shouta hated that the unsettling and worrying sight of his son painted the whole picture of what happened. He couldn't think of himself as Izuku's dad right now. He needed to be a pro-hero and take care of an injured child, who happened to be his son. Katsuki's red eyes widened at his declaration and saw the man before him get to work. He was a real pro. Izuku's dad was a pro-hero. He wasn't a pencil pusher at all. He came in and took down that guy like it was nothing. Why didn't he say anything? Could he say anything? Probably not, but Katsuki could keep a secret. No wonder Izuku was so badass and stood up for everyone. He didn't have his quirk yet. That was fine. Izuku could be cool, but Katsuki was just going to be better and he'd have to have a friend like him watching his back. He looked over nervously at the concerned adults as the pro carefully checked the green-haired boy over. He hoped the dumbass didn't kill himself before they got a chance to be heroes. Shouta ignored everyone, police included, until he heard about Izuku's condition. From what the paramedics said, he had a concussion and some bruising on his face. That didn't do anything to calm Shouta's nerves as he waited for hours in the waiting area. He felt like he was going to be sick and he kept flashing back to the first time Izuku had an ear infection. He texted Hisashi, who was meeting him there soon. He couldn't be alone right now. Not with Izuku, he would be fine. Izuku would be fine and be coming home soon enough. Mr. Aizawa. A doctor came out. Yes? Izuku, is he? Izuku will be fine. He's got a concussion and some bruises from where his face was grabbed and hitting the table. Everything will heal just fine. Since he's so young, we'd like to keep him overnight for observations. Okay. Shouta said, nodding to himself. That was fine and perfectly logical. Can I see him? Of course. He's still out right now, but should be waking up soon. I can take you to his room. Thank you. Shouta said as he followed the doctor. Izuku looked so serene as he slept. The bruises on his face had already started showing up and Shouta was really wishing he had hit the guy harder. At least broke his nose or something for laying his hands on his son. When Izuku woke up, Shouta wasn't going to scold him for being stupid. He wasn't even 4 yet and he tried to stop a villain at least 3 times his size. What was Izuku thinking? Shouta didn't know what to do. Izuku was so well behaved and Shouta barely ever had to scold him for doing something wrong. If he did, Izuku looked so sorry that Shouta knew Izuku understood he was in the wrong and learned from his mistakes. Shouta. Shouta turned around to see Hisashi standing in the doorway. The man had his casual look with hair in a bun. He looked like he just threw on civilian clothes and rushed over. He was so thankful for all 3 of the people involved in his and Izuku's lives. He could always count on them when he felt like he was drowning. Thanks. Always. What happened, man? Hisashi asked. Not exactly sure, but apparently some a-hole dad showed. Apparently Izuku charged him. Hisashi. What should I do? He's never done something like this before. Hisashi hated that he didn't know what he could do for his best friend. He also hated seeing Shouta like this. The raven-haired man was always so calm and collected, but now he looked like he was falling apart. Being a parent had done wonders for Shouta expressing emotions, but often put him through turmoil of his decisions. He wasn't a parent either and Shouta was right. Izuku never had done anything like this and was so well behaved. He wished he knew all the answers. I guess just hear him out and don't let being mad or overly concerned get the best of ya. Let him know he can't do that. I know the little listener wants to be a hero, but let him know until he gets a license he can't. Shouta took a breath and nodded. If Izuku stayed on this path and stuck to it, Shouta knew he would. A license wasn't going to stop Izuku from getting into trouble because he wanted to help someone. That would be a bridge he'd take care of when he crossed it. He could picture it now, the 2 of butting heads, and he wasn't looking forward to it. Thanks, Hisashi. I mean it. Shouta said. That's what I'm here for, man, but remember you gotta talk to him. He's a smart kid. I know. I just don't know what to say or start. Shouta sighed. Daddy. A small voice called. Shouta let out a breath of relief he didn't know he was holding. A pair of green eyes were staring back at him. Now Shouta could actually believe that Izuku was going to be okay. Izuku, are you okay? Shouta asked softly. H hurts. I'll get a nurse. Hizashi said, rushing out the room. I know, Zu. You're going to be okay. You just got roughed up a bit. Shouta explained. Everyone okay? Izuku asked. What? Shouta asked. No one got burned up? Did you save the day in time? Izuku asked. Izuku knew his dad would always save the day and always be there. He told Izuku stories about the people he saved and how seeing them walk away was what made being a hero worth it. Shouta no longer needed the blanks filled in as he looked at the adoration laced with a hurt look on his son's face. The villain was going to use his quirk if it meant getting to his son. The entire place would have been ignited instantly with everyone inside. Shouta would have been arriving at the scene of a fire or the mass murderer of a preschool with his son being a victim. Despite being as young as he was, Izuku really did listen to what Shouta told him during those nightly conversations. Izuku assessed the situation, determined the threat, and stalled for time knowing a more capable hero would be arriving soon. He often remembered telling him that heroes will always need help, so that's why they have sidekicks and backups. No hero could work alone, not even All Might. Daddy. Izuku looked at his dad, seeing his face go from worried, relieved, concerned, and then troubled. He almost looked mad. Was his daddy mad at him? He was trying to help. Did daddy realize something? Was he bad? Izuku attempted to ask him, but then a doctor came in asking him a bunch of questions and daddy was swept up to the background with a guilty look on his face. He then looked at his phone and turned to his uncle, but Izuku couldn't hear the conversation they were having. Sheet. Shouta swore as he pocketed his phone. What's up? Hizashi asked. I have to go to the station tomorrow and give my statement. They have enough on him from Izuku's teachers, but I'm the arresting pro on the scene, so they need to talk to me soon. Can you be here just in case? I'll be as quick as possible. Bro, relax. Hizashi said, putting a hand on his shoulder. I got you. I'll chill with my favorite little listener until you can get here. Shouta figured it would take 2, maybe 3 hours at most. He'd go in the morning when Izuku was still sleeping so he wouldn't notice him gone. He would come back, they'd get him discharged, and then they'd head home. Home, where Shouta knew, was where he and Izuku had to talk. Izuku remembered daddy staying with him all night. A strong hand holding onto his smaller one and not letting go. He mostly slept through the night, especially after some pain medications that made his aches feel better. Every once in a while he'd wake up and see his dad's face conflicted. Sometimes he looked like he was trying not to cry. Izuku hoped he'd be there in the morning so he could tell him he loved him and that it was okay. He wouldn't be bad anymore or try to be a hero if it was just going to make him upset. He didn't like his dad upset because that could make him think about leaving Izuku behind. Izuku thought about it often. He really only had 5 people in his life, and Izuku wondered if he was the reason no one wanted to be around him. He had his daddy, Auntie Namuri, Uncle Hizashi, Magrami, and Shishi. Daddy was his favorite because he was his hero. Auntie Namuri told him not to tell his dad she spoiled him, whatever that meant by letting him eat snacks or stay up late. Uncle Hizashi was so fun to hang out with and funny. He also gave the coolest gifts, usually exclusive hero merch. Magrami gave the warmest hugs and Izuku loved doing activities with her like baking. Shishi told Izuku he could call him something else, but not until he got older. He said he was there to watch over Izuku and one day he'd understand. They were all great, but Izuku had questions and he didn't know how to ask. What happened to his mom? He had a mom, because the teacher said everyone did. Was daddy going to think Izuku was trouble? Was that why mommy left him? Was that why daddy asked him to make friends so he wouldn't be lonely when he left? Izuku would just ask him when he woke up. Daddy never lied to him. However, when he woke up that morning after he saw only Uncle Hizashi was there. Good morning, little listener. Hizashi said, seeing Izuku's groggy eyes look around. You're going to bust out of here. Once your dad gets back. Where is daddy? Izuku asked concerningly as he felt his heart starting to beat louder. He just had to go take care of a few things. He'll be back, listener. Hizashi said as he ruffled Izuku's curls. What things? Izuku asked. Pro hero business bud. Hisashi answered with a grin. Izuku looked down at his lap. Daddy wasn't there. He had left him, or was he trying to? Uncle Hisashi was Daddy's best friend, so he would know. He needed to know. Uncle Heiza? Yeah, listener? Hisashi asked as he looked at his nephew and saw him fiddling with his blanket. But he knew that gesture. Whenever Izuku fiddled with his hands or whatever he was holding, it meant he was really thinking about something. Usually that thought made him sad, and it broke Hisashi's heart looking at Izuku, seeing him try to put on a brave face. Izuku looked like he wanted to cry, but didn't want to. You want to ask something? Izuku kept opening and then closing his mouth, looking very unsure. He then looked up at Hisashi as tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill out. Izuku then finally asked him his question. Shouta rubbed his eyes as he finally got back to the hospital. It took longer than he expected to get everything sorted out. He hated that he was right about what he pieced together, and it was so unsettling that his 3-year-old, almost 4, had saved that entire building. The man had almost burned the entire place to the ground if Izuku had distracted him, effectively giving Shouta the time to arrive and take him down. Said man would be going away for a long time on a number of charges. Shouta wished he could have punched him again, but the cops at the station weren't that nice, and he agreed he needed to be with his son who needed him. Shouta had a plan. They'd grab something to eat, go home, talk, and just be lazy. Shouta figured he might put off telling Izuku anything for the moment until things settled down. Shouta wasn't going to punish him, but Izuku needed to understand he couldn't do that anymore. He knew what would make Izuku feel better is seeing him walk in with a smile. Hisashi always said his smile was creepy, but Izuku loved it. However, as he reached the door, he felt his heart sink to depths of bottomless pit when he heard Izuku's scared voice ask, "Does Daddy not love me anymore? Does Daddy not love me anymore? Did I do bad trying to be like him? Does Daddy not want me because I'm not his?" Izuku asked Hisashi as his big green eyes welled with tears that finally poured out. No. Oh no. Listener, your daddy loves you so much, Hisashi said, placing a hand on Izuku's arm trying to comfort him. He swallowed hard, trying to keep both his quirk and tear ducts in check. If he looked scared, then Izuku would freak out even more. But Hisashi was freaked out because how did Izuku know that Shouta wasn't his actual dad? No one had ever said anything and were so careful not to before Shouta could. But Izuku sobbed, but was cut off by heavy footsteps and arms enveloping him, hugging him tightly. Izuku gasped as he recognized the arms that were holding him. I love you so much, Izuku. I want you in my life so much. I can't imagine it without you. Don't ever think otherwise. If you ever do, just come to me and I'll tell you every time how much I love you. Shouta said as he tried not to cry. How could he let his son, his world, think that he didn't want him? Why you were gone and why you looked so sad. Izuku blubbered out. Daddy was worried about you, Zu. I know you want to be a hero, but Daddy can't stand the thought of something bad happening to you. Daddy was scared because he doesn't want to lose you. We'll talk, but just know that I love you so much. Shouta said as he hugged Izuku's head and kissed his head. Izuku cried harder as he nodded. His daddy did love him. It put a warm feeling in him that only got worse by the second. His chest felt heavy and hot. Almost like he couldn't breathe. He tried to catch his breath, but couldn't. He started wheezing along with coughing and hiccuping. Daddy. Izuku tried to call out to him. Zu, I need to breathe. Shouta said, cupping his face. Oh no, Izuku had worked himself up and couldn't calm down. Follow me. I see can't. Izuku only cried harder as the heat in his throat finally started coming up. He felt like he was going to throw up. He harshly coughed and Izuku's eyes widened, seeing a burning light come out of his mouth. Using as much strength as he could muster, he pushed Shouta away as he continued to cough out small flames that caught onto the blankets. Izuku! Shouta cried, seeing his son start to literally spit out flames from his mouth. This was that villain's quirk? How did Izuku have his quirk? Izuku's father was a villain from the past. How was he using his quirk? Shouta couldn't understand. Shouta then flashed his own quirk, hoping to stop Izuku before the place burned. The flames instantly stopped. Izuku continued to cough like he was trying to get something out of his throat as he looked at Shouta for help. Keeping his eyes trained on him, he grabbed his hand. Luckily, Hisashi acted quickly and grabbed some water and put out the small fires that had caught on the blankets, then yelled for a doctor. "You're going to be fine. Breathe, buddy," Shouta said. "Daddy. I don't wanna hurt you." Izuku sobbed out, muffled under his hands that were covering his mouth. "We're going to give him something to calm him down, okay?" the doctor said after they arrived. Izuku barely noticed his presence as he kept his eyes locked with his dad's and didn't even flinch when the man stuck him with a needle that he oh so hated. Immediately he felt sleepy as he looked at his dad. His face was different from last night. He was concerned, but Izuku could see how much his daddy loved him as he fell asleep. "I figured it might put him out a little bit." "What happened?" the doctor asked before then noticing the burn marks on the bed. I think Izuku's quirk came in," Shouta said in disbelief. "I'll call up our quirk specialist. She'll be able to determine what kind of quirk we're looking at. The ability to breathe fire though is interesting," the doctor said. Izuku woke up about an hour later confused. Everything was so foggy. Daddy was there looking happy to see him, but Uncle Hisashi was gone. There was a lady in the room he hadn't seen before. "Daddy, I dreamed weird," Izuku said, rubbing his eyes. "My throat feels hot and itchy." Shouta smiled. "You're okay now." "Izuku, that wasn't a dream. You got your quirk." Izuku remembered the bad man's quirk that let him breathe fire from not his dream. Izuku remembered how he felt like he couldn't breathe and those same flames came out of his own mouth. That couldn't be his quirk though. He wasn't like that man at all. He was going to hurt people like a villain. Izuku wanted to be a hero. "No. I don't want to hurt anyone. People will get burned," Izuku said frantically. "Izuku. It's okay. You won't do that. Can you tell me why?" Izuku sniffed and shook his head. "Because you're going to be a hero one day. No quirk is bad or good. You'll help people, right? So that makes your quirk good." Izuku's eyes widened as he looked at the reassured expression on his face. The smile his dad gave him said it all. "Why yeah." Izuku nodded. "But now, this nice lady here is going to explain your quirk to us. So I don't just breathe fire?" Izuku asked innocently. "It's not just that," the specialist said with a chuckle. "It appears Izuku has the ability to absorb the quirk factors of other people." "But how?" Shouta asked. "Is it touch-based?" She shook her head. "Apparently it's done by DNA. If Izuku ingests or comes in direct contact with someone else's DNA, whether it be saliva, hair, or blood, and he gains the ability to use their quirk as if it were his own. I would also say if Izuku's had an open wound and touched another person's blood, it would work similarly as well. It's hard to say." "Blood?" Izuku bit the man yesterday who had a fire-breathing quirk. That blood got in Izuku's mouth. Under normal circumstances, Izuku wouldn't manifest a quirk like any other kid, because without an outside stimulus Izuku wouldn't be able to use his. It was subtle, almost invisible. He might as well appear quirkless until he came in contact with someone's DNA. Who would know how long that would have taken before it happened? What an interesting quirk that Shouta figured he must have gotten from his biological father. It was certainly going to be interesting to control and see how Izuku would use it. Also, the fact how Izuku would gain other people's quirks was still daunting. "What's DNA?" Izuku asked. "It's where people's genes are located," the woman said. "Like pants?" Izuku asked confused. Was he like best genist? Shouta chucked. "No, Zu. She means it's what makes you. Like how you look. Like mine says I have black hair and eraser is my quirk. Think like blueprints for a house or code for a video game." "Oh, okay. Mine says I have green hair." "Good job. DNA is found in hair, blood, saliva, and skin. So what she's saying is if you eat that from someone else you get the ability to use their quirk," Shouta said. Izuku's eyes both had wonder and a little bit of "w" in it. Shouta couldn't blame him for that one. Knowing you had to eat hair to use your quirk wasn't entirely exciting, but having the ability to use a lot of quirks was. So at the moment, Izuku just has the power of the man who could breathe fire. You'll need to be careful as he takes in new quirks and effects their factors might have on his body. I would recommend staying away from mutant types for now until some testing can be done safely. Understood. Thank you. Izuku. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. She said, now for the registry I was thinking. But I want to name it. Please. Izuku exclaimed. Can we get back to you on the name? Shouta asked. Of course. Please have it soon so we can get it registered. She said before leaving them the files and exiting the room. So, is your quirk cool? Shouta asked. Yeah, like you said. I have tools. Izuku said. Exactly, but use that breath in the house and you're dead. But is grass, you understand me? Shouta said, dead serious. He was pretty sure the apartment didn't come with quirk insurance, especially for little sheets who could breathe fire. Izuku grinned. Him playing around with his quirk? Never. Thanks for watching him, Megumi. The school called a meeting with parents. Shouta said, dropping Izuku off that afternoon. Oh, don't bother. I understand. We'll have fun. How about we make some cookies? Megumi asked. Yeah. Izuku said excitedly. Maybe he could try. Izuku. Came Shouta's stern voice. To make cookies with your quirk. Izuku's eyes widened. How did he know? Shouta narrowed his eyes, tempting him to deny it. Izuku pouted. One day he would try to make something with his quirk and his dad wouldn't be able to say anything about it. And if he did it would be too late. We won't. Come on, dear. You can help me pick out which ones we should make. Megumi said as she ushered him in as she named off all the different kinds she had. As they worked, Izuku excitedly told her about his quirk. She smiled as she listened to him talk. This child was so sweet. Megami, what's that? Izuku asked about the big blanket that was draped across the chair as they came into the living room after putting the cookies in the oven. This is a quilt I'm making. Megumi answered as she set a piece of fabric on top of the other. Is it for me? Izuku asked curiously. No, but I'll happily make you one after this one is all done. It's for a kid in the hospital who gets cold all the time. She answered. You see, what I'm doing is called applique. Huh. It means to apply or put onto something else. I'm fusing them together to make it one. That's it. Izuku exclaimed as he hugged her. You're the best, Megami. Oh dear. I mean, thank you, but what's all this? I know what my quirks will be. Can I call Daddy? He should be out of his meeting, so I don't see why not. Shouta sighed, walking out of the school. Before returning to school the next day, the staff and administration wanted to meet with all the parents about what happened and apologize. Rightfully so, parents were concerned about the safety of their children and they were placated by the increase of security as now the doors would be locked and anyone entering outside the drop-off and pick-up times would need to be buzzed in. They weren't naive about it and understood if parents wanted to withdraw their kids. Some of them did, including the mother of the boy whose father was the attacker. It wasn't likely Izuku would see him again. Shouta was also sure he had a fan club now and he hated it. He had one fan and his name was Izuku, not a PTA group. He never felt so embarrassed and flattered in his life. When he walked in, all the parents fawned over him and thanked him for saving their kids. Much to their surprise, they learn his son actually goes there. One blonde woman smacked him on the back thanking him and told him her son never shuts up now that a kid has a pro hero for a dad. She said he was all right in her book and she was grateful for him. Geez. He wonders which brat was hers and how to not let Izuku meet them. It really lifted the school's spirit that Shouta told them Izuku would be staying. They were surprised, especially after what happened. Shouta told them why. The teachers were really attentive toward his son and Izuku loved it there. What he kept to himself was that Izuku told him about how he might have made a friend, so he didn't want to take that way if that were true. After what happened at the hospital, Shouta knew had to take a step back and let people come into Izuku's life. He was lonely and he couldn't hide him away forever. Speaking of Izuku, Megumi was calling him. Izuku better not have burned anything. Hello. Daddy. Shouta held the phone back some as Izuku's excited voice yelled. So good news that couldn't wait 20 minutes. What is it, Zu? I know what my quirk is called. Really? Yeah. Magrami helped me. It's called Applique. Shouta called the registry to officially name Izuku's quirk. When he finally got home and saw how excited Izuku was, he didn't have the heart to ruin his good day by talking about something that would surely make him cry. It could wait until tomorrow as he enjoyed freshly baked sugar cookies. Izuku waved to Shouta as he dropped him off for school that next day. Izuku was kind of worried because after school he said they needed to talk again. He wasn't in trouble, but there was something important they needed to be on the same page about. Izuku didn't know what it could be. Izuku decided it would be fine as he walked through the door. Not before Shouta made sure he promised he wouldn't use his quirk without permission. Izuku wasn't sure about going back to school as it had only been a few days. He was all better now, but that wouldn't change anything that happened. Everyone might treat him differently. He didn't change, so why should they? Izuku started to panic as he walked in and all eyes turned on him. A crowd of kids all got close to him yelling in his face. "You're here. Is your dad that hero who saved us? We thought you might have died. Wow. Are you okay? Why did you do that? Do you want to be a hero? Leave him alone, you moochers." Izuku was surprised to see the blonde boy, Katsuki Bakugu, push through the other kids and grab Izuku's hand before pulling him away to sit at his table. He then turned and glared at anyone who approached them. They didn't want to talk to Izuku before, so why should they now? Thank you, Katsuki. It's Katsuki. Katuki. If we're going to be friends, you can't be an idiot. Katsuki said. That's mean. Izuku whined before thinking about it. He called the rest of his family by nicknames. That was something friends did too, right? I'll just call you Kaken. Katsuki snorted. Yeah. Whatever, but only you can call me that. Okay. Katsuki then got quiet as he looked over at him nervously. You were pretty cool the other day, but until you get your quirk and start training, don't be stupid. But Kaken, I have my quirk. Izuku answered. Katsuki's eyes widened as he hit his hands on the table. What? And you didn't say anything? I just got the day after he attacked. Izuku said nervously. Oh. Katsuki frowned. Well, what is it? Probably not as cool as mine. It's called Applique. I'm not sure what some of the words mean, but if I eat the DNA, like blood, of other people, I can use their quirk like it was mine. Izuku tried to explain. Izuku looked around and saw no one was looking before he breathed really quickly and a small flame sputtered out. Izuku quickly clapped his hands, snuffing it out. When you bit the guy? Katsuki said, surprised, and Izuku nodded. I guess that's cool. Not cool as mine, and I'll tell you when you can have my quirk. If we're going to be heroes, you need the best quirks. Really? Thanks, Kaken. Shouta rolled his eyes as he answered Hisashi's text when he should be working. The man kept messaging him how Izuku did on his first day back and if they had a chance to talk about the incident and the adoption. With the madness of the last couple days of doctor appointments, meetings, and work, Shouta hadn't had a night to sit down with Izuku and talk about it. Talk about Izuku's recklessness and how new he was adopted. Hopefully it wouldn't be so bad. The teacher opened the door and Shouta narrowed his eyes at Izuku and a blonde boy running toward him. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he recognized this kid. Daddy, this is my friend Kaken. It's Katsuki and only Izuku can call me that. You're his dad and a pro. That's super badass. Katsuki, what the hell did I say about swearing? Yelled the blonde woman from the meeting as she walked up. The one who was leading his PTA fan club. Shouta thought the universe was out to get him. Of course, Izuku's new friend was this woman's son. The resemblance was frightening, and this kid better not teach Izuku it's okay to swear, because Shouta just about fell over hearing this 4-year-old swear. Out of everyone in the class, this was the brat Izuku decided to befriend? Shouta mused about if this would turn into an actual friendship. If so, he takes back what he asked. He liked it better when Izuku didn't have any friends. Oh well, Hisashi said Izuku was like Shouta, so it made sense for Izuku to have a loud blonde friend too. Izuku, I promise you're not in trouble, but we need to talk. Shouta said as they went to the living room. Shouta sat on the couch next to him and patted the seat. Okay. Izuku said, sitting on the couch next to him rather nervously. Just listen for right now. Izuku, I know we covered some of this at the hospital, but while what you did at school was very brave, that was very reckless. You're just a kid and couldn't have been hurt a lot worse. I don't want to see you hurt because I love you so much. I know you want to be a hero, but let's wait to save the day until you're older and start training at a hero school. Shouta explained, then motioned for him to talk. I'm sorry, Daddy. I wanted to be like you and I couldn't let him hurt everyone. I know. I love that you were so brave, but all I want is to see you safe for as long as possible. I'm your dad, so that's what I do. Shouta answered before he took a breath. Oh boy. Izuku, I have a more serious question. How did you know you were adopted? Adopted? You know that I'm not your real dad, but some papers say I am your dad. We don't share DNA. Oh. She told me. Izuku revealed, but then saw the look on his face and hugged Shouta as tight as possible. It's okay. I love you, Daddy. You're my dad and my hero. What Izuku saw as freaking out that Izuku didn't love him was actually Shouta freaking out that Izuku's supposed imaginary friend told him he was adopted. Shouta summed it up to perhaps Izuku overheard it, perhaps the other day at the school, and that's how he knew. His young mind made it easier to understand if someone else told him. Despite hating the feeling it was over with, Shouta was glad it was over with and Izuku took it rather well. Shouta figured now it was the best time to give this back. Izuku, this is yours. It belonged to your mom, but I know she'd want you to have it. I was waiting until you knew to give it back. Shouta said, handing him the locket with the ring still on the chain. Have you met my mommy? Izuku asked. I haven't, but that's her picture in there and I know she loved you very much. Shouta explained, opening the locket to show him. Now I don't know who that other. That's Shishi. Izuku exclaimed happily. What? Shouta asked, surprised. That's Shishi. Izuku repeated, pointing to the other photo that eluded them for years. Izuku's imaginary friend was in the locket? Or he said I could call him Uncle Yoichi. He's like Uncle Hisashi, but actually my uncle. When he showed up the first time he explained it. That my birth daddy, his brother, was mean and that you'd protect me. This couldn't be a quirk, could it, or was the man a ghost since his uncle would have been born before Izuku was? He certainly would have died already, right? Shouta also considered asking him if he knew about that part. If Shishi told Izuku that he was adopted, he might have told him that Izuku's birth year was over 100 years ago. Shouta looked at Sun and his fascination with the locket and decided it was best to pin the conversation until he got more answers. However, Shouta had an unsettling realization now, finally knowing who the other photo in the locket was. It was his son's actual uncle who was apparently haunting him. Izuku woke up in the middle of the night. Daddy was still on patrol as he could hear Uncle Hisashi snoring from the living room. He always made sure he was awake around this time. Usually when Daddy got home he'd sneak into his room and kiss his head before getting some sleep. Izuku pretended to be asleep, but wasn't because he didn't want to miss it. He wanted to make sure he got home safely and saw him before he went back to sleep. Izuku rubbed his eyes as he rose up and looked around. There was somebody there. Daddy? Izuku asked, seeing the man by his window covered in an aura of green. A man with long white hair and green eyes turned to look at him. Izuku didn't know them. He took a deep breath to scream for his uncle. No. Don't scream, Izuku, the guy said quickly, rushing toward him. How do you know my name? Izuku whispered quietly, but still ready to scream at a moment's notice. I didn't think you could see me. Guess I was wrong. I'm your uncle. Izuku looked out the door where his uncle actually was. The man chuckled. No, Izuku. I'm your father's brother. Daddy doesn't have any brothers or sisters. Izuku answered. He asked so he knows that Uncle Hisashi and Aunt Namuri aren't actually his uncle and aunt, but they were because they loved him like they were. They help watch over him and give him things when his daddy says no. He isn't supposed to tell anyone that though. Oh, he hasn't told you. You see, Shouta, your dad isn't your birth dad. You don't share anything with him. Like with your aunt and uncle. Daddy wasn't his daddy? But he loved him. He read him stories, talked with him, bought him things, took care of him, and told him that he was his dad. That didn't make any sense and Izuku's breathing started to pick up. He loves his daddy, but does that mean but it's okay though. Shouta is your dad and you want him to be because you love him. He takes care of you, loves you, and protects you, so he's your dad whether you share blood or not. I promise. But doesn't matter. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. You think so? He loved his daddy, so he was going to be his daddy. He decided that daddy was his dad because he was there and loved him. That's what Auntie Nem and Uncle Aizawa said. They were his family because they loved him. He wouldn't come to kiss him goodnight every night if he didn't. I think so. Oh, don't tell him you know yet. I don't think I was supposed to say anything. So do you know my real daddy and mommy? Izuku asked. Yoichi smiled bittersweet as he looked at Izuku's curious eyes. Might as well tell the kid something since he let the cat out of the bag. Yeah. Your mom was the sweetest person I knew. She could find the best in everyone and always made people smile. You remind me a lot of her. Yoichi said as he thought of Inko. Inko, who died that night as she helped them escape. His brother, her husband, didn't care about his once love as he murdered her. Your dad, your father, Izuku, he isn't a nice man. A villain? Izuku asked worriedly as his eyes welled. Could he still be a hero if his father was a villain? Yeah. He's a bad guy, but I promise you that me, everyone after me, Shouta, and your whole family is going to protect you. You want to be a hero and you can do that. But he's not my dad. I'll be a hero like daddy. So, what do I call you? Izuku asked. Well, my name is Yoichi. You call me Uncle Yo or Shishi. I have daddy, Uncle Aizawa, Auntie Nem, and now you. Izuku said happily. Yoichi smiled as his nephew looked up at him with such a bright smile. He really did remind him of Inko and nothing of his brother. He was beginning to question if they were even related. Izuku was her splitting image except for those wild curls and freckles of his. Despite the rough patches between him and his brother, even Yoichi could admit that he made a pretty adorable kid. However, his brother's genetics didn't have much to do with how he acted and could be toward his son. I'm glad, Izuku. I'm so happy to see you here. Huh. Don't worry about it right now. Maybe when you're older. Everyone says that. When I'm older. I'm old enough now. Izuku pouted. I promise you'll understand then, okay? Okay. Izuku's door opened a bit as Shouta poked his head. Izuku, what are you doing up? Izuku's eyes brightened seeing him. He didn't even hear him come in the front door. Daddy, you're home. Izuku said, throwing off his covers and running to Shouta, who caught him and picked him up. You did answer my question. Why are you up? Shouta asked. Izuku turned around to look at Shishi and the figure lifted his fingers over his lips. It would be their little secret for right now. Izuku nodded before as he hugged Shouta around the neck tightly. I was waiting for you because I wanted to see you. You're home now, so everything's okay now. I love you. Izuku said, nuzzling his face in Shouda's. Shouta smiled and hugged him back. He knew Izuku was awake whenever he got home from patrols. He just never said anything because he figured Izuku just wanted to see him and make sure he made it home safe. This just confirmed it, and Shouta couldn't be mad about that. He knew Izuku worried about the day he would be late or get hurt. He wouldn't let that happen. He would always come home to his son. He looked to his son and smiled, seeing Izuku had fallen asleep on his shoulder. That was fine. They both needed to get some sleep as Shouta took him to his room for the night, leaving a pair of green eyes watching them. Yoichi smiled before disappearing. Have you met my mommy? Izuku asked. I haven't, but that's her picture in there and I know she loved you very much. Shouta explained, opening the locket to show him. Now I don't know who that other. That's Shishi. Izuku exclaimed happily. What? Shouta asked, surprised. That's Shishi. Izuku repeated, pointing to the other photo that eluded them for years. Izuku's imaginary friend was in the locket? Or he said I could call him Uncle Yoichi. He's like Uncle Hisashi, but actually my uncle. When he showed up the first time he explained it. That my birth daddy, his brother, was mean and that you'd protect me. Shouta was trying not to panic in front of Izuku. For years they could only guess who the man was. At one point they thought it could be his father, But why would his mother put his picture in the locket if she was trying to protect her son from him? Shouta felt dumb for not ever thinking it could be an uncle from either side, but they have a name now and how he's related to Izuku. He'll get this information to Tsukachi to see if that helps in the investigation. He's right. I will protect you from anything, so will auntie and uncle. Is Uncle Yoichi here now? Izuku looked around the room before he saw Yoichi peek out the bedroom and give the tiniest wave. Izuku lit up like a Christmas tree and waved. Unknown to Izuku, Yoichi heard what his teachers were talking about. Izuku was ostracized because they were talking to each other. He couldn't allow that to happen, so he backed away, only really showing himself to him at home or when he was alone. He goes away sometimes, but he's back now. He says he's been trying to get back to the others. The others? I don't know. Izuku shrugged. Izuku, how can you see him? Shouta asked. I don't know. Izuku answered. She has an idea, but won't tell me. He's not sure, so he doesn't want to make a guess. Shouta should have guessed as much. For the moment, Shouta was going with a quirk because he refused to believe ghosts were real. Can he tell me anything? Shouta asked. Yoichi saw Izuku's big eyes look over at him and he sighed. He couldn't say much because Izuku would have to relay it. He didn't want to scare him. The kid he didn't need to know that his father was still alive and hunting down the power he gave to Shinji all those years ago. He's pretty sure the man also knows Izuku is alive somewhere and just doesn't know where to start looking. This would have been so much easier if one of the successors hadn't dropped the ball in looking after Izuku's time spot by letting personal feelings get in the way. No matter, he can't do much about it now. He'd give them a piece of his mind later. Izuku, ask your dad if he really wants to know. Because if he knows, you do too. Yoichi asked. I'm a big boy and I'm going to be a hero, so I can handle it. Izuku said, and Shouta looked confused. Daddy, she said if you know things then so do I. Makes sense when Shouta thought about it. Izuku was the only way he could learn things from who had most, if not all the answers. Izuku was a child. He didn't the weight of his past and possible future weighing him down and getting into his head even more than it already had. Shouta could already see that seeping into Izuku's mind. The child already had a wild imagination and none of this helped. Izuku would question everything and he already had. He smiled knowing that at least the man was looking out for him. Maybe later, but ask if you're in danger right now. Shouta asked. He wasn't going to subject Izuku to learn anything that might be too much. It might scare him, and if he could put that off as long as possible then he would. As long as it meant protecting his son a little while longer. Izuku looked to his left and seemed to be entranced for a moment before turning back to him. Nope. Izuku said with a smile. Shouta sighed in relief that for now Izuku was safe. You better tell me if that changes. Shouta said. Izuku. What Daddy's about to say isn't directed to you, okay? Izuku nodded. Listen here. I'm assuming you can hear me. You tell my son anything that I haven't told him or that he's not about to tell me again, and I don't if you're dead, a quirk, or whatever the hell you are, I will kill you again. Yoichi thought if he had a physical body he'd be actually shaking. Shouta was pretty scary, but that just meant he cared about Izuku. He would make sure his nephew was safe from him even if it cost him his life, and Yoichi was glad that it was Shouta who found Izuku. Daddy, it's okay. I'll be fine. Izuku said, jumping and hugging Shouta around the legs. Shouta put his hand on Izuku's fluffy curls and kneeled down as he said, I want to keep it that way. Izuku, this needs to be a secret. You can tell people that you're adopted, but you can't tell anyone about your uncle and anything we discussed together. Okay? Not even Kaken? Izuku asked. Especially not that brat. Shouta snorted. He didn't know why, but he felt that kid wouldn't be able to keep his mouth shut. Considering how he blabbed to his mom about Shouta, he could imagine the kid yelling about how Izuku's dad was a villain or that he sees his dead uncle. To be honest, he expected Izuku to do the same, but they're kids. Do you both understand? Yes, Daddy. Izuku said as he climbed into Shouta's lap. Shouta smiled. Whenever Izuku got overwhelmed he got cuddly. Shouta was fine with that as he hugged him close. Izuku could stay this small forever and Shouta would be happy. However, he couldn't wait to see what kind of person Izuku would grow into. From recent events, he already had a pretty good idea and he was proud of him. A short older man with glasses walked through the clean white halls of the hospital toward his office. Nurses greeted him with bright smiles and he returned their kindness with his disguised own. It was such a bright day and the hospital was quiet. It sounded like it was going to be a very good day by the birds chirping. Everything seemed to be getting brighter. His research was coming along nicely and every day more and more children were developing quirks. Quirks he one day could put to use for his cause. Dr. Tsubasa, those new files for newly manifested quirks just arrived for you to review. It's so nice of you to review and find ways to help those kids who might have trouble. The man grinned. Of course, they are the future after all and I simply must do all that I can to make sure they make the most out of their abilities. Thank you my dear for getting those. I'll take a look at those shortly. The short man took a seat in his office chair and looked at the large stack. He knew he was right all those years ago. The singularity was approaching any day. Any one of these kids could be the evidence he was looking for. He wasn't wrong to tell the foolish woman he'd make use out of the quirks of children. Children that may visit his hospital and parents wouldn't be none the wiser. His own research and development wasn't the only reason he requested the files. He flipped open the first file that read, Izuku Midoriyazo. Interesting. For some reason the name stuck out to him, but he couldn't place it. No matter. He'd look into it later. He had more important matters to look into. His masterpieces needed to be perfected and he had to find his friend's son. He had been waiting over 100 years since the child's birth to be reunited. When Shouta wanted Izuku to stay a kid forever, he never realized how long that wouldn't last. After having a small party for Izuku's 4th birthday with family, and his new friend Izuku shot up like a weed. Well, mainly in age. Shouta was pretty sure Inko was fairly short and Izuku also inherited that from his mom. Even currently shy of just turning 13, Izuku was short. They didn't get many other answers out of Yoichi, who had been scarce as of late. The quirk ghost had been keeping his promise of Shuta's looming threat and had been tight-lipped to Izuku about anything that Shouta was keeping from him. Mainly just the year Izuku was born, but that was still a major bomb Shouta wanted to keep hidden. However, Shouta liked that Izuku had someone who could tell him about his mom. Izuku learned her name was Inko Midoriya. She was a kind woman who only wanted the best for him. She loved baking and caring for others. Izuku had been told she died in a villain attack and Shouta found him on scene. Not entirely a lie, but of omission. Shouta had to do his own investigating with Tsukachi to look into Izuku's past to find out as much as they could before they hit the roadblock of having to ask a child. They did however get his full name, Yoichi Shigaraki, and indeed he died over 100 years ago, not long after Inko Midoriya according to records. Unfortunately, any records of his brother, Izuku's father, had been wiped, including anything that could have his name on it from birth certificates to marriage. A dead end. It was almost like he didn't have a brother. Shouta thought this would put them back a square one, but Tsukachi begged to differ and said he'd relay the information onto someone who might be able to give some answers. Shouta was still miffed that Tsukachi refused to tell him who. All what they've learned so far, especially with Izuku's quirk manifesting, was valuable. The ability to use the quirks of people's DNA he absorbs into his body. Whether he ingests their DNA or gets blood on his own open wounds, as long as the DNA comes in contact with the inside his body. Shouta realized a problem and hoped Izuku would never need a blood transfusion or something, as Izuku's quirk seemed to always be on and he was unable to decide if he absorbed the quirk or not. Shouta knew as Izuku got older he was going to have to ask some favors to allow Izuku to train and eventually collect more quirks so he'd be better equipped. Shouta planned to give him erasure eventually, but not until he started high school or a little before. So far he had only collected one, the fire-breathing one, and that one alone was getting him into trouble. Completely not on purpose most of the time, but Shouta really did have to look into some kind of insurance and he was not getting his deposit back. Izuku didn't make any other friends besides Katsuki, much to Shuta's dismay. Not that Izuku acted like he needed them, as the two kids were thick as thieves. Katsuki swore Izuku was his best friend and they were going to be heroes together. That meant they were always at their apartment making a ruckus and one of them swearing up a storm. He also got to know Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. He's going to say it, he prefers the patriarchal more than the matriarchal. Masaru was a gentle soul who was pretty calm compared to his hot-headed wife and son. However, they were good people and Shouta knew he could count on them if Izuku were needing help. They also didn't mind keeping Izuku overnight when he had patrols and could use the reprieve to sleep or take care of other business. No matter what, Shouta always made sure to come home. Before they knew it, Izuku was 13 and going into the fall season of his first year of junior high school. Keeping his word, Izuku didn't have any more incidents about jumping in to save someone. Because training with Applique was a little more difficult as it was more a subtle power that became something more, Izuku mainly worked with fire breath. He learned his output depended on his lung capacity and of course the analytical side of him determined that depending on how his mouth was open or how lips were positioned changed the output. A full widespread blast or a streamline point. Even if Izuku didn't gain any other abilities, Shouta knew his son would be able to achieve his goal of becoming a hero with that power alone. Not that Shouta would let him practice with it. Izuku, how was school? Shouta asked as he put down Izuku's plate for dinner. Fine. Izuku said as he thanked the food along with Shouta. Just fine. Shouta asked as he raised an eye, taking a bite. Izuku always loved talking about school and everything they did in class. Or he'd be talking about Katsuki. Izuku, you'll tell me if something's wrong, right? Yup. Izuku answered as he looked a little nervous before his eyes shined remembering something. We had a test today and I did pretty well. Also apparently there will be a new student starting tomorrow. Oh, are you hoping to make friends with them? Shouta asked. I don't know. Maybe. Izuku answered with a hopeful smile then looked to see that the bite he was about to eat wasn't crispy. Making sure Shouta wasn't looking he let out a small flame to cook it. Izuku! Come on Dad. Disgusting. Fake hero. Useless. Hair eater. Blood sucker. Faker. Hope you choke. Izuku sighed as he looked at his desk that morning that was covered in black permanent ink. Every day it was covered in cruel words that dug into his skin and self-esteem. Izuku liked school, or more accurately he loved to learn, but he hated coming to school. He found himself going home each day learning more about how mean kids could be and what new bruises he had then the lessons taught. Everyone talked and no matter what Izuku said they didn't listen. People that knew about the preschool incident blamed him for what happened that caused some of their friends to leave. The few kids that were fine with him all went to different schools. That wasn't too bad as kids were young and people ignored that. However, his quirk made the incident always be remembered. Of course, everyone wants to know what quirk a person has and as soon as something is mentioned that is not seen as normal or cool it is game over. When people first learned about his quirk they all thought it was just fire breath. People thought it was so cool, he was like a dragon, until Izuku corrected them. So you have to eat like hair to use your quirk? Or blood? Yeah, and then I'm able to... Ew. That's disgusting. Izuku stopped telling people who asked about his quirk, and even if people didn't ask they were told by the other kids as a warning. He was tempted to lie claiming fire breath, but that wouldn't work. Everyone in school knew about his quirk and would just out him before it even had a chance. Even if it did, the others who know would still torment him. They left pieces of hair on his desk that Izuku simply brushed off not taking the bait. They'd leave blood drops everywhere, that was actually just toxic paint or something. They'd tell him, use your quirk, eat it. Lick it. They kept telling people to watch out that Izuku would eat their hair or their blood because he was jealous of their powers or he was greedy. Izuku didn't think what they did to him was so bad. He could ignore it for the most part. However, he hated what they did to others he was close to or at least the one person who stuck by him. Kaken had always been his friend and not bothered by his quirk. As a kid his friend told him he could be the best of the best all rolled up into one hero, but remember he wasn't beating him. He'd be the perfect hero partner as he could always have a backup plan. Kaken wasn't necessarily getting bullied by the other kids, but he was getting in trouble for sticking up for Izuku. Kaken had gotten into a couple fights already and Izuku tried swaying him not too thinking about his future. Luckily Kaken seemed to never have gotten in trouble because the teachers liked him. They were okay with Izuku, but they knew better than to piss off his father who was rumored to be a pro hero. Despite just being a rumor, they took it seriously. Well, serious enough not to call his dad and tell him. Izuku absolutely refused to tell his dad himself. His dad would flip if he knew that Izuku was being bullied and would go to the extreme of taking him out. He was overprotective of him. Izuku knew that for sure, and while Izuku understood the reasons, he couldn't burden him with a simple problem of him getting bullied. It was best to just stay quiet and not cause any more problems. Alright, which one of you fuckers did it this time? Katsuki screamed as some kids around them started to snicker. Kaken! Stop! Izuku said softly as he covered the words with his notebooks. Hell no! Katsuki snapped. You're all just jealous sheets. Kaken! Please sit down before you get in trouble. Izuku said, pulling his sleeve down. Fine. Katsuki snorted before plopping down in his seat. He then turned around to look at Izuku. You really need to tell him or I will. Izuku shook his head. No. He's got enough on his plate. I don't want to bother Dad more than I do already. You're not bothering him. He's your dad, you moron. I know, but it's complicated. You always say that but never tell me why. Hero business, right? Katsuki asked. Yeah. Izuku said. That pretty much summed it up. Kaken knew he was adopted, but that was about it. Other than that, he wasn't allowed to tell Kaken anything regarding the fact his actual father was apparently a villain and his dead uncle occasionally talks to him. As Izuku got older, he realized Shishi, or as he preferred to be called Uncle Yo now that Izuku wasn't 4, talked to him less and less. He mentioned something was coming, but before Izuku could ask, he disappeared. Izuku hadn't seen him in months and was starting to get worried. Good morning, students. Their teacher said as he walked in. Everyone greeted him with the same nonchalant energy. As I said yesterday, we have a new student. Come on in and introduce yourself. The door opened and walked in a bit of a taller boy with wild purple hair. The boy looked like he could use a nap and kept the collar of his jacket up high. My name is Shinso Hitoshi. Nice to meet you, I guess. Shinso said in a raspy voice. He then rubbed his throat some. Apologies, allergies are making my throat sore. No worries. Please go and sit beside Midori Aizawa. As Hitoshi walked past the people in the row, he heard whispers about how they felt sorry for him. He was surprised to hear that. No one ever really felt bad for him. As he got closer, the blonde sitting in front, who he assumed was Midori Aizawa, glared at him. Geez. As he went to sit, he caught a glance at the boy's desk. The surprise never showed, but Hitoshi couldn't believe all the nasty things that were specifically written only on his desk. He knew from his last school that it was deliberate. But now for class today we'll be going over. Hitoshi wouldn't let it bother him anyway. He wasn't here to make friends anyway. They didn't need to butt into his problems, and school was the only escape. The bell rang for lunch, and Izuku thought it best not to bother Shinso. Everyone was swarming around him trying to make friends, and Izuku would rather not be around when they warned him about him. He looked like he was more of a loner type, but Izuku hoped he was alright. He could see some bruising near his collar when he introduced himself, and Izuku began to doubt allergies were really the reason why. Although he'd happily help him if he needed it, he didn't want to be around when he'd get bullied for doing the right thing. Before he could barely stand up, a hand pushed him and Izuku went toppling out his chair onto the floor. Izuku hit the floor with a rather loud thud and hissed at his new bumps and bruises he was definitely either going to hide or lie about later. I'll kill you! Katsuki screamed. Kaken, no! Izuku yelled as he stretched out an arm toward him. But he shoved you! Katsuki said as he whipped around at the green-haired boy. I know, but I don't want to get you in trouble. Izuku said as he hurriedly got up, grabbed his books, and then Katsuki's arm to drag him away. Hitoshi watched them go as Midori Aizawa dragged the blonde kid. He learned as Bakugu, who was yelling the whole time about it being unfair as he glared at the boy who shoved him. The kid's red eyes screamed murder, and Hitoshi was envious that the other boy had someone looking after him. Don't worry about those freaks. Katsuki's just a guard dog, but has an awesome quirk. Once he gets into a hero school, he'll drop that worthless piece of shit. Deku's the real freak though. He can use your quirk if eats your hair. Can't be original and it's pretty gross, right? A male student said as he started laughing. Yeah. They say his dad is a pro hero, but we don't buy it. I think they're trying to cover up for him being a villain's kid and attacking someone in preschool. Yeah, poor Katsuki is just blind. Surprised Deku doesn't have his quirk yet? Maybe he does. Think they kissed to get it? The kids around them started to laugh. Hitoshi gripped his hands tight. Why did he expect anything different here? It may sound cruel of him, but he had a thought that if he played along with the others taunted Midoriya Aizawa, then maybe they'd all leave him alone. He couldn't deal with hell at school and at home. But Hitoshi remembered what his goals were and that didn't align. He was better than that. They were so stupid, he thought as he got up and left without saying a word as they all yelled at him for being rude and to come back. Izuku picked at his bento as he and Katsuki ate on the roof. Food really didn't seem all that interesting as he listened as Katsuki was still going on about how he should let him hit the a-hole who shoved him. As much as Izuku tried to calm him down, the blonde still wanted to march down there and explode his butt. It's okay, Kaken. Just like 2.5 more years then we'll be in high school. Hopefully we won't have to worry about them anymore. You mean going to UA high school, and since you and I are the only ones going to be going there from here, I would sure FING hope so. Katsuki grumbled, tossing a bite into his mouth. Might want to make it 3 people. What the hell do you want? Katsuki yelled at Hitoshi, who had walked through the door to the roof. Oh, hi Shinso. You're welcome to join us if you want, or we can leave. That is Izuku. Bags can leave. We were here first. If you've come up to give us shit, don't, or I'll be happy to explode your butt off the roof. Katsuki interrupted. Kaken, be nice. Sorry about him. Don't apologize for me, a-hole. I mean it. Take a chill pill. I just wanted some peace and quiet and couldn't help overhear you saying you wanted to get into UA. You won't be the only ones, Shinso said. Izuku noted that his voice sounded a little better. Hours of not talking probably helped. Think you've got a shot, huh? Probably have a quirk to match too. Katsuki snorted. Quirks don't matter, Kaken. You know that. I bet no matter what your quirk is, I bet it's amazing and useful to a hero. Izuku said. But you don't even know what it is? Hitoshi asked, rather surprised. That shouldn't matter. As long as you have good intentions, then any quirk can be heroic. Izuku said. I'm sure they told you, but... Don't say shit, Izuku. Katsuki said, putting his hand over Izuku's mouth to shut him up. Katsuki's face turned to disgust as he pulled his hand away like it was one fire and wiped it on his pants. EW. Did you just lick me? Izuku stuck out his tongue at his friend before looking at Hitoshi. He understood that Kaken wanted to protect him, but Izuku thought it best to bite the bullet before someone else fires it. I'm sure they've said things about me, but even though my quirk is seen as gross to them, I'm still going to become a hero. I like my quirk and that's what matters. So that means even if your quirk is seen as bad, it can also be seen as heroic. Simple, right? Izuku said, flashing a smile at him. Hitoshi stared at Izuku as this kid, who was apparently getting dragged every day, smiled at him like he could fix all his problems. Sometimes it wasn't so simple, yet he made it seem so. It appeared he might have some idea of what Hitoshi was going through. A bell interrupted them before anything else could be said. Let's go, nerd. That's the 5-minute bell. Better get going too, eyebags. I'm not being late because you girls wanted to chit-chat. Katsuki said, pulling Izuku along. The blonde had a point and Hitoshi realized he was standing in the doorway. Hitoshi wasn't sure what to think when he walked down the steps toward class as the others followed behind him. Midoriya Aizawa didn't even know what his quirk was, but still thought he could be a hero regardless of that fact. This is coming from the same kid who gets bullied for his own. A quirk Hitoshi thought would be rather useful even outside a hero career and thought it was pretty cool. Izuku could help a lot of people without being a hero. Well, whatever, he silently thanked the boy for the pep talk. Being a hero wasn't such a far cry dream after all. Hey, it's true your quirk is brainwashing? A voice said. Are you going to make us do bad things? How does it work, because I don't want to get controlled? Hitoshi stopped mid-step and wanted to start panicking. He hadn't told anyone his quirk, so how did people find out? The only people would have known was the school staff because it was on his file. They're not permitted to share that information with anyone except authorized people, and he's pretty sure nosy students didn't count. It was going to happen again. Look. Hey. That's not right to say something like that to anyone. A voice shouted. Hitoshi thought this was some cliché movie because Midori Aizawa was standing at the top of the steps as a window shined a light on him like this kid was going to save him. Hitoshi thought this was the worst day of school, if not his life. Shouta and Hisashi were meeting for lunch after Hisashi's radio show and before Shouta needed to be home to see Izuku from school. It wasn't uncommon that the blonde hero would text his best friend in the morning and plead with the tired man about having lunch together. Shouta only went because Hisashi said he'd be buying. Hey man. How are things? Hisashi said as Shouta sat down. I saw you like a couple days ago. Nothing has changed. Shouta deadpanned. I know, but I'm not asking just about you, Grumpy. What about my favorite listener? Hisashi rephrased. I swear. You two are only around me for my son. Shouta snorted before answering. Unsurely, Izuku is fine. But a little trouble in paradise. Hisashi teased. Izuku was almost a teenager and he admitted only to Nemuri he couldn't wait to see if Izuku got rebellious and put Shouta through hell. Nemuri bet Izuku wouldn't, being so sweet. They may or may not have a bet going on. Shouta sighed. I'm not sure. Izuku's been quiet lately. Hisashi snorted and Shouta smirked. Yeah, I know. Surprised me too. I'm also worried because he doesn't have any other friends besides Katsuki, which I'm glad that kid is ride or die for Izuku. But a nice kid like Izuku should be collecting friends like baseball cards. He won't tell me anything and neither will Katsuki when I ask him. They each get this nervous look, but before I can call them out on it disappears. I'll ask him how his day is and he just says fine. Izuku's a shitty liar and I know if I push he won't say anything at all. I know I'm going to have a serious talk with Izuku because I think something is going on at school. I just wish he'd talk to me. I know what goes through that kid's head. He sees I'm tired and doesn't want to bother me, but I'm his father, I'm supposed to. Maybe it's time for a change. Hisashi said as he stirred his drink with his straw. What do you mean? Shouta asked, sipping his coffee. Look dude. Call me crazy, but I'm getting another job. Shouta snorted. Don't you have two already? Yeah, I love them all but I want to do something with listeners that's more hands-on. I want to be around kids. I love Izuku, but I want what you have. Hisashi explained. I don't recommend babies or you'll never sleep again. Shouta said. Oh please. Izuku was an easy baby. I got lucky. Still I love kids and if I can't have my own then I'll work with them. That's why I got a position at UA as an English teacher. They're also looking for a heroic homeroom teacher as well and I think you'd be perfect for the job. Also this will be exactly what the doctor ordered. You get more normalcy in your schedule and Izuku won't have to worry. Shouta couldn't help thinking about how logical the solution was. If he got a job at his alma mater then it would solve a lot of his problems and potential future problems. Hisashi was right when he said it would provide a more normal schedule. Since he was doing hero work through the school his patrols would essentially be like a couple times a month if that. He'd be home more and get to be with Izuku. Also a more stable income would be nice. It wasn't as if they were flat broke, but he'd like to not have to worry about money or at least spoil his son when he felt like it. Speaking of school, Izuku's plan was to go to UA just like his family and All Might. If Shouta taught there and Izuku was accepted, he would know if someone was messing with him immediately and be able to actually do something about it. It was entirely an all-around win-win situation. Seems logical. Shouta answered. I'll think about it. If you did get the job it'd be so awesome. You, me, Nem, and imagine if Izuku goes there. That's what Shouta was hoping for. Before they could talk about the subject any further Shouta felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and a ringtone shrill. He wasn't expecting anyone to call him and Izuku wasn't out of school for a few more hours. Pulling out his phone he was surprised it was the school. So many different thoughts ran through Shouda's head about what could have happened. Izuku might be sick. A villain attack. Might as well not waste any more time thinking of the what-ifs. Hello. Hello, Mr. Aizawa? Yes. This is Aldra Junior High and we were calling to inform you that you're requested to come down to school immediately. What for? What happened to Izuku? Shouta asked. It's what your son did. Izuku has gotten into a fight. Please come to school so we may handle the situation. See you soon. Shouta wanted to ask more questions, but the hag on the other line, who he recognized as the secretary to the principal that never sat right with him, hung up. The school itself never sat right with him, but it was closest to the apartment complex. Aizawa wanted to send Izuku to private school, but Izuku wanted to go to school with Katsuki. Yeah, that was a battle he lost as Shouta caved at the puppy dog eyes. Something up with Izuku? Hizashi asked, having only heard one side of the call. Izuku got in a fight? Shouta questioned. You don't sound so sure. Hizashi said. Because I don't believe it. Katsuki yes. Izuku no. Shouta said as he got up to head out. Izuku getting in a fight was the last thing he expected. It just didn't add up because from her tone it sounded like she was insinuating that Izuku started it. Izuku wasn't violent like Katsuki and certainly knew better than to start a fight, but Shouta surely taught him how to finish one. If Izuku was going to be a hero, he made sure Izuku knew basic self-defense until at least next year or his last year of middle school where they'd sit down and seriously talk about training. Regardless, Izuku knew self-defense to be able to stop his attacker and cause minimal but effective damage. I'll go and we can take my car. I don't like this either. Hizashi said, pulling out his wallet to pay for their meals and leave as soon as possible. Thanks. Shouta said. Although it didn't sound thankful, Hizashi knew better. Hizashi loved how adopting Izuku transformed Shouta. He was much more open with his emotions and it didn't feel like pulling teeth to keep in contact with him. After graduation and before finding Izuku only a couple years later, Hizashi could count on one hand how many times he'd seen Shouta outside of work. He took the death of Shirakumo pretty hard and Izuku was exactly what he needed. Shouta's life turned around all because a little baby fell into his arms. He wanted that and after being there for them both all these years, he was also ready to square up to protect his nephew or any kids that came into his care. After hearing about Izuku being more withdrawn lately, it didn't feel right. Izuku told his dad everything. Izuku was the most important thing in Shouta's life and he knew by now that man would do anything for his son. Shouta never thought his greatest enemy would be a car ride. He bounced his knee impatiently as Hizashi drove as fast as possible without breaking any laws and endangering any civilians. They were pro-heroes on the way to a potential case. They could have run that red light. Hizashi could have used that lead foot of his and gunned it. He wished he had his binding cloth with him so he'd have something for his hands to fiddle with. He dragged his hand over his face, pulling as he went. This was madness and Shouta was overwhelmed with concern. The ride allowed nothing more than time for Shouta to stew and simmer with the thoughts of the phone call. Izuku got in a fight? He said it before and he'll say it again. Izuku knows better than to start fights. He was well aware that Izuku would verbally fight someone, but physically, not his son. Not the son Shouta knew wanted to get into UA and couldn't afford to start fights. However, this is the son who had refused to talk to him about school for the last couple months when Shouta started noticing the signs. Izuku would never come to him when something was directly bothering. He never has. Shouta was still haunted by the fear in Izuku's small voice asking if he loved him all those years ago. Hizashi didn't even put the car in park before Shouta flew out of the door. The car was still rolling to a stop in the parking lot. He wasn't a pro-hero for nothing if he couldn't handle a little speed bump. He also almost broke the doors to the building trying to get in as quickly as possible. Izuku was in trouble and he wasn't going to stand by and let something else happen. Hizashi quickly grabbed his arm and yanked, and if it weren't for his quick reflexes to realize who it was, Shouta would have punched him. Bro, you gotta calm down. He said a little out of breath. I knew something was wrong with him. Hey, it's like you said. You can't push him or he'll shut you out. Now you actually talk to him and help him. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. Shouta said, taking a breath. You'll be a good parent, Hizashi. I think you mean teacher. No. Shouta said as he walked in to see kid with purple hair pacing in the halls. Hey, we need some help. They heard a student yelling as he pounded on the closed door to the nurse's office stationed outside the main office. The kid looked frantic and out of breath. "Hey listener. What's wrong?" Hizashi said, running up to the boy. The boy turned around and looked shocked to see them. Present Mike was someone people could recognize outside of costume since he did various daylight patrols and his radio show. A lot of people would pinpoint the hero. However, this boy looked to recognize him. His eyes were fixed on Shouta. "My friend, he's been hurt," the boy said, and they both noticed he seemed unsure. "Can you take us there?" Hizashi asked, switching into pro-hero mode instead of concerned uncle. If no one had responded to the kids yelling, then whoever it was that needed help still needed it. "Don't worry Shouta. I'll take care of this. Go see what's up with Izuku." Hitoshi stopped and looked up at them. Wasn't that Midoriya Aizawa's given name? He remembered Bakugo calling him that. Was the pro-hero eraser head Midoriya Aizawa's father? "Hey, that's not right to say something like that to anyone," Izuku shouted, overhearing what was said about Shinso. Shinso didn't deserve anything Izuku got. As much as Izuku would have loved to be friends with him, he'd much rather him another face in the halls that wasn't going through what he was. Also, his quirk was brainwashing. That sounded awesome. Izuku could imagine all the different ways he'd be able to help in situations. Hostage situations? Saved with no casualties? Out-of-control quirks? Solved and soothed? Raging villains? Cuffed with no damages. Shinso was going to be an amazing hero one day. Maybe if all this turns out okay, Izuku could ask him some questions, but for now he has to focus. "Stay out of this, you freak," the other kid who Izuku knew as Jigaku Akio yelled. He glared at Izuku, daring him to do something. Izuku was well aware who this was, his main tormentor who wrote on his desk and pushed him. He only ever said offhand comments to Kaken, but he could see they were starting to irritate the blonde because he couldn't do anything. Not with the angel on his shoulder, named Izuku, telling him if he got any marks on his records he couldn't go to UA. Jigaku went to preschool all the way up until now with Izuku and Katsuki. He had a quirk that allowed to make small, yet powerful gusts of wind, almost like mini tornadoes, wherever he picked. He actually used to be okay with Izuku until he asked about his quirk. Then it was downhill. All Izuku wanted to know about his quirk and how he could help come up with ideas on how to be a hero. Like if the gusts were so powerful, could he use them as platforms or launch things? Apparently, Izuku had overstepped a line he didn't even see. Izuku's lip wobbled a moment. "No, you can't treat people like this. Not Shinso or Kaken." "But I can treat you like this?" He smirked. "I don't care." Izuku said, "I know no matter what I do people are going to be mean, but they haven't done anything. You can't discriminate because of someone's quirk. It's not like we ask for the ones we get and no quirk is bad." "You haven't done shit either," Katsuki shouted. "You're not always right, Bakugo." Jigaku sneered. "Midoriya Aizawa is just a disgusting liar and should just go choke." "You be a sturdy," Katsuki screamed and started to storm down the steps. "Kaken no," Izuku said, grabbing his shoulder as he took a step down. "He can tell my dad. I'm gonna be brave. I know he'll do something. Auntie and uncle. Too. Thank F-. Katsuki snorted. "I better be there." For all of it, was left unsaid. He wanted to be there to see the look on Shuta's face and tell him the truth because he was doing well Izuku would sugarcoat it. He also wanted to see this a-hole get his just desserts. Shinso narrowed his eyes up at the two at the top of the steps. His dad? He vaguely remembered earlier them talking about how Midoriya Aizawa's dad was a pro-hero. Wasn't probably a big-name hero because if it were he'd be going to a more private school or at least be in homeschooling. At least any good pro-hero would take care of their kid and actually do something, but from what it sounds like he didn't know. Apparently him being a pro was a rumor, but it didn't seem like something the other boy would lie about. Regardless, Hitoshi knew this wasn't going to end well. He kind of wished the other boy minded his own business because Hitoshi knew it was going to be hell later. "You think your daddy is going to give a shit? We all know you're adopted. Probably felt bad after he couldn't save your actual parents because he's a joke. Probably would have left you there with them if he knew you're just a freak." "Shut up," Izuku yelled. Touchy. Did they really die or did they beat you? Jigaku sneered. You don't know anything. Izuku yelled a little louder and a few people stopped while another whispered about getting a teacher. Izuku held his feet firmly to the ground. Talking about his dad was too far. His dad was a great hero and a great father. Izuku just didn't want to worry him with everything else. He couldn't do that by starting a fight. He knew better. However, if he hit him, his dad told him he was well within his rights to subdue him. Oh, so you do have a backbone? And here I thought you only got on your knees, the light-haired boy smirked. Everyone else laughed as Izuku looked around and panicked. He swallowed down his comment. He knew if he retaliated it would only upset his dad and he was just going to tell him after school. It would turn out fine. He'd walk away before it got too out of control. However, he could see Kaken's shoulders starting to shake with rage. You're dead, a-hole! Katsuki screamed, tearing himself from Izuku's grip. He didn't care, he was punching this a-hole. He may or may not accidentally use his quirk under the disguise of having been so angry. Even if he came back to the hellhole, at least he could be proud of the JRK's new face with either a broken jaw, nose, or black eye. His mother would be proud of him. However, someone beat him to it as that purple-haired new kid with eye bags beat him to it. Katsuki watched as Shinso decked the guy across the face, sending him to the floor. Katsuki stopped mid-step and almost barked out a laugh. He was slightly said he couldn't do it, but there was always tomorrow. What the hell? You're defending that freak? The boy yelled as he spit out blood from when he bit his cheek as he quickly got to his feet. Yes, I am. He's actually pretty cool. Hitoshi said with a small smile at the green-haired boy who gave him one back. He meant it. Midoriya Aizawa was cool. Even with Jigaku announcing what his quirk was, the green-haired boy didn't look the slightest bit bothered by it. He almost looked intrigued. He remembered what he said on the roof and for once, he believed something someone told him. Midoriya Aizawa was a good person. Defend him from this, the boy snarled as he outstretched his hand. Before anyone knew it, a small tornado appeared under Izuku's feet, launching into the air. Izuku yelped in surprise as his feet left the floor, but was silenced as his back and head hit the steps. Izuku then slid down the steps, stopping on the landing and laid there crumpled up, unmoving. Jigaku snarled as he stepped forward and stepped on Izuku's hand. Ah! Izuku screamed as felt his hand being crushed under his foot and tried to pull it away, which only made the other boy press harder. Izuku! Katsuki cried as he ran to him and used an explosion to blast him back. Jigaku stepped back in time for only his uniform to become scorched. Katsuki swallowed the overwhelming urge to swipe at him, but Izuku was more important. Katsuki kneeled down next to Izuku and carefully reached out to touch him, but stopped remembering from all those years ago when he watched Izuku get flung across the room in preschool. He remembered what Shouta did. He needed to make sure he didn't break anything, but he didn't know how. Luckily, it looked like the reason he couldn't speak was because Izuku got the wind knocked out of him, but he could see his eye prickle with tears and laced with pain. His hand looked broken though. Sheet. Are you okay? I don't know. Izuku tried to say as it came out in shaky breaths, and he tried not to cry. Everything hurt so much he couldn't tell if something was broken, maybe except his hand. He needed to focus on his breathing or he was going to panic. No doubt his dad would learn after this, and Izuku didn't know what hurt more. Is he okay? Hitoshi asked, kneeling next to him. I don't know. Izuku, are you seriously hurt anywhere? Katsuki asked again. Izuku didn't answer as Izuku put his forehead into the floor. He might be concussed. Can you go get the nurse and hopefully she does her job? Yeah. I can do that. He had to do that. It was the least he could do. He could at least help and inconvenience one person in his life. Don't worry, Shouta. I'll take care of this. Go see what's up with Izuku. Hitoshi stopped and looked up at them. Wasn't that Midoriya Aizawa's given name? He remembered Bakugo calling him that. Was the pro-hero Eraserhead Midoriya Aizawa's father? You know Midoriya Aizawa? Hitoshi asked cautiously. I would hope so, he's my son. Shouta answered. Holy shit. Hitoshi thought. It was true. Hitoshi looked up to this man since he saw a video of him a few years ago. It wasn't very good, but he could definitely tell who it was. From there he went to online forums, and some of them had information on underground heroes who stay out of the media and limelight. Hitoshi knew that was what he was going to be. He was going to prove everyone wrong and help people with his quirk. His first step now was helping someone who helps others. You're friends with Izuku? He hasn't mentioned you. Shouta asked. He's been cool. I'm Shinso and I just started here. Never mind. He's the one who's hurt. Hitoshi said, getting to the point. Shouta swore under his breath. Damn it. This was the price he was paying for not paying attention. For not pushing Izuku to talk about what was bothering him. Hell, he should have just pushed Katsuki. Eventually that kid's extremely short patience snaps and he opens his big mouth. That's how Shouta found out whose idea it was to play with their quirk at park and almost cause a fire. Let's go and start explaining. Shouta said sternly. Without another word, Hitoshi took off with the pro heroes on his tail. If they didn't know where they were going, they would have left him behind. Shinso didn't waste another second and explained to him what happened. He watched as the man's face went from pride to anger, then guilt, to finally landing on concern. Aizawa hit me and I know I shouldn't have fought back, sir, but I couldn't not defend myself. You know how he's a little jealous. He just couldn't take it and broke his hand hitting me. Bakugo of course takes his side and tries to attack me with his quirk. Jigaku said as he acted like he had been victimized. You liar! Katsuki yelled as he held Izuku up. He was able to determine Izuku hadn't broken anything in his back, but was going to have nasty bruising. Katsuki was worried about a concussion and his hand. It didn't seem like he broke anything else, but Katsuki couldn't tell as Izuku had taken a pretty hard hit. He didn't outwardly cry out when Katsuki got him to his feet, so he took it as a good sign. Be quiet, Bakugo. This doesn't concern you, the principal said, holding his hand up. We've already called everyone's parents involved. You just F'd up, dipshit. Katsuki growled. Bakugo, please do not interfere. Now, release Aizawa. He's fine and just faking it to escape punishment. He's hurt, you jackass. Katsuki yelled. Kaken. Izuku groaned as the yelling was making his head hurt. Sorry. I'm taking him to the nurse. I don't think so, the principal said as he reached out and grabbed Izuku's arm, who cried out in pain. Let him go. Katsuki yelled, pulling his friend back. Izuku whimpered as the principal pulled harder until a hand landed on the man's shoulder and roughly pulled him back. The man faltered before regaining his balance, looking up to see a said-off raven-haired man. Thank F you're here, Katsuki said in relief. Oh, that's Present Mike, a girl said eagerly. That other guy must be a pro too. Good. Now they'll take that disgusting freak away. Yeah. I hope Aizawa liked being a hero while it lasted the whole, 15 minutes of fame. Shouta had to swallow his urge to turn around and scream at these kids. They were talking about Izuku and now everything made sense. He hated it. Izuku was being bullied at school and his son couldn't come to him. Izuku wasn't a freak. He was different as they all were, and everyone deserves respect. Shouta wondered if the life Izuku lived now was better than the one he would have in his normal century. Would bullies be the least of his problems? He liked to think so. But I didn't think pro heroes were required for simple altercation. I guess the boys were using their quirks when they weren't supposed to. The evidence is on Jigaku's uniform. Bakugo's quirk is explosions, and Aizawa, while a rather unpleasant quirk, has used it in order to obtain a fire breathing. I know what their quirks are. And I would appreciate it if you don't lay a hand on my son. Shouta growled. Your son? I would never. Katsuki, is my son okay? Shouta asked. No. Katsuki answered, and Shuta's expression twitched in anger. Izuku needed a hospital then. He looked over Izuku, and while the only injury he could see was his hand, who knows what Izuku could have underneath his uniform or internally. He had seen his fair share of concussion, and Izuku looked very disoriented. The hall of students watching whispered as they all realized who the scruffy man with his hair up was. He was Mr. Aizawa, Aizawa's dad. This man was supposedly a pro hero. He had to be since he was with Present Mike. So they weren't just rumors, and everyone looked around nervously. By the look on the principal's face, he looked like he noticed too. Oh, Mr. Aizawa. My apologies. We've rarely gotten to meet in person and… Save it. Shouta growled as he barely flashed his quirk. Shinso explained what happened. I'll also be opening an investigation and requesting the camera footage. I don't think that's necessary, Mr. Aizawa. Boys will be boys, and things got a little heated, the principal said as he started to look panicked. I think it is. Anyone questioned would also find it in their best interest to tell the truth, or they'll be charged with giving false information and possible aiding and abetting. Shouta added, and all the spectators now looked severely uncomfortable. If any of them weren't honest, they could forget about applying to any hero school. I called an ambulance and the cops. They'll be here soon. I also texted my boss to let him know, and he's more than happy to help. Hizashi said. Shouta knew what that meant. He called Nizu, and he's probably cackling as he sips his tea. I can take it from here if you want to get him checked out. Thanks. Shouta said, grateful for his best friend before rushing over to his son. Carefully he put his hand on his cheek. Izuku. Dad. Izuku said. Yeah, I'm here. We're gonna… I didn't. But… No, you didn't. Shouta soothed. We'll talk later, but now I need to get you some help. I'll take him, Katsuki. I don't think he broke anything in his back, but might have a concussion. Katsuki explained as he carefully handed Izuku over to Shouta, who only groaned. Good job. Shouta said. You're only taking his side because he's your son. Jigaku yelled. It is because Izuku is my son that I believe he's telling me the truth. Izuku knows better. Shouta glared at the child. It was illogical to make assumptions unless you have something to hide. Present Mike will now be the main hero in this investigation. Please follow his instructions and cooperate. They would be opening an investigation on the school, and even if Izuku protested, Shouta would be pressing charges against anyone he could. He could at least see 2 people getting arrested. Shouta knew for sure Izuku wasn't coming back here, but he could at least make it safer for anyone else in the future and make some changes. Izuku would complain about losing his friends, but he wouldn't be surprised if the Bakugis did the same thing. If he really was friends with this Shinso kid, then maybe they could talk about hanging out. While Izuku healed, Shouta knew he needed to find a new school. Maybe Sumai would be good, and last he heard Hizashi's friend, Tensei Ida, had a younger brother who went there. Izuku would be fine. He was always going to be there for Izuku. Hitoshi watched as they loaded Izuku in the ambulance and his dad right behind him. He could see the concern flowing out his face in waves. Before he was so serious and professional, but now he was allowed to drop his guard a little and actually be there for his son. He was kind of envious. His parents apparently died or something, but he's got a parent who loves him now. Knowing that Eraserhead was going to be taking care of things made things seem not as bad. The man cared about his son, and school should be in for it once Midori Aizawa was finally deemed okay. Hitoshi looks forward to school after that day because it seemed like things might look up. They weren't going to get away with what happened. He made a mental note to talk to Midori Aizawa, and he guessed Bakugo too. He might actually have friends. Midori Aizawa barely knew him and was willing to stick his neck out for him, so maybe Hitoshi could ask him for help. Hitoshi! A voice screamed, and Hitoshi's stomach dropped into a bottomless pit. He turned toward the entrance to the schoolyard, and a man with tired eyes and wild dark hair stomped toward him. He walked with a bit of a sway, and Hitoshi could already tell he had a couple shots already. Probably gearing up for when he got home. Why the F am I getting a call from this trash school that you instigated a fight? I didn't tell you to speak, Hitoshi's father said as he smacked his son across the face. Hitoshi's head snaps to the side with the resounding sound of his father's hand connecting to his cheek. It's been a long time since Hitoshi had cried about getting smacked around. However, he might have teared up when he saw Present Mike punch his father in the face with a DJ punch and knock his drunken but out cold. Hitoshi was filled with a flurry of emotions as he looked down at the man sprawled out on the ground. Sadness. Fear. Rage. Relief. You okay, listener? Hizashi asked. Yes. Thanks. Hitoshi answered. I know it might be difficult, but does he hit you often? Hizashi asked, putting a gentle hand on his shoulder. If Present Mike was friends with Eraserhead and knew their family well then, ois. What an a-hole. Katsuki said as he watched the cops arrive and drag him away under Hisashi's direction. Couldn't have said it better, listener. Hisashi said. The cops will take care of him. What will happen to me? Hitoshi asked softly. Well, luckily I know the right person to call and then I'll have an answer for ya. Hisashi said, pulling out his phone again and searching through his contacts before stepping away to give space. You okay? Katsuki asked. Yeah. I just can't believe I don't have to see him again, but now what, foster care? Sounds like one nightmare into another. Hitoshi wasn't stupid. He knew what happened to kids like him. He's seen it happen before, which was why he refused to say anything. Either he knew no one would do anything to help him, and if they did he'd be back where he started. Alright. Tomorrow? Yes, I'll be sure to update you once I know anything on Izuku. Thanks so much. Bye. Hisashi said as turned around at them with a grin. So what now? Hitoshi asked. Well, he's booked until tomorrow for hitting you and being publicly intoxicated, so he's not going anywhere. I have an emergency foster license, so you're gonna come with me tonight. Once we get everything settled here, we'll go to the hospital to check on Izuku. Tomorrow we'll meet with the person I was talking to who will help you. Hisashi explained. It was going to be a couple hours as he worked alongside the police and questioned everyone. Hopefully by then Shouta will have an update on Izuku. Who the hell did you call? Katsuki asked. Just someone who knows a thing or two about placing kids. Hisashi said with a wink. They immediately took Izuku back for a series of tests including X-rays and CT scan. Shouta hated that he couldn't go back with him, finding himself back in the same position he started in. However, as soon as they got him situated they'd come get him. Shouta took a breath and sat down in the chair. Izuku was a pretty healthy kid and maybe got a cold or two every once in a while. So far in Izuku's life he's only been at the hospital 3 times. When Shouta first found him, the first ear infection he got as a baby, and the preschool villain incident. Everything else Izuku had was covered by the doctor's office that he took him to. This was number 4 and Shouta hoped it would be the last time for his childhood years. With Izuku adamantly wanting to be a hero, Shouta knew he was going to get called often when Izuku found himself in trouble. Shouta, a sweet voice said. Shouta looked up to see Megumi standing there. Megumi? Shouta asked the woman who was essentially Izuku's grandmother. What are you doing here? I was dropping off my latest blankets to the kids. Are you all right, dear? You didn't get hurt on the job, did you? She asked. No. This Izuku, she gasped as her hands flew to her mouth. Yeah. He nodded. He got hurt at school. Is he all right? She asked. I think he'll be fine. It didn't look too serious, but he was being bullied. That's good, he'll be all right. I hate to see anything happen to him. That boy, she said as she shook her head before she sat down beside him trying to catch her breath. Shouta noted she looked tired and she was starting to get bags under her eyes. Are you all right? Shouta asked in concern. Fine, dear. Just getting on in my years. She answered with a smile. That boy is such a sweetheart and doesn't want to burden you. But I'm his father. He should. Have you seen your eye bags, dear? She interrupted and Shouta stuttered. He forgets she's a rather honest woman. You look tired and I know Izuku doesn't want to bother you. He does it all the time with me. I won't get around to cleaning something and he always does it when he comes over. Even when I tell him not to. Talk to him. He knows you love him, but he's just like his daddy and wants to look out for others instead of himself. Shouta got the point she was trying to make. He needed to start thinking about the family as a whole and not individually. He solved problems as they came up and not as a whole. Maybe Hisashi had a point and he'd look into that position at UA. Nizu always seemed to like him the most out of his class, so Shouta didn't think asking the rat, mouse, bear, whatever should be a major issue. With Hisashi telling his new boss what happened, Shouta figured they'd be talking sooner than later anyway. Teaching wouldn't be so bad and he could make sure the next generation heroes, Izuku, would be ready to take on any challenge. He can prevent things that happen to the people he cares about and protect those others care about. Thanks. Shouta and Megumi lurched forward to the floor as an explosion rocked through the hospital. Chairs were tipped over and video screens had fallen off the walls, shattering as they hit the floor. People screamed as they were tossed around by the shockwaves, and Shouta could hear screeches echoing from somewhere. At first he thought it might have been some kind of earthquake. "It's a villain." Shouta cursed his luck. This really was the worst day to forget his binding cloth. Hospital evacuation was always a nightmare. Doctors and nurses weren't pro-heroes. They weren't allowed to fight, only in the self-defense of themselves and their patients. Everyone was panicking and working as quickly as possible, especially if there were no pros on scene. To everyone, or at least as many as possible, made it out. They needed to get them away from the villain or any fight that would break out. The halls were filled with loud noises as people screamed and shouted orders. Luckily, a pro-hero had been in the hospital and could help, whether it was to take down the villain or buy time until help arrived. However, Shouta was one pro, and as the only one on scene for minutes, his priority would be taking down the villain, even though he wanted to find Izuku. That's why she took it upon herself to find him, reassuring him he could do his job and protect everyone. "Excuse me, miss?" She grabbed one of the nurses' attention. "Has Midori Aizawa been evacuated?" "Who?" she asked, although she seemed annoyed. "A boy that was brought in maybe within a few hours ago." "Look, Grandma, we're trying our best here. He's probably outside," the nurse said as she pulled away. She was lucky she wasn't employed here anymore, or she'd make her listen to a lecture. Yes, she understood these were tense times, but that was no way to speak to anyone. He was most likely alone and still out of it. From what information she got from Shouta, Izuku wouldn't be in any position to completely move himself, and even if he could, he wouldn't know what to do. Yes, getting outside was obvious, but hospitals were mazes. She remembered telling Izuku about all the different adventures she had between these halls. "Megumi, what did you do before you retired?" 7-year-old Izuku asked, looking up from his coloring book. Dad was currently at work, and he was grounded from Kaken's house for burning the curtains. That didn't matter. He loved being with Megumi. "I was a nurse at the local hospital." Wow, that's so cool. That's why you're so good at taking care of people when they get hurt. Was it fun? Did you save a lot of people? Can you tell me anything? Oh, does your quirk help you any? Megumi chuckled. It wasn't often she was asked about her previous work. Everyone would rather listen to pro-heroes and the villains they defeated or the people they rescued from their clutches. No one wanted to hear about the hospital staff or to a senior citizen talk about the good old times. "I helped a lot of people and loved every minute of it. I would do it until I died, but I wanted to spend my days with the one person who stood by my side. Seeing the looks on their faces made it worth it. One day you'll understand. Do you want to hear about the time I saved a hero and then he defeated a villain seconds after that we were also treating? Or the time we had to chase down someone's sentient quirk when it got loose?" she asked. "Yeah," Izuku said as his eyes shined. All the stories were true. She might have exaggerated a little, but the shine in his eyes made it worth it. Megumi walked as fast as she could through the halls. The screaming and fast-paced movements weren't new to her. She worked in this hospital for over 50 years, so this was just another day down memory lane. However, she'd love to be that young again. She wished she could have a fraction of the ability to run so she could find her grandchild faster. She promised Shouta she'd look after their boy while he handled whatever villain had infiltrated the hospital. While Shouta would disagree, she saw him as her son. She had been with those boys for over a decade and she wouldn't change it. Her and her late husband never had any children, and she never saw the rest of her family. She wished she could at least see great-niece again. So vibrant. So joyful. She loved hearing about the people she saved. The rest of them claimed she was too involved with her job. They were right, but they didn't have to leave her and couldn't understand that so many people counted on her. Her husband stood by her and was overjoyed she was doing what she loved. She loved watching his gruff face and eyes soften as she talked about each new day like it was the adventure of a lifetime. Age caught up, and so did using her quirk. She retired and lived happy with her dear until he died years later. No one came to allow her to cry on their shoulder. He was the one she truly cared about that she couldn't save. That guilt was what stood by her. She was alone until she heard a baby crying. The poor child cried for hours from across the hall. She figured a young pro-hero lived there, but she didn't think he had a child. Nor did she think they'd grow to be so important to her. "Izuku!" she exclaimed as she passed by a room and happened to look in at the right time. There was her grandbaby lying on the bed barely awake. She was so thankful to find Izuku's room so she could keep her promise. It was near the back of the hospital wing, and from the looks of it the boy had already been checked by one of the doctors or nurses that had some kind of healing quirk. They were probably coming to fetch Shouta when the villain attacked. His hand though was wrapped up. "Megami? What are you doing here?" Izuku asked as he woke up hearing the curtain move. "Your dad's taking care of something, but you'll be alright." "Izuku, listen. We need to get out of here. There's a villain." Izuku's eyes widened as he now understood the situation. He moved to get out of his bed and winced as he put his hand down. The nurse told him they were able to take care of everything except some of his hand. It was fractured and some intense bruising had already started. Izuku knew once his dad heard about that he was going to be even more set off. A creeping anxiety taunted Izuku as he thought about his dad going up against the villain, without his binding cloth. Izuku was 9 years old the first and so far, the only time Shouta came home injured with far more than bumps and bruises. The boy was staying with her while Shouta had to take a couple days to go on a mission. Not that they would learn anything about it, but Izuku cried that he'd miss him and he was scared he might not come back. Shouta and Megumi were well aware that Izuku had some anxiety about Shouta doing pro-hero work, from missions to simply going out on patrol. That was also the first time he saw her use her quirk. The night was dark and storming something fierce. Rain pelted the windows and the winds howled. Izuku had left something in their apartment he needed, so when they were grabbing it the door slammed open. They each jumped in fear of someone breaking in. Megumi pushed Izuku behind her and would defend him with her life against the intruder. Despite his hellish look and soaking wet clothes, she knew who this was as he collapsed on the floor. "Dad!" Izuku shouted in fear and ran toward him. Tears already welled in his eyes and spilled out as he fell next to him and started to shake him. "Dad, are you okay?" "Oh dear. Shouta," she echoed as she kneeled down next to him. He was out of it and had a laceration across his chest. While it didn't look deep, it was certainly bleeding, staining his hero costume. He was bleeding all over the floor. He'd lose even more by the time help arrived. Megumi looked at Izuku's scared expression as tears poured out of his big green eyes. He was so scared. Seeing him live through his worst fears was painful. He thought his dad was going to die in front of him. She loved these two pseudo-family members, and it only brought back feelings she hadn't thought about in a while. The feeling of watching loved ones look at the people they care about racked with fear they might not make it. She took a deep breath and put her hands out above his wound. Her hands glowed as spiral lights flowed out of her palms. Megami always told him stories about the people she helped. She said their feelings were hard to really explain unless you were in their shoes. Certainly words could describe the moment. Relief, joy, speechlessness, thankfulness, and the list continued. Izuku's eyes widened as he watched it all unfold, finally understanding what she meant. The overwhelming feeling of happiness at being saved where tears uncontrollably spilled out. Pure happiness that the problem that clenched one's heart finally got a happy ending. The sight of seeing a hero save someone. Shouta was slammed into a desk as it flipped over it, taking the stacks of papers and charts with him. He pushed himself off the ground as he looked at the villain with bulging muscles. This villain had been captured a few weeks ago by him. The takedown was simple and no one was hurt. So why was he at the hospital now? The man's eyes were dazed and he looked like he didn't know where he was. Regardless, he needed to knock him out and capture him again. "I'm getting the F out of here before he comes back," the villain cried as he swung his arms, bashing into everything. Screens, windows, desk, beds, all were crushed and shattered under his strength. "I won't be used in anyone's game. Once I have my payback and I'm leaving this doomed waste of land." Shouta jumped at him and activated his quirk. The man realized his quirk was missing and reared his fist back before striking at the pro. As he was in mid-air, Shouta's eyes widened as the man's fist slammed into him, hurtling down the dark, destroyed staircase the villain had come out of. His vision was overcome with darkness, and his thoughts were that he hoped his family was protected. Just a week ago, Izuku sat at Megumi's bar counter and was doing his homework. The apartment always smells like cookies, and Izuku finds it comforting and warm. He knows he doesn't have to come here after school anymore. He couldn't think of not coming. It was a routine and he'd find himself missing it. His dad wasn't home and the apartment felt a little too quiet, so he often came over to keep her company and enjoy her presence. He loved talking with his Megumi and hearing things from her side. "Here you go, dear," Megumi said as she put a cup of juice on the counter next to him, along with some cookies that just came out of the oven. "Thanks, Megumi. What did you do to your hand?" Izuku exclaimed, seeing her palm wrapped up in gauze. She smiled as she ruffled his curls. "You silly boy. I'm fine. I burned my hand the other day pulling out some cookies. I fell asleep before the timer. I was lucky I didn't burn the place down." "Well, please be careful. Does that mean your quirk doesn't work on yourself?" Izuku asked as he sipped his drink and then went for a cookie. "Unfortunately not, dear, but that was all right. Working in the hospital, I didn't need to worry about that. It wasn't often I was in true danger," she explained. "Why not try and become a hero?" Izuku asked. "You could have been like Recovery Girl and been in the field." "I could have, but I thought about the people behind the scenes. The ones that needed help later that heroes can't save. The ones that the heroes save, the people who have people waiting for them at home. You're already a hero to them," Izuku said, realizing it and remembering that night a few years ago. Those people she helped save got to go home with their loved ones. "Exactly." She smiled as she touched his nose and Izuku smiled. "So, why quit?" Izuku asked. It was clear to him that Megumi loved her job as a nurse. Izuku loved hearing about all the people she saved. People who didn't think they were going to make it found themselves with life. "With age, I just don't have that much to give and realized I wanted to spend time with people that loved me unconditionally," she said sadly before smiling at him. "It's up to the younger generation to take the lead. Right?" Izuku's eyes gleamed. Dad and Megumi always told him he would be a hero. He'd make sure to make both of them proud of him. He couldn't wait until they could see it. Shouta pushed himself off the cold ground. His body ached and luckily it seemed he was only out for a moment. He needed to get back up there before anyone was hurt. He was much stronger than last time. But how? His quirk, Blood Boost, allowed him to boost parts of his body if he increased the blood flow to it. However, that meant it needed to be sacrificed from elsewhere. He often boosted his physical strength, but this was much different than before. Also, what he was screaming about didn't make sense either. As his eyes adjusted, Shouta realized where he ended up, the morgue. Or at least what he thought was the morgue. Tanks upon tanks, jars upon jars of purple liquid, each housing something he would prefer not to think about. Some of the tanks looked like they were holding something inside, while the jars had body pieces, blood, hair, or just about anything that obtained human DNA. A couple of them were destroyed, most likely in the villain's escape. This looked like some monster creation lab. What the hell was this doing underneath the hospital? There was a beep at the computer next to Shouta. He looked over and saw it was a list of quirks compiled. Blood Boost was on the top of the list. Quickly his eyes scanned through the list, but stopped as he sharply inhaled. But it couldn't be. He was dead. Shirakumo died over a decade ago, not long before he got Izuku. This nightmare had his quirk somehow. Has this been going on since he was in high school? Shouta had a dark yet hopeful question. Could his friend still be alive after all this time? Regardless, he doesn't think it would be random to mess with him. This data wouldn't have a logical reason to be false, and this was turning into a serious matter. A cough interrupted his thoughts and Aizawa turned to see a man crawling out of one of the broken tanks. His body bled out as a trail of blood followed and pooled in whatever liquid that was. The glass that had shattered shredded his body. Without immediate help, the man wouldn't live. "You can't let him," the man said weakly. "Who? Do what?" Shouta growled. "For one, he's after a child." The light drained from the man's eyes as he collapsed on the floor. Shouta didn't need to check his pulse to know he was dead. As soon as the villain was taken back into custody, he'd investigate further. Who knows exactly what their plan is? How many more of these could there be in Japan? Who was all for one? What child? He'd have to deal with this later as he turned around and raced back to find where the villain had gone off to. Megumi removed the fork carefully from Izuku's arm. She couldn't be careless taking it out, or it could cause more problems than he might already have in the future. She hated to think she might damage the vein or cause an infection. While she knew her sweet baby would forgive her, she didn't want to cause him any unnecessary pain. It would only take a minute or so. Izuku winced as the needle slid out of his arm, and she grabbed a gauze as applied pressure. Carefully she pulled him up, grabbing some tape before leading him out the room. "Well, what do we have here?" a voice said as he looked at the name on the board. Izuku Midoriya Aizawa. Despite the pain he experienced, he was glad he was paying attention. The hero's name, Shouta Aizawa, came up, and it was his fault. The creepy little man cursed that the pro wasn't the one there, and at least they could have the criminals he captured instead. He could have a little revenge on the pro that put him in this situation in the first place. Not too many would have the name Aizawa. Regardless, a hero's job was to protect people, and what would hurt more than failing at that? Shouta heard screaming before anything as he got back up to the main floor. He cursed at himself, letting himself be beaten and distracted. Someone needed his help now more than before. Rushing toward the echoing sounds, he turned the corner and stopped dead in his tracks. He hadn't been taken back in a while, and he had no time to feel guilty. Regret, anger, concern, fear. Megumi was on the floor and wasn't moving. She looked to have a head wound that was bleeding out, contrasting against the white tile floors. He failed her. She had always been there, helping him when he needed and providing him with encouragement that he was being a good dad to Izuku. She was Izuku's grandma. While he could never say, he was glad for her maternal hand in their lives. Last-minute babysitting or advice, she was there. She saved him more than he could count. And he failed Izuku. Choking sounds barked out within the hall, drawing Shouda's attention. The sight he saw would add to the many that would haunt him. The villain had a hand clasped around Izuku's throat and was covering his mouth. Tiny flames leaked out around his hand, burning it and parts of Izuku's face that weren't fireproof. His eyes were tightly closed, and it looked like he was losing his breath. Shouta was losing his son for what felt like the second time that day. Hitoshi looked on as the ambulance pulled off, getting farther away and more out of sight. No one goes to school expecting someone to leave to go to the hospital, or at least for him, Hitoshi didn't expect the person to go for the sake of protecting him. He had been protected twice, as he was reminded at the bliss of his drunken father being out cold didn't last long, as he could hear the man's echoes as they put him in a police car. He was cursing Hitoshi's name, and that once he got out he was going to get it. He'd make sure he never talked again. Really helping his case there. He already told the officer all he knew about the situation at school, and from the looks of it, Present Mike was having a field day as they questioned all the kids. Hitoshi wondered how many of them lied or took the threats seriously. Despite his professionalism, he could see the man clamping his jaw shut, most likely to prevent his quirk from going off. Eraserhead wasn't there to stop him, and the DJ hero looked like he was about to combust. That was something too. Izuku's father was Eraserhead. Hitoshi wanted to know the details of how that came to be. He refused to believe what he heard in the hall until it was confirmed. Still didn't mean he didn't think about it. No one denied that the green-haired boy was adopted, even himself. Was he a family friend? Had Eraserhead actually failed to save his parents? He was a younger pro-hero. Why would he randomly adopt a kid if he wasn't involved somehow? Regardless, he was thankful the boy was here despite losing his parents to get here. He saved him. No one had ever stood up for him. Ever. Well, not since his mother died. He was moved schools because the teachers were getting suspicious that he was coming to school with bruises. Once he was no longer there, they didn't care. Out of sight, out of mind. Izuku risked himself to defend him, and now he was on the way to the hospital. His injuries didn't look serious, but he hoped the other would at least be willing to talk to him afterward. He needed to thank him. "You okay, listener?" Hisashi said, coming up to him. "Yeah. I'm fine." Hitoshi answered. "Sure?" That doesn't look too nice. Hizashi said, pointing to his neck where the bruises could be seen. Did that JRK do that to you? Oh. Hitoshi said, trying to cover them. He'd choke me to injure my voice so I couldn't use my quirk. Said he got more kicks out of it than putting a muzzle on me. Well, he won't come near you again. I'll make sure of it. What about your mom? Hizashi asked. She died. That's the reason he beats me. He thinks it's my fault. That's not true. I know, but after hearing it so long you start to believe it. Hitoshi answered. Well, the hobo and cockatiel will make sure that BSTRD isn't coming near you. Katsuki said, coming back from his own questioning. He didn't let it show, but he was said. The school officials were assholes and of course from what he heard, they tried to make excuses. Well, their half-but excuses didn't work on the few extra pros that arrived to help. One of them included Izuku's aunt, Midnight. He remembered seeing the woman storm into the building whip out and ready to use it. And not in the CC way she was pictured out to be. Listeners, right? Hizashi started before deadpanning, not cool little dude on the cockatiel comment, but no one's going to come after you. Not while I'm around, and after what you did for Izuku, I know Shouta will be grateful. If Midori Aizawa wants to talk to me. Hitoshi said. Are you effing kidding me? Katsuki snorted. He bet Izuku and Ibags will be best friends by the end of the week. Of course that nerd will talk to you. I know Izuku is very forgiving and Shouta, while my bestie might seem like a grump, he'll appreciate you helping our sunshine. But I didn't do anything. Hitoshi countered sadly. He didn't feel like it. Midori Aizawa did all the work. Bakugo stood up for and protected him. And himself? He just stood there and did as he was told. And you got him help. Hizashi said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Sometimes doing nothing is the worst thing someone can do. Especially as a hero. You made sure we knew what was going on and brought us to help. Although it may seem like nothing to you, you informed us, which allowed us to take note of the situation beforehand and be prepared. Sometimes knowing is half the battle, you dig? Yeah. Hitoshi nodded as he wiped his face. Present, Mike. A word. Midnight said as her eyes twitched. Coming. Hizashi answered, following his fellow pro off to the side for a moment. He looked at her expression and knew he wasn't going to like this. It had been a long time since he's seen Nemuri this angry. She was seething. What's up? One of the students pointed out Izuku's desk. Midnight said as she showed him a picture with all the rotten words. They called him useless. They said he was gross. They told he could die. Izuku was so sweet, and how could anyone think that? Hizashi saw red. Katsuki. Hizashi growled. Sheet. Katsuki sputtered at Hizashi saying his given name. Usually it was just Bakugo unless it was serious. He turned to look at the blonde pro-hero to see his eyes shine with anger and tears. What? Is it true? Hizashi asked in anger yet in disbelief. Izuku was being severely bullied. People told him he needed to die. The things they wrote on his desk. Katsuki was normally a very expressive person, but for the first time, he was speechless and only could nod. It was all true, and Hizashi apparently knew it was true too, but refused to believe it despite having seen Izuku's desk. Katsuki wished he just pushed harder for Izuku to tell someone, but he knew if had told himself Izuku would have gotten mad. But at least he would have been safe. Kids will be kids. You all are taking this out of proportion. A teacher yelled, who Katsuki recognized as their own for homeroom. It clearly doesn't bother either Midori Aizawa or his father if they haven't brought it forward. Even if the child did, clearly the father doesn't care if it happened until he can make sure to ruin a kid's life as a great hero. Haven't brought it forward. A great hero? Hizashi screamed as he lost control of his quirk for a moment before shutting his mouth and taking a deep breath. This guide of future generations had the audacity to claim Shouta was taking out the competition for Izuku being a hero. Shouta didn't even know. If he did, Izuku wouldn't be in this school. That kid abused Izuku. He hurt a student. You're his teacher. You're supposed to look out for everyone. Then it hit Hizashi why Izuku never told Shouta. 2 reasons. Izuku wanted to go to school with his friend. Hisashi could see that remembering when Shouta transferred into the hero course, he didn't seem sad about it one bit. He wasn't leaving any friends behind and only made friends with him, Nemuri, and Shirakumo because they made him. Izuku was afraid he'd lose his only friend, and Hisashi knew Izuku wouldn't tell Shouta for the reasons he gave the man earlier. Izuku didn't want to bother him or get anyone in trouble. Izuku probably also thought it might be hard to deal with if the school wasn't on his side. "Come on, boys. Let's go see if there's any updates," Hisashi said, turning around and walking away before he lost it. A news crew had arrived hounding people for answers. He didn't want to give them something else. One of the pros mentioned that a statement might be given and reminded them if they harassed any kids without parents they would lose their jobs. Shut them up real quick, as they then just made speculations. "Hey, cockatiel," Katsuki said, getting his attention, and Hisashi noted his voice sounding rather worried. He initially got out his phone to text his hag and hoped for a message from Izuku. However, an alert had gone off that sent panic through him. "What's wrong?" Katsuki only showed the man his phone. Hisashi's stomach dropped. The hospital had been attacked. The hospital that Izuku had been taken to. "Well, what do we have here?" a voice said as he looked at the people before him. A little old lady and some kid. Not really on his radar, until he looked at the nameplate. Aizawa? The pro that put him away? Oh, this day was starting to look up. Looking at the two, it was clear who was related to Aizawa. The kid with the bandaged hand and bloody gauze around the crook of his arm. Didn't think a racer had a kid? Pretty stupid of him. Guessing he's your daddy boy? Megumi put Izuku behind her as they took a couple steps back. Izuku grasped her arm and tried to pull her with him. "You won't touch him," she growled. "You won't have a choice, lady," he snarled as increased the flow to his arms and swung. His empowered fist knocked into her, sending her flying into the wall. She hit her head before collapsing on the floor. "Megami!" Izuku cried as he went toward her before something stopped him. "Ugh!" Izuku grunted as the villain grabbed him by the throat and lifted his feet off the ground. Shouta told him he could only use his quirk in self-defense. He was pretty sure this counted. Taking a breath, his throat glowed from the inside and out as he warmed it. Ah, the villain taunted, covering his mouth, muzzling him. "Best to keep you shut? Nothing like Eraser's quirk. Must be a mutt." Izuku growled but breathed out as hard as he could so the flames would leak out behind the man's hand. The man's palm started to roast, and Izuku felt his skin around his face get licked with flames. Izuku figured out real quick once he got this quirk that it only made his insides, about an inch around his mouth, and lips fireproof. Everything else not so much. However, a couple burns would be superficial compared to his life. "You little beastie," the man growled as he gripped Izuku's throat and squeezed, hoping to cut off the boy's quirk. Izuku felt his throat being crushed and was only able to keep up his fire breath for a moment before he was unable to breathe. The villain was going to kill him to get back at his dad. Izuku clawed at his hands, trying to pry himself free, but unknown to Izuku, the man's quirk was making him stronger. Stronger hands that put pressure on his collapsing throat. Everything was going dark. "Dad." "What?" the man said in shock as he felt the strength drain from his body. As he turned around, he only saw a black boot coming across his face. Shouta kicked the villain's face, hurtling toward the floor. Izuku collapsed on the floor in a dead heap. Luckily, he had the element of surprise and was able to knock him out swiftly. He took out his phone and sent a message to the network that alerted the arriving pros where he was on scene and the villain had been taken down. They should be arriving soon, and until then he'd keep an eye on him and keep him down. He'd also informed them of the nightmare he found downstairs when everything calmed down. Making sure he'd be out for a while, Shouta could turn his attention to his family. Quickly checking Megumi's pulse, she was still alive although low, and her breathing was rather shallow. From the looks of it and the blood smear on the wall, she smacked into it. For the moment she'd be alright, so he could check on his son. "Izuku, can you hear me?" Shouta asked as he heard hard chokes coming from him. "Is it alright?" Megumi asked as started waking up. Blood was staunching her light blue hair as she took in the scene. "You're alright." Shouta sighed in relief. A blow to the head. Dumb villain. she answered as she slowly crawled toward them and heard Izuku's choked breaths and her eyes widened. Izuku's throat was heavily bruised. The most pressing thing is it appears he crushed his larynx. He can't breathe. Shouta bit his lip as he willed himself not to cry as he looked at Izuku's closed ones as he struggled to breathe. This was bad. Everyone had been evacuated from the hospital by now and Izuku hadn't been able to breathe for almost a couple minutes by then. His son was dying in front of him. Choking on nothing but the emptiness. I'll go find someone. Please, stay with him and, Shouta said as she went to get up. Megumi held out her hand and shook her head as she smiled. Shouta didn't understand. Was she accepting that Izuku was going to die? How could she? She loved Izuku as much as he did. She was someone who Izuku went to if anything happened to him. He knew the situation was bad, but he figured she out of anyone would agree they needed to do something. His ranting thoughts were stopped as a soft light swirled out toward Izuku. Shouta had only heard of Megumi's quirk from Izuku. He was kind of out of it the first time she used it on him, but after he remembered she needed to rest after he woke up moments after. Wave healing. A quirk that allowed the user to convert their own vitality into a healing energy. As soon as Izuku learned everything about it, Shouta knew too as his son excitedly told him. While the quirk was powerful, she had to use it sparingly as she got older as it used up her own energy. While she was in her prime she would easily recover, but that was about 50 years ago. If she pushed a little past her point she'd get tired, but if she pushed more than what she had now. Izuku's breathing then settled as the burns on his face began to heal away along with the bruising. Shouta hated that he might have seen Izuku's throat inflate. The light stopped as it started and Shouta leaned over Izuku listening to his breathing as it no longer sounded cut off and came much easier. It's much better now. Megumi, are you okay? Shouta asked as he caught as she fell over, holding her with the arm that wasn't holding Izuku. I will be. Megumi said as she pushed off Shouta and leaned back some. Her own breathing became staggered and she was so tired. She didn't regret it as she felt her energy leaving her. Why would you? Shouta asked. That boy wouldn't have lived and I will happily trade my life for his, she answered as she slowly closed and opened her eyes. She looked down at the boy who was currently resting. She only had enough to heal his larynx and a few burns. The rest would remain, but would be faint markings. He'd live. He's got more going for him than I do. I've been tired, Shouta. Have for a while. It's all right. I got to save someone I loved and he will too. Did you? Shouta questioned. Shouda's eyes widened as he realized what she meant by everything. She was going to... She had given. Megumi nodded. He doesn't know. I slipped into his drink last week. Told him I burned my hand. Teach him to not let a dream consume his life or he'll die with regrets. Live a life filled with love. No. I'll go find someone, Shouta said, but she shook her head. I'm too spent. Thank you for letting me be a part of your family. I love my boys. Megumi said as she held Shouda's hand and weakly reached out and took Izuku's limp one, holding it as tightly as she could. Only if it were for a moment. The hand dropped as Shouta heard her last breath leave her lungs. Shouta didn't have the will to reach out and check. He gently laid her against the wall. He'd rather stay blissfully unaware as he held onto his son, forever thankful he was still here. As he stared at her he felt something move in his arms. He looked down to see Izuku waking up. Izuku? Are you okay? Shouta asked, holding his face and looking. His eyes were vibrant as they looked over everything trying to piece together the scene. Fine, Dad. That villain. What happened? Izuku shuddered before he turned and saw her. You're fine, Shouta said, trying to turn his head away. Megami? Izuku asked nervously as he fought his dad and looked at her pawing face. Dad? I'm sorry, Izuku. Shouta said as he started crying and hugged him. Realizing what happened, Izuku began to sob, allowing his dad to hold him. Tears flowed out of his eyes in rivers all over the both of them. He wanted to be angry. He wanted to blame the villain. But he couldn't find it within him. Megami died saving him. She saved him from the villain and she saved his life using her quirk. She loved helping people and he got some inspiration from her. Izuku wished they could have talked one last time. He wanted to hear her stories that only made his dream of becoming a hero stronger. He heard every word she spoke and held onto it like it was a lifeline. She always told him she couldn't wait to see him reach his dream and had faith he'd get here. While they never walked the same path, they'd take similar steps. They saved people and one would save people. He loved her so much more than she'd known, just being there to support him. She saved him from the nightmares of losing his dad or reminded him of the everyday heroes, like her. He was who he was because of his dad and her. Izuku wished they could talk again so he could ask a question, but a joy filled his soul and he had the answer. Dad told him that even if people die, they're still there, they're a part of you. Every person he allowed into his life would leave an impact and give him something to carry for the rest of his life. They'd still be there in the strengths they passed on. Shouta held on to his sobbing, grieving son as he took everything in. He thanked her for being there for him when he needed her. His own personal parenting hero. She made raising Izuku possible and they raised a hell of a good boy too. When Shouta asked her to be Izuku's grandma, she was overjoyed and hugged him. Shouta wouldn't forget the smile on her face. Thanks, Mom. Shouta pretty much lived in solitary and Izuku by association. Knowing the pro-life was dangerous, Shouta set it up where Izuku would get everything if he died and Megumi would be his guardian. It wasn't that he didn't want Hisashi or Nemuri to have Izuku, but they were all pros too, who often worked together. Izuku would be alone if anything were to happen to him. Certainly he had the Bakugas, but to trust them with his son? He had some reserves. Shouta knew his son. He'd drown himself in anything to make the pain go away. Megumi gave Izuku her quirk. Shouta would talk to Izuku about it when the time was right. A time when it didn't hurt so much. He and Izuku would heal, but like it was said, it takes time. Izuku was going to need him more than ever. Holding him tighter, Shouta knew he had to start making choices for both of them to make sure they got to live together for as long as possible. She would have wanted that, to see them happy. Katsuki and Hitoshi could only look at the scene before them. The place looked like a disaster waiting to happen. Pro-heroes, employees of the hospital, police were rushing around trying to take care of the madness that spread across the area. Many of the people were in hospital gowns that were being brought back inside. The way it looked, not too many people were injured from the attack. That was always good. The villain must have been stopped in time, who was currently being carted off. That brat should have died. Just like that old biddy. A cuffed man screamed and struggled as police dragged him away. Hisashi's eyes widened hearing the man's rant. He heard the man scream about a demon that would rise, but ignored it in favor of what he first spoke about. There were plenty of kids that were here, but something in Hisashi's gut told him otherwise. He also was unable to reach Shouta. He had been trying since Bakugo told them about the attack. No answer. Just left undelivered. Stay here and don't get in the way. Hisashi told the two boys before he rushed inside. Both boys looked at one another with raised eyebrows before shaking their heads and running in after the pro-hero. As Hisashi got to the main lobby unsure of where to go next. At the moment he wasn't a pro-hero, he was a concerned civilian looking for his best friend and his son. Despite the loud noises of people shouting orders and trying to talk over one another, he heard it. A wailing sound echoing through the halls. Even with his hearing not as good as it could be, he heard it loud and clear. He knew who it belonged to. His nephew. That was Izuku. Hisashi ran toward the hall and arrived to see Shouta on the floor with Izuku tightly wrapped in his arms. Izuku was clearly sobbing as gripped Shouta's shirt. Shouta! Hisashi yelled, running up to him. Shouta looked at him only for a moment before going back to soothe Izuku. The boy cried and cried, clinging onto Shouta for dear life, or was it Shouta hanging onto him? Looking around, there was a small blood smear on the wall. Hisashi's heart jumped thinking that Izuku had been injured in the attack. If he had, then Shouta wouldn't have been so out of it. He'd be screaming for help. It's okay, Izuku. She's not hurting anymore. Shouta soothed him. But she. Hisashi turned around to the sound of footsteps behind him. His eyes narrowed over his glasses, seeing the two boys he remembered specifically telling to wait outside. He narrowed his eyes at them for a moment for now following directions, but he could overlook that for the moment while he focused on his family who needed help more. Both boys' eyes were fixed on the scene before them anyway to get into any trouble. Katsuki had never seen Izuku this torn up before. He was always smiling, laughing, basically being where the sun shined out of his butt, but this was unnerving. He wished he could help somehow. What happened after leaving the school? Katsuki took a couple steps slowly toward them while Hitoshi stood there unsure what he should be doing. Izuku, Katsuki said as he kneeled down. He was protecting me, and Izuku sobbed as he turned to face his best friend. Katsuki's red eyes widened seeing Izuku's front. As expected, Izuku's eyes were red and filled with tears. His throat had a dark bruise that looked to be healing, and Katsuki thought he could see where someone's fingers pressed too hard. Izuku's face had a few burns littering his jawline, which Katsuki took a very educated guess that Izuku's fire breath caused. He certainly didn't have those injuries when he saw him a couple hours ago. What the happened? Had that villain attacked Izuku? Katsuki wanted to march right outside and blast his butt, but he knew better since things were already taken care of. What caught Katsuki's attention more was Izuku's erratic breathing. You gotta calm down, D-minute, Katsuki said, clenching his hands to keep himself from touching Izuku and making things worse. Izuku only shook his head. He understood the fact that people died. It was the way of life, but they didn't understand. She saved his life by giving up her own willingly. She knew she was going to die if she used her quirk to save him, but did so anyway. He loved her for it, but it was just so painful. She was always saving him, and he felt like he had done nothing to help her. He had done nothing. Hiroshi looked at his friend and felt the overwhelming urge he had felt earlier when he witnessed what had happened at school. He had never felt such a feeling before. Probably because he never had someone do it for him. He never saw and felt the feeling of being saved. Today, it had happened twice, and Hitoshi could feel what everyone talked about when they were being saved or doing the saving. The euphoria of joy and relief. Being a hero was simple. As simple as his quirk being good or evil. Sometimes doing nothing is the worst thing someone can do. Hitoshi took that resolve and stepped forward, bumping Katsuki out of the way. What the hell? Katsuki snapped about blasting him, but stopped seeing the soft look in the other boy's eyes. Midoriya Aizawa. Hitoshi called. Izuku didn't answer him and only turned away to cry more into Shouta's chest. Hitoshi sighed. We can't be friends if you don't answer me. What? Izuku said, turning back to him with a confused look before his face slacked and his eyes went blank. If Izuku hadn't been immediately taken under his control, he would have questioned what he was meaning. They were friends? Even after what happened at school? But now take deep, calming breaths. Looking blankly at Hitoshi, Izuku did as the other boy asked, and his breathing slowly came back into control. Now rest. Izuku's eyes closed as he slumped against Shouta as he started to fall asleep. Izuku took in tired yet peaceful breaths as he rested. Everything was so quiet, like everything stopped for a moment to be able to catch back up. Although his mind raced a mile minute, still he was lured to sleep by Shinsu's cool and heroic quirk and his dad's chest and heartbeat. Hisashi put a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder, grabbing his attention. Hitoshi flinched, afraid he had done something wrong. However, upon looking up at the pro-hero, he saw the man smiling and nodding to him. Doing something means you're a hero. Hitoshi felt a sense of pride that he did good. He did good with quirk. He was able to help more than he thought he could. Shouta brushed some curls out of his face and hugged him. Once they took Megumi away, Izuku hadn't been able to calm down. He wanted to save her, but Shouta knew it was too late and didn't want Izuku to experience the pain even more. He would one day have to face that pain becoming a pro-hero, but Shouta wanted to spare him as long as possible. Eventually he worked himself up, and that's where Hisashi found them. Shouta, what happened? Hisashi asked. Villain attack. Shouta growled, then looking at the young eyes watching. I'll explain more later, but a villain attacked the hospital. Same one I took down not that long ago. He recognized Izuku's name or something and attacked him. Would have killed him until Megumi saved him. Hisashi, she used the rest of her quirk to save him. Hisashi, I mean it when we need to talk. Hisashi's eyes widened at the statement, knowing full well what he meant. Megumi had used her quirk to the fullest, saving Izuku's life. He must have been in rough shape if that was the case, and Hisashi hated the feeling that he was grateful for her saving his life. He couldn't picture him arriving on the scene of Shouta holding his dead son. That would have destroyed Shouta after learning how he hadn't been able to protect Izuku at school, then losing him here. Everything was adding up, and he was sure Shouta would tell him the full story later, but at the moment it wasn't a good conversation to have in present company. "Who's that?" Hitoshi whispered to the complacent Katsuki, who looked off to the side with glassy red eyes. "His grandma," Katsuki answered as he wiped his nose and eyes with his sleeve. He wasn't as close to her as Izuku, but he respected the woman and her bombet cookies that she would never give up the recipe to. No wonder Izuku was so torn up. From what he understood and learned about Megumi, she was a true hero and saved Izuku's life. He silently bowed his head, thanking her from the bottom of his heart for saving his best friend's life. Hisashi and Hitoshi had a quiet night after dropping Bakugo off at his house. Hitoshi was surprised the blonde gave him his phone number and said to text him, telling him if he was friends with Izuku then he guessed they were friends too or some shit. Bakugo's words. Izuku and Shouta were required to stay at the hospital for their injuries and statements, but would be going home the next day. Hisashi said they'd figure out things in the morning as he showed him the guest bedroom in his own apartment. "If you want a change of clothes, you can look in either the closet or drawers. Izuku has left some things here that'll probably fit you. If not, then I can for sure look through my old stuff. Do you want to just chill tonight?" Hisashi said, If you don't mind, can I just have some time to myself?" Hitoshi asked nervously. "Totally, little listener. I understand, you've had quite the day. I was going to order something in because I sure don't feel like cooking. Any preferences or allergies?" Hisashi said. No. Hitoshi said, shaking his head. "Alrighty," Hisashi said with a smile. "I'll come and get you when it's here." With nothing else to say, Hisashi left with the door cracked, leaving Hitoshi alone with his thoughts. As he suggested, he went through the closet and drawers, wanting to get out of his school uniform. He found a pair of gray sweats and a black t-shirt that said "bed shirt" in white. Hitoshi was beginning to think neither Aizawa had any fashion sense, but he didn't have much room to talk. Hitoshi laid on the comfortable bed thinking about the day. He woke this morning in his raggedy bed, needing to get out of the house before he woke up. He was also annoyed because he was starting a new school and he just knew things wouldn't be good if he saw before he left the house. He was right, considering he bothered to roll his drunk butt off the couch to show up at the school. However, things didn't end as he expected. He didn't expect to see his father getting knocked on his butt by a pro hero, staying with said pro, or making 2 new friends. He looked at his phone and sighed, unsure of everything. Just deciding to take everything with stride and humbleness. That started with dinner. Hitoshi wasn't a picky eater by any means, but like anyone, he did have a favorite food. He just didn't want to bother the pro, and he could rarely eat it, having to stick with simple rice and miso soup because it was cheaper and it was easier on his throat. What surprised Hitoshi the most was the fact he was given an option, and Hisashi was rather easygoing. He didn't yell, despite that kind of being the man's job. He was pretty cool. "Heya, dinner's here," Hisashi said as he only knocked on the door. Hitoshi looked on in shock as the man was respecting his privacy, and then turned to the clock to realize almost an hour had gone by. Hitoshi nodded and went out to see what was on the menu. He was met with a platter of various foods. Ramen, curry, gyoza, yakitori, miso, and since you didn't give me any preferences, I got a little everything, Hisashi said, getting out plates. "This way I can really find out what you like. Don't feel obligated or anything." "Sushi," Hitoshi said rather softly. "We got that. Couple different kinds. Plenty of food for tomorrow, and even if it's still too much, I'll bring it over to Shouta and Izuku. Now let's feast before it gets cold." Hitoshi gave a small smile before taking all the sushi. Hisashi didn't say a word, only smiling at the boy, making a mental note. Hitoshi woke in peace and not to the sounds of his father yelling. He looked around the rather plain bedroom and reached out, touching the soft blankets. It was so comfortable that as soon as he laid down the night before he was instantly out. He actually didn't remember putting a blanket over himself. Had present Mike Yamada done that? Most peaceful night's rest he had in a long time. No screaming. No bruises. No choking. Nothing. Hitoshi took a calm breath. Good morning, listener. Breakfast is ready. Hisashi called. Hitoshi nodded, reminding himself about what happened yesterday. He might have escaped. Things felt right. They felt safe. Tossing the blankets off, he put on the lone slippers and walked out to the kitchen. Thank you, Hitoshi said as he sat down at the bar. Are we leaving soon? Where to? You got somewhere to be? Hisashi asked as he sat down a bowl of rice with an egg over it. No. I just mean like to the police station or something. You know, to talk. Hitoshi clarified. Oh. Hisashi said as the figurative light bulb went on. Nope. It's a home visit. I know her, so she's more than happy to come out here to have a more neutral and comfortable setting. Knock. Knock. That's her now. Right on time as usual. Hisashi said, dancing over to the door and opening it to see a familiar face. Mrs. Junko, a pleasure as always. Just pleased to see you too, Mr. Yamada, although I'd wish under better circumstances than a work case. Hisashi smiled as he let the red-eyed platinum blonde woman in. Very serious about her job, but to their surprise not much older than them by only 5 or so years. Now Mrs. Junko as she married a couple years ago, but nonetheless he was glad he kept her contact information even after she stopped making visits for Izuku to Shouta, him, and Nimuri. Even after the adoption had been finalized, she still kept in touch to check in on him. It wasn't every day you placed a kid who appeared from who knows where into a home with a young pro-hero. They were actually invited to her wedding, and Hisashi could say she was a family friend. He trusted her with these kinds of things than anyone else, which was why he personally called her before anyone else was informed. She's take of Hitoshi like she took care of Izuku and all the other kids she helped over the years. Agreed. Before we start, how's Izuku and Aizawa? She asked as a flash of concern appeared in her eyes. Alive. Hisashi answered, unsure what to say. I can tell you about it later. Very well. Sorry, listener. Hisashi said, turning to Hitoshi. I bet you're a little confused, but this nice lady is Mrs. Junko and she works for social services. Otherwise I call her the Izuku benefactor or Shuta's bane of existence. She handled Izuku's case when Shouta first took him in and who I called yesterday. Thank you, Yamada. Junko said as she got out a recorder and paper. I also work with the police on cases like this and such, so I can take your statement, so you'll only have to give it now. I'll make sure you stay safe. Hitoshi looked at the fire in the woman's eyes and the sensation from yesterday was back. The feeling of being saved and wanting to give it back to others. He took a deep breath. He could do this. He could be brave and for once, save himself. It started after my mom died. Thank you for giving me your statement, sweetie. That was very brave. With this, the pictures, the statement I got from present Mike, and his criminal charges, you'll probably never see him again. I can guarantee he's lost parental rights to any child. Thank you, Hitoshi said, bowing to her. It's my job to make sure you're safe, but you're welcome. Junko said as she patted his head before going to put everything back into her bag. With all this, I think we're all taken care of. Wait. Hitoshi said. What's going to happen to me? He was all my family I had left, so... Oh, we already took care of that part, so no worries, listener. Hisashi said. If it's all right with you, I'd like to foster you. I think it's a fine match. Junko said, smiling at Hisashi as she tapped her glasses. Her eyes had pink hearts in them a second ago. The overwhelming relief he was safe and with something who actually cared was something he dreamed about. Hitoshi wouldn't tell a soul he started crying and would deny it if anyone asked. After getting discharged from the hospital, Shouta and Izuku had a more lazy couple of days. Most of the time Izuku would cry himself to sleep or they'd watch movies. Izuku noticed some of the time that his dad was either on his laptop or talking on the phone. He didn't eavesdrop in case it was official business, which a couple of the conversations sounded to be exactly that. He simply just went to his room until his dad came looking for him. However, one of them sounded like a lawyer or at least talking about suing someone. Izuku didn't know who though, and hoped they weren't going after his dad. It wasn't until day 3 he heard something. Izuku, we need to talk about something. 3 things actually. You're not in trouble, but these are important decisions and discussions. Okay. Izuku said, sitting down. Show you decide. These were going to be some loaded conversations that he wished he could put off, but couldn't. Eventually Izuku was going to get involved or start having questions. Hear me completely out before speaking. I'm taking you out of school until next school year and you'll be homeschooling the rest of this year. This is just until things die down with Aldra, such as the drama and the lawsuit I'm filing against them. I'm not budging on the lawsuit, so don't try to make a case. Izuku, those kids bullied you, told you things I don't want to think about, and hurt you to where you needed professional medical care. No one did anything. Your teachers were supposed to protect you. Your principal blamed you, and I can't let that go, especially as a father and a hero. Once the next school year starts, we'll see about re-enrolling somewhere else out of the list I've made. I've also spoken with the Bakugas, and they're doing the same. You and Bakugu are smart kids and will be fine. I'm sure Shinso will also transfer where you are, so you won't be alone, as I've talked with Hizashi, but you need to socialize with other kids your age. That leads me to the next topic, your surname. What about it? Izuku asked. Sorry. It's fine. Shoyuta smiled. The villain recognized your name as mine. Apparently my civilian name conjoined with my hero name is out there somewhere. It shouldn't be. We need to discuss going only by Midoriya. Having Aizawa attached to it is putting a target on your back I didn't think would exist. I'm sorry. It's fine, Dad. Can I think about that one? Shoyuta wasn't sure what he needed to think about, but he nodded. They had time anyway. If Izuku was going to go by a different surname, it would be mainly for public records such as school. On everything else he'd still be Midoriya Aizawa, but everyone would call him Midoriya, which apparently was his mother's maiden name. Shoyuta didn't want to admit it, but anyone saying Midoriya Aizawa was a mouthful. We've planned Megumi's celebration of life party. She doesn't want a funeral or anything sad. Izuku snorted. Exactly. Shoyuta smirked. Remembering when the little old lady got on a ranch, she talked up and down that when she went no one better be doing any sad sheet and told the boys to take notes. I went ahead and asked Detective Tsukachi to be ahead of things, but he found her family, so if we wanted we could extend an invitation if that's what we wanted to do. Is this something you'd like? Izuku thought about it. At first thought the answer was no. Megumi talked about how her family were kind of selfish and how they didn't support lives that were dedicated to others. Izuku didn't think they deserved to be included. However, she talked about her great niece who she loved, and she might have some family who may have changed their minds. We should at least try. Hello, old friend. Glad to see you back on your feet. Tsukachi said to the tall blonde man who walked in the station. They shook hands as the detective led him into his office and then closed the door behind them. Yes, quite so. It took longer than I thought in the US, and then the fight. The man as he sat down across from him. Yeah. That's part of the reason we need to talk. I'll get right to it. Tsukachi said as he put out some papers on the table along with pictures. All Might, I don't think he's gone. All Might, Yagi Toshinori's eyes widened as he looked at photographs of tanks housing unnatural monsters and the various quirks just one could use. They didn't look human or remains of what could be considered once human. But how? Toshinori asked. A couple days ago a villain attacked a hospital. The villain was screaming about the demon lord and finding a child. We got that much information when we questioned him. The hero on the scene found this in the morgue. We're getting warrants to check all hospitals in the area for similar labs. We found detailed lists about various quirks from people, most of them children, All Might. A lot of them were crossed off or deemed not conclusive. We can only speculate what that means, and at most we assume he's looking for a specific child. This might be something bigger than we believed, especially if he's involved. Toshinori gritted his teeth and took into a harsh yet calming breath to keep himself from buffing up into All Might right there. This was awful. Those things used to be people. People were being basically hunted for their quirks. Browsing the list, he saw a regeneration quirk on the list. All for One was injured in that fight, no doubt, and he was trying to make a comeback and probably had plenty of people hiding in the shadows doing his dirty work. He would one day rise again, and he feared he wouldn't be strong enough this time to stop him. Everything was getting weaker. Had been for years, decades even. Toshinori sighed. It's what we've been afraid of. He's making a move. My master always told me he was searching for something besides the power of one for all. You said he was after a child. It's been passed through over a century, but the predecessors of my power have held the power of one for all to one day stop all for one, but also the responsibility for looking for all for one's child. He planned talking to Toshinori about that subject as they hadn't been able to all these years, but the matter of monster-making morgues seemed more important at first. However, it seemed like both cases were right up front as the pieces clicked together. Tsukachi dropped his cup of coffee on the floor as it shattered as he thought back to that day over 13 years ago when he walked into the hospital where two pro-heroes had a baby they found supposedly from 100 years ago. It couldn't be. It was right under their noses the entire time. He needed to make a phone call. Toshinori followed Tsukachi as they headed to an apartment complex on the other side of town in the early morning at around 8. They stopped by a cafe quickly to grab coffee, which Tsukachi left with 2 cups and not just one for himself. Toshinori assumed they were both for him. He wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. He's seen the man go through a pot in half a day before. After speaking to his friend the day before, the detective immediately whipped out his phone and made a phone call. The call went on for a while as Toshinori listened awkwardly one-sided. After confirming they'd meet the next day, which was now that morning, Tsukachi explained what was going on. The child he mentioned to him all those years ago might be him. They may have found all for one's son right under their noses the entire time. You say he's been living with a pro-hero? Toshinori asked. Adopted. Tsukachi corrected. Pro-hero Eraserhead. I've worked with him for over a decade and he really cares for him. Izuku couldn't have ended up in better hands. Real good kid and wants to be a hero like his dad and you. Gets him in trouble sometimes as you read the report when he was preschool. Since your injuries and being overseas isn't reliable, I haven't had time to update you. The boy's quirk, he essentially can use any quirk of a person's DNA he ingests or what Aizawa thinks comes in contact with his own DNA. I don't know why I didn't see it sooner. I should have jumped on a plane and told you myself. This was what you were searching for. It wasn't a top priority compared to what was happening. The boy was safe and still is from what you've told me. If what we think is true, then he might not have any clue of his whereabouts. A part of me wonders if he forgot about the child. Who knows how much longer though, and I sincerely doubt that. Tsukachi said, I'm sorry I haven't been of any help with the information you provided. I never learned the first user's name, so the name you provided didn't help. There's so little I know about those who came before me besides my master. It's not your fault. We're all at fault. We couldn't burden a child and hopefully Aizawa will know something. He never told me how he found the name out. If this is him, I want to be involved in his life as much as Aizawa will allow me to support him and watch over him. If there is a chance his father is still around, he'll come after him. I want to be able to stop him before it's too late, or at least look after him as long as possible. Toshinori said. Is it the power? The detective asked, keeping it bland. Yes. He sighed. It has become more straining to use every day and more so in the last 13 years. I can't help feeling like something's missing. Never mind that. Hopefully the power won't be something the boy will have to worry about. Is it all right we visit now? It's quite early and I assume the boy has school. Tsukachi looked to the ground and bit his lip. He didn't tell Toshinori about Izuku's school being under investigation for the cruelty. It didn't pertain to him, so there was no point telling him. He was also worried about the man freaking out and taking matters into his own hands. If they needed to tell him about Izuku's current situation, then they would, but this was all a bunch of what-ifs until they had concrete answers. When answering the phone yesterday, he noticed that Aizawa originally thought he was calling about the school and was surprised it wasn't. The pro told his son that it was a work call, which wasn't a total lie, but had him apparently leave the room. The lab Eraserhead found revealed some gruesome information that led them to the question Aizawa had for over a decade. Who was Izuku's real father? They're here. Izuku's school is closed for the moment and they've recently had a death in the family. Tsukachi explained. Oh, I'll have to give my condolences, Tashinori said. He was glad to hear this mysterious child had found a good home whether he was looking for him or not. However, after reviewing the case and statements, how could Izuku Aizawa not be the son of All for One, the very same child he had retaken the task to look for? Aizawa said coming now was the best before Izuku wakes up so we can talk before. They have to go out later today but that isn't until the afternoon. We're here, Tsukachi said before, knocking at the door. Moments later the door unlocked and opened revealing a man in pink sweatpants, a long-sleeve black shirt, and his long black hair tied up in a bun. He looked tired with dark eyebags and a bit of a scruff. Tashinori wondered if this was the right place and if this was Aizawa? The man looked exhausted, but from what he learned he was an underground hero with a teenager. Tsukachi, Shouta said as he nodded. Morning Aizawa. Sorry to have woken you up so early. Peace offering, Tsukachi said, holding out the extra cup of coffee. Thanks and it's fine. Shouta sighed, accepting the delicious caffeinated drink. It's about Izuku so it's important. I haven't been getting much sleep as of late, neither of us have actually. He's out right now and I'd prefer it to stay that way for a bit. Of course. Tsukachi nodded as Shouta allowed him inside. This is who I was talking about that would have more information on Izuku's true origins. This is Yagi Tashinori. Tashinori felt a pulsing as he stepped in the apartment. It felt like a red thread of fate was pulling him. Although the end was quite a bit away, something was calling him in the apartment. The emptiness he felt inside him felt slowly coming whole. An empty he's felt since he was no longer quirkless. A thrum in the back of his mind, his heart, felt like a cat pawing at him trying to gain his attention. Pleasure Aizawa. I was overseas and then was hospitalized for quite a while upon returning to Japan. Don't worry about it, Shouta said, leading them into the living room and taking a chug of his coffee. Let's get right to it. What do you know about my son? Tashinori was taken back a moment. Tsukachi wasn't kidding when he said Izuku had ended up with the best possible parent. The man got right to it. Aizawa clearly cared for him and took his well-being very seriously. I've already filled in Tashinori about how Izuku came into your care. Tsukachi started. Not much to it. He fell out of nowhere from the past and landed with me. Shouta snorted. Yes. Izuku was born approximately 113 years ago to Inko Midoriya and in a note left by her says she sent him into the future to protect him from his father. A father we haven't been able to identify, but we have a pretty scary guess. We weren't sure until you found the hospital lab. Scary? The man's dead. Shouta said but noticed how both men looked nervous. He is dead, right? He is not. Tashinori ignored the chill up his spine and thought it best to take over. We believe Izuku's father is a villain named All for One. A villain who has been in the shadows for decades gaining power so he may continue his goal of whatever it may be. His quirk allows him to give and take quirks. It wouldn't surprise us if he managed to get his hands on a quirk that allowed him to survive this long. Tashinori revealed. He continued on telling him about how the man was All Might's greatest nemesis and thought he had been defeated. How he enjoyed himself at the expense of others. People became indebted to him and did his bidding for him until they were no longer of any use. Hearing that he once had a wife and had a child had been quite a shock. He wasn't quite going to reveal himself unless he had to. That sounds insane. Shouta sighed as breathed out and put his head in hands. This had to be true. Why would they pull his leg about this? Izuku never did anything half-butted. Of course his father wouldn't be some Yakuza thug. No, he had to be some monster during the dawning of quirks that wanted what? World domination? It's the most logical conclusion and we unfortunately have no way of officially confirming it to even move forward. I can do that. Tashinori brushed off the twinge in his chest. Shouta had an odd thought. They might have a way to confirm the suspicions, but he didn't want to. There was one person, although not really alive, who would know for sure if what they were saying was true. However, To get those answers, Shouta had to tell the hard truths, meaning Izuku had to find out. Even if they went around it somehow, like using simple yes or no with questions Izuku never saw. His son wasn't stupid. He was very smart and knew how to ask questions. Also, Shouta couldn't lie to him and knew if they did some roundabout way Izuku would only get angry. He was 13 and Shouta guessed he would have to learn sooner or later, especially if the man was still alive. He couldn't coddle and protect him from the truths forever. We may have a way. When Izuku was around 4, he had a supposed imaginary friend named Shishi. I later learned this was a ghost quirk or something that was actually his uncle. That's how I learned Yoichi's name. Izuku. The thread felt like it was getting shorter. Toshinori's brain was putting the pieces together as he listened to the man talk. Uncle would mean someone's sibling. From the records on his mother, she was an only child, so this would be his father's brother. His brother who could be the first wielder of One for All. Since arriving, he felt very small bursts of power flow through him, like the power was happy and excited. Uncle Yo? All 3 of them stopped and turned to where one saw his son and the other looked upon a curly green-haired child with freckles looking curiously. His eyes still held some sleep as he rubbed at them. Sorry to wake you, kid, but I guess this works out. Izuku, is he here? Shouta asked his son. Yeah. Izuku answered before pointing behind the blonde man he's never seen. He heard his uncle's yelling, which was what woke him up, and he figured it was best to see for himself what was going on. His dad told him he was having a small meeting that might include him, but don't worry about it unless he came and got him. He's next to him. Toshinori ignored everything else as he stared at this boy. Certainly didn't look like his father and must have gotten everything from his mother. He didn't know what it was, but something was drawing him toward him. He ignored it, but it was almost like he felt the boy coming toward him before he appeared. He felt like he knew him, but that was impossible. He's never met this boy in his life. He felt a part of himself inside him. This was that threaded line of fate. Izuku looked at the blonde-haired man with his uncle he hadn't seen in years. When Izuku was around 10, Uncle Yoichi said he had to go and didn't know when he'd be returning. He maybe saw him once a year and it was only to pop to make sure he was still safe. Izuku begged him to tell him, but he refused, saying it wasn't his place and to remember what his dad said. However, that wasn't all that got his attention. For some reason he felt like he knew him. Aizawa, I think it's time to tell him. Tsukachi whispered. Shouta hated to admit that he was right. After speaking on the phone yesterday, they couldn't avoid it. Izuku needed to know where he came from, and putting it off wasn't helping anyone, especially Izuku. Tsukachi said he had connected all the dots and the man who he brought along would be able to shed more light than he ever could. Tell me what? Izuku asked. Shouta got up and walked over to Izuku. He put his hands on his shoulders before guiding him over to the couch to sit down next to him. He put a hand on his knee and patted it. He felt so sorry for his son. This was probably going to be the worst week of this kid's life, and Shouta couldn't decide whether it was getting worse or not. Izuku, I want to say first I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to deal with this, and I won't let anything happen. Shouta said. I know that. Izuku said, unsure about where his dad was going with this. This reminded him of when they had the adoption talk all those years ago. He trusted his dad, but this was kind of starting to scare him. You remember when you told me about Shishi? Shouta started. Izuku snorted, seeing Yoichi's eyes narrow as the man groaned a little. He wasn't a fan of the childish nickname, and Izuku called him that to tease him. Yeah. You said there were some other things I needed to know, but didn't tell me because I was too young. Correct. Shouta nodded. And he didn't tell you? Hell no. I died once and don't want to find out if I can again. Izuku laughed. No. He took your threats seriously. Good. Shouta mused, but took a breath because he needed to be delicate. Parenting books didn't prepare him for this kind of conversation. Izuku, I think we may have found out who your actual father is. Oh. Izuku said. Who is he? Well, we have a guess, but we need your uncle to confirm it. Is that okay? I don't really get it, but yeah. Izuku said. Is Izuku's father someone named All for One? Shouta asked out loud. Izuku saw Yoichi's face change as he looked sadly at him. It was like the answer pained him. Yes. Yes. Izuku didn't understand why everyone got super tense. He was aware that his actual father was a villain, a pretty bad one at that, but was he really that bad? Shouta took a deep breath and exhaled loudly. Dad. Izuku, this next part may be hard to swallow, but keep an open mind. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Your father was apparently once the most powerful villain in Japan, an SS rank. He and your mother were born over a century ago and so were you. I didn't find you after a villain attack. You appeared out of nowhere in a warehouse that I was on a team raiding with a note telling me she sent you to the future to protect you. Izuku looked at Dad wide-eyed. His dad wasn't one for games or pranks, but Izuku did a quick look at the calendar to make sure it wasn't April and he decided to lighten the mood of the last few days. He was born over a century ago. But how? He was only 13. He just had his birthday in July. He didn't know what to think. He looked down at his hands unsure of anything. Many thoughts kept jumping in and out. Who was he really then? What happened? Why was he here? Izuku. Izuku looked up at Yoichi and then realized as he touched his face that was crying. He was so overwhelmed by everything. He bet if he could fully comprehend everything going on he'd be panicking. Izuku. Shouta said, grabbing his attention as he cupped his face before pulling him into a hug. You are still Izuku Aizawa. You are my son. How you got here doesn't matter. What matters is that you're here now and I couldn't be happier that you are. Izuku wrapped his arms around his dad, happy that he was able to read his mind. He didn't think any of this could be real, but it was, and like his dad, he was happy. The life he could have had didn't sound as great as the one he had from what he understood in history class. He was supposedly born during the dawning of quirks, and that was a rough time. Essentially flipped the spectrum where being quirkless was normal and you were hated for having a quirk. It was crazy to imagine how fast things flip. His father was a feared villain and his mother died, most likely protecting him. Thanks, Dad. Izuku said. So is my actual father not dead? Smart kid. Toshinori said. Yes, Izuku. They believe he's still alive and I will protect you if he ever tries anything. As will I. Toshinori interrupted. I've been deciding whether or not telling you would be beneficial to the situation, but I believe it is. Before Shouta's and Izuku's eyes, Toshinori stood up and buffed out into the number one hero. All Might was currently in their living room and Izuku was conflicted with the weight of everything he just learned or fanboying. Before the man left he absolutely needed to sign something of his. He was definitely going to show that to Kaken later and watch him flip his sheet, then give him something Izuku asked for him to sign for his friend. He wasn't that cruel. You're All Might. Izuku stuttered. All Might deflated back into his skinny form and sat back down. He coughed a little into his hand. Just, I've been fighting your father. Since I was given the power he's been after. Your uncle had a quirk called One for All that your father sought out and still does. Your uncle told my predecessors to keep an eye out for you and watch over. So who the hell messed up? Shouta snarled. Don't get him wrong. Whichever user messed up should be scolded, but he can't be mad since if they hadn't Izuku wouldn't have found his way to him. Their job was literally to make sure he didn't appear alone or literally in a warehouse used for villain smuggling. Granted he was aware they couldn't watch over the spot 24/7, but they knew where and could have ties to be alerted if some random kid appeared out of nowhere. Secret hero privileges and stuff like that. Toshinori swallowed hard. He knew the answer and it was honestly one he wished he was wrong about. Nana. Nana was the one who told him she never looked for the child because they were probably lost and a child had no place being in the war. The look in her eyes said otherwise. He remembered asking about where he could look, wanting to continue the legacy asked by the first user, but she refused to say more. The look said she was bitter, which contrasted against the smile she taught him always to wear. I'm afraid that was the seventh user. My master. Toshinori told him. I don't truly understand why, but she refused to speak about the secondary duty of the bearer of One for All. Only mentioned it to me because someone else did. She died years ago and thus I wasn't given any information to go off on. I regret not pushing the matter in order to keep you safe. It's okay if you didn't know. Izuku said before his dad could. Looking out the corner of his eye, he could see his dad wanting to say something that would most likely come out wrong, more rude, but came from a place of wanting to protect him. "Thank you," Toshinori said. "Like Aizawa, I will protect you if it comes down to it. However, I believe you and I are connected more than I realized. Perhaps your uncle can shed some light on the feeling I've had for quite some time." "What?" Izuku questioned. "Please keep this to yourself about my power. It can be passed on from person to person by the will of the user. It stockpiles quirks in one day to defeat all for one. Your uncle was the first person to have the quirk one for all. I am currently the 8th. Since receiving this power from my master, the power has felt almost hollow. The power given to the quirk is there, but the quirk has felt almost empty. The previous users aren't there guiding me. I believe that's because I believe part of one for all lives inside you." But he realized it too. Izuku turned to Yoichi, who was nodding along and looked so relieved. "I only have one quirk, well, 3 technically, but I don't have your quirk All Might. We just met." Izuku panicked. "He's right, Izuku," Yoichi said, grabbing the boy's attention. "I didn't realize it until Kudo passed one for all on to Bruce, but I had unintentionally split the quirk between the two of you the night we sent you to this era. It's the reason you can see me, since I was the one who passed it on to you. The other users haven't been connected like they should and need to be put back in one for all to achieve its true potential." Izuku put his head in and his hands. This was all so crazy. He groaned loudly, startling the adults in the room. He felt his dad put a hand on his shoulder and give it a light squeeze. "Izuku," Shouta asked. "Are you okay? Do I have to tell them?" Izuku asked Yoichi. "I can't." "Izuku will believe you," Shouta said. He knew getting Izuku to relay information with Yoichi was difficult. It didn't help when people thought he was being weird before about it. Now they might have a reason why his son could see his uncle. Izuku wished this wasn't one way. He really didn't like being the messenger and silently thanked his dad for realizing it. What if he couldn't explain it correctly, or they thought he was making something up? Those were his biggest worries. Izuku took a breath and revealed what Yoichi told him. His dad didn't look surprised at the fact Yoichi was informing him, but more of what he was saying. All Might looked like he was coming to a conclusion, and the detective looked the same, but perhaps a little lost. That would make sense why the power feels hollow. Your thread hasn't been continued while the one has, since they split up. They need to be conjoined again. The first user might know more than me. "Well, how does the power transfer, and I'll give it to you," Izuku said. He didn't know how this happened, but he certainly didn't want to prevent the number 1 hero from doing his job. Toshinori began to chuckle. Nothing was said about him giving up his half, and he assumed with such sincerity and selflessness. This boy really was a good person. Aizawa did a good job raising him. He would think if this would be any other child being told they had part of All Might's quirk, they would demand the other half, but not this one. This child offered it back to him without a second or hesitation in his eyes. "I should have seen it earlier." "What, Uncle Yo?" Izuku asked, making sure the others knew they were speaking. "Your quirk allows you to take quirks from others if you consume their DNA. One for all is passed on by DNA. I'm willing to bet your original quirk was similar to All for One, and One for All modified it. Except you just copy it and don't fully take it. Just like what happened to me. It made it into a new quirk, which is Applique. You technically have 2 different quirks. It's just a guess," Yoichi explained. Yoichi knew from the moment Izuku revealed, he could see him, that One for All must live inside him. It must have been when he coughed on him as a baby. Some of his saliva must have entered his mouth. Since it was in the middle of transferring to Kudo, One for All split, branching into 2 separate partial quirks, taking a component with it. Kudo continued his thread of One for All through the generations, stockpiling the power until it reached 8. Yoichi realized he couldn't connect with 8, or was he 9? No matter, he couldn't talk to any of the other users because he was actually connected to that part the way he should be. He could only tap into the power and follow Yagi around, never able to fully interact with him. He bet Izuku held the part that connected them together, which was why Izuku could see him. One for All wasn't complete without the conjoining users from past to present. He was a ghost to him until the parts were connected again so they could meet and fix this. Uncle Yo says that one for all is passed on through consuming DNA, and the way my quirk works might be because of that. I can give you something like a piece of hair or something. Izuku said, about to pluck out a curl. Toshinori didn't have any doubts before that Izuku was telling him the truth about this entire situation, but now there was proof. Izuku wouldn't have known that mechanics to the quirk without someone telling him. The pull he's felt since arriving. The emptiness that haunted him. The look in the boy's eyes that held so much promise. A madness that was starting to burn and had ignited once already when he was just a little kid who hadn't received his quirk yet. No, my boy, Toshinori said, stopping him as he smiled at him. Even in this form he held the same smile Izuku saw on the screens. I believe you, so don't worry about that. I've always felt the power pulling toward you. I'm offering it to you. Become the rightful successor to One for All. The quirk shouldn't be with him. The boy was as Tsukachi said. A good kid, and if he wanted to be a hero then he would be the next generation, the future. It looked like his path in finding his successor was decided for him.